Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Li Ling was somewhat hesitant. Ning quickly advised. Crown Prince, the princess makes a good point. We cannot just wait here for true man Tianjin to appear. If the town North King learns you've come out, Li Ling retorted with a pout. So what if he finds out? Ning immediately gave a wry smile. Ning Qi paused his steps, not continuing to listen. Half the day was wasted already. He might as well return to study the Taoist scripture and practice Gang Qi. The night sky was clear, and the starlight shimmered faintly. Ning Qi sat solemnly in the scripture pavilion, performing the heaven and earth grinding wheel quenching gang technique. The pill combining the relic and luminous pearl was still under study, so he had to rely on self-cultivation for now. The power of heaven and earth surged around him, reverberating in a roar only Ning Qi could hear. Threads of pure Gang Qi flowed from within the grinding wheel. Inner observation. He could see that the white mist Gang Qi within Ning Qi's body had become somewhat thicker, and its quantity had increased compared to before. This was a process of accumulation leading to transformation, where quantity leads to quality change. But during the process, strength would also improve. Ning Qi estimated that after cultivating for some more days, he could perform the heavenly sword technique twice with his Gang Qi. Suddenly, Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. He interrupted his cultivation, stood, and gazed through the scripture pavilion window into the distant sky. Several powerful auras were approaching. Without any hesitation, Ning Qi communicated with the heart-fake pill through his divine thought. Instantly, the power of heaven and earth he controlled surged to visible levels. His eyes grew colder, and the innate sword body began to work silently. In fact, it wasn't just his keen perception, it was also because those powerful auras did not hide. They came with ill intentions. A surging, murderous aura flooded from all directions, accompanied by deep laughter as formidable figures broke through the air. Some disciples who were already asleep were startled awake, looking toward the sky in shock. Taoist Longshan, along with the true disciples, had already emerged to confront them. They gazed at the sky, their pupils contracting violently, their hearts pounding. In the void around true Marshall Mountain, mighty figures stood poised, their powerful auras unmistakable. For celestial, human realm entities. If that were all, Taoist Longshan would not have been so solemn. The crux was that besides these four, another figure stood at the top, small-statured, yet exuding an aura far surpassing typical celestial human realm strength. Elder Wang gazed indifferently at the true martial disciples below, his cold voice echoed. The true martial sect aids tyranny, insults our holy sect, must be destroyed. Taoist Longshan took a deep breath, not arguing. He knew the demon sect wouldn't reason with him. A desperate battle was the only option left. True martial disciples, prepare to fight. Taoist Longshan shouted, activating the celestial being unity secret technique in silence. Behind him, Luo Wentian and others showed determined eyes. They hadn't lost hope. They knew Senior Tianjin had yet to appear. Elder Wang sneered. He stretched out his hand, and a massive palm seal, dozens of feet wide, crashed down toward the crowd, emitting a green mist with a pungent, poisonous odor that made anyone dizzy at the slightest whiff, clearly filled with toxins. As the great hand seal moved along, it made sizzling sounds, seemingly corroding the void itself. Everyone was aghast. Taoist Longshan's gaze turned extremely solemn, prepared to actively confront and shield the disciples behind him. This person seemed to have strength no less than old Demon Lin, but he could not retreat, or the other disciples would suffer heavy casualties. But someone was faster than Taoist Longshan. From deep within the true martial sect, a familiar aura arose, the sharpness of its brilliance bringing joy to all who sensed it. True man Tianjian. I knew he was here. Luo Wentian and others laughed. The familiar celestial sword pierced through the sky in a flash, striking at the fierce green palm seal, its unmatched sharpness obliterating the green mist. Sword chi exploded, disintegrating the mountain-like palm seal into countless green dots. Everyone watched this scene with excitement. Li Ling and Li Qingyue watched from afar with excitement. True man Tianjian. I knew True man Tianjian was still at True Martial Mountain. This sword strike is awesome, even more impressive than the legends. Li Ling praised from the heart. His eyes carried desire. If only I could learn that sword strike. Ning Qi also sighed. With just this sword, True man Tianjian should enter the celestial being list. However, after sighing, he immediately instructed, "You all keep a close watch on the crown prince and the princess." With that said, he took the initiative to rush out. The true martial sect was under attack. If he stood by, how could the demon sect spare them after destroying true martial sect? Hiding here would be pointless, and he couldn't escape, so he might as well join in repelling the enemy. He hadn't forgotten. The demon sect still had 4 celestial human realm entities waiting to pounce. Ning Qi unleashed a sword strike, shattering Elder Wang's palm seal, following which the celestial sword hovered in the void, resonating with extreme sharpness pointed at Elder Wang. Elder Wang's lips curled, unfazed, even a bit delighted. "Old dog of the celestial sword, good that you're here. You harmed Brother Lin. Today, I shall make you pay dearly." He laughed viciously, a coward hiding in shadows, daring not show your true form. Since you care about true martial sect, I'll let you watch its destruction firsthand. With those words, he moved through the air. A boundless green mist emanated, as palm seals and fist seals bombarded the celestial sword with a malicious grin, countering its sharp sword chi entirely. The rest of the demon sect's celestial beings understood the cue. He also laughed hideously. One of the 4 celestial beings wielded a sword. The sword chi poured down like a torrential rain, covering the disciples of the true martial sect. Taoist Longshan glared angrily and shouted, "Scoundrel, don't be arrogant," before rushing to meet the attack. Another celestial being from the demon sect attacked from the east. But unexpectedly, a robust figure with a bare chest charged out to intercept him, holding a butcher knife, glaring angrily while cursing. "Damn it, you demon sect bastards have a keen nose. It infuriates me." The butcher knife cleaved through the air, with blade glows venting the butcher's rage. A few days ago, when 2 celestial beings were just transferred away, the demon sect attacked. They were indeed like dogs. He heard the commotion from True Martial City and rushed to support. There were also 2 other celestial beings from the demon sect attacking from the west and north. With a ghostly presence, Ning Qi intercepted the celestial human realm from the north halfway. In an instant, 9 celestial beings battled on the scene, with the tremors resonating through the night sky, the repercussions falling upon the true martial sect, causing pavilions to collapse and shatter. But this was not the most distressing concern for everyone, because there was still one demon sect, celestial, being left alone. No new celestial human realm appeared to counter him. Thus, that demon sect celestial being was simply invincible, unmatched. TSK, 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 celestial sword old dog, watch the true martial sect be destroyed. Elder Wang laughed malevolently, somewhat intimidated by true man Tianjin's strength, even more formidable than rumor suggested. He could only contend with the celestial sword, but fortunately, there was an extra celestial human realm on the demon sect side, giving him the upper hand. He taunted recklessly, trying to disrupt the opponent's mind. Inside the scripture pavilion, Ning Qi frowned slightly. His appearance and physique began to change, transforming into an elderly man with white hair. For now, he could only personally step out and face 2. But just as he lifted his foot, Ning Qi retracted, his eyes filled with astonishment as he whispered, "Has it finally appeared?" He sensed a new powerful presence emerging near Li Ling and Li Qingyue. At the very moment Ning Qi made his move, the demon sect, celestial being, discovered his identity. Eunuch, all the demon sect, celestial beings were taken aback. Then Elder Wang quickly reacted, eyes gleaming with excitement, laughing. A celestial human realm eunuch coming to grant rewards. Seems there's someone of no low status in the envoy. He hadn't expected such an unexpected delight. Initially planning to wipe them out when the envoy arrived, he hadn't anticipated catching a big fish. Old John, go fish out that big one. The only celestial human realm without an opponent, Old Zhang, laughed wildly as well. He initially intended to slaughter the true martial disciples to disturb true man Longshan and true man Tianjian. But now he had a new target. The power of heaven and earth continuously perceived. Soon he identified those conspicuous targets. A boy and a girl, protected by several Gang Essence realm experts, had just emerged from a collapsing pavilion. Big fish, found you. Old Zhang laughed heartily, with a movement, appearing before Li Ling and Li Qingwei. His pupils shrank sharply, recognizing their identities. Young son of Town North King, Princess Qingwei. He was so excited his body trembled. Big fish, indeed a big fish. Elder Wang's body also shook with exhilaration, hastily instructing. Capture them alive. Capture them alive. Old Zhang laughed. Rest assured, Elder Wang, I understand. Overwhelming murderous aura crushed those before him. The experts protecting Li Ling and Li Qingwei all spat blood and flew backward, unable to withstand a blow before the celestial human realm. Li Ling and Li Qingwei trembled. Li Qingwei had completely lost her previous arrogance, her eyes filled with tears, holding back from crying out, struggling amidst the ruins, her face smudged with dirt. Li Ling fared slightly better, but his legs trembled. He shielded Li Qingwei behind him, struggling to shout, You dare harm us! My father won't spare you. The demon sect celestial being mocked them with a smile. Don't worry, your father will naturally come begging to me by then. As his words fell, a soft voice sounded behind him. Oh, and how should I beseech you? Naturally by cooperating with my holy sect. The demon sect celestial being couldn't finish his words before his pupils contracted to a dot. Fear and shock surged in his heart as he instinctively turned his head, only to see a dignified, middle-aged man in royal robes standing there, a hand slowly reaching out, very slowly, yet he could do nothing to resist. That hand naturally clasped the demon sect celestial being's throat, twisting slightly. The celestial being perished. The Town North King looked at the dumbfounded Li Ling and Li Qingwei, smiling faintly. Now you know not to mess around, right? The Town North King chuckled lightly. Li Qingwei couldn't hold it back any longer. Ignoring her princess dignity, she clung to the Town North King's clothing and sobbed uncontrollably. Imperial uncle, I want to go back to the palace. Li Ling held back his tears with difficulty, stubbornly tilting his head upwards, a pout on his lips. The Town North King smiled and patted his head, and Li Ling immediately dived into the Town North King's arms, his shoulders shaking. After all, the two are merely children under 10 years old, unaware of the dangers in the world before. Today's ordeal brought them to the brink of life and death. Though slightly frightened, they understood many of the great truths their elders had preached before. Lessons learned directly can't compare to personal experience. This was also the purpose of the Town North King. He didn't have time to always watch over his young son. He had to let him learn to grow up. Otherwise, if one day he sneaks out without him knowing, it would be too late for regrets. Nevertheless, seeing his young son like this, his heart couldn't help but ache a bit, which made his gaze towards the many demon sect celestial beings grow indifferent. At this moment, many strong fighters engaged in battle noticed the situation over here. The middle-aged man appeared silently and crushed a celestial human realm like a chick. The difference in power was astounding. Is this the strength of someone ranked 9th on the celestial being list? Ning Qi in the scripture pavilion was visibly shaken. He had heard that every 10th rank on the celestial being list marked a qualitative change in power, but he had only dealt with those at the bottom of the list and lacked a direct experience. Now, Seeing the Town North King in action, the difference made the opponent seem no more than Gang Essence realm. Could this guy have already achieved celestial being realm perfection? Ning Qi cautiously restrained his aura and fluctuations. With the Town North King present, he didn't need to worry about other matters, only focusing on urging the celestial sword to entangle Elder Wang. Yi, Taoist Longshan, and the Butcher all showed invigorated expressions upon seeing the Town North King. As for the demon sect's strong fighters, an incredulous look appeared in their eyes. Even Elder Wang couldn't help but utter in horror. Town North King, his voice shrill and distorted, tinged with fear. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. The Town North King's prestige resounded through Great Yen. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the northern barbarians? How come you're here? Elder Wang's gaze landed on Li Ling, seemingly realizing. You actually use your own young son as bait. Quite the cunning. The Town North King grunted coldly. Presumptuous. Are you even worthy? You dared bully Ling Heir. You deserve 10,000 deaths. He couldn't be bothered to explain, gently caressing Li Ling's head with his left hand, while his right hand clenched and slowly punched towards Elder Wang. A seemingly ordinary punch, in fact, contained much profoundness. Yet Ning Qi's gaze was grave, seeing in it a more ingenious combination of essence, qi, and spirit, and power of heaven and earth. He was comprehending, keeping this punch in mind. Elder Wang's eyes showed horror, pupils suddenly contracting. He screeched without hesitation, spewing vital blood from his mouth. Power of heaven and earth gathered around him, mixing with poison mist to form a giant toad, which continuously spewed green poison mist, transforming into barrier after barrier to intercept the fist seal. But it was futile. Everything turned to dust under this punch. The green mist shattered. Layers of barriers crumbled. Elder Wang's defenses were unleashed, but couldn't withstand the Town North King's pinnacle punch. The poisoned toad wailed and exploded, the lightweight fist seal striking Elder Wang's body. Boom! Terrifying strength erupted, nearly splitting Elder Wang in half. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, heavily injured. Ning Qi's eyes flashed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the celestial sword sliced through the air to assault Elder Wang. Though Elder Wang took another hit, the unusually sharp celestial sword didn't slice him in two. Once more injured, Elder Wang spat blood. A dazzling blood light flashed as he fled. He didn't even dare utter a cruel word, directly using a secret technique to burn vital blood and escape, ignoring the other demon sect, celestial beings. The Town North King frowned slightly, surprised. Treasure armor? That wasn't an ordinary punch. Logically, it should have crushed this guy. At least, it should have rendered him immobile. Yet Elder Wang survived a punch and a sword strike and managed to flee. Indeed, he had a few trump cards. Watching the distant blood light gradually fade, the Town North King ultimately suppressed the urge to pursue. With his power, he could catch up, but looking at Li Ling and Li Qingwei beside him, he decided against it. Forget it. Just an old demon isn't important. Still, his gaze turned towards the depths of the true martial sect, with a hint of surprise. That sword strike made him reconsider. This true man Tianjian indeed has some skill. Especially his attack showed no aura fluctuations. Even I couldn't detect his presence. Interesting. But he had no intention to delve deeply. Anyone who could cultivate to this level had a few tricks up their sleeve. At this time, the remaining 3 demon sect celestial beings watched Elder Wang heavily injured and fleeing instantly, terrifying them out of their wits, each desperately attempting to escape. But they neither possessed Elder Wang's strength nor his treasure armor. The Town North King unleashed 3 punches, and true Martial Mountain instantly gained 3 celestial corpses. Such charisma left everyone in awe. Everyone looked at the dignified, middle-aged man with eyes full of reverence. Indeed, slaying celestial beings like slaughtering chickens. Only Ning Qi looked towards the sky. That was the direction Elder Wang had fled. Seeing the wreckage of the true martial sect, a cold, killing intent rose within him. Now, with the Town North King on true Martial Mountain, safety was assured. If the demon sect dared come, they must pay the price. The last sword strike just now landed on Elder Wong's back, leaving a sword chi imprint. Ning Qi silently operated the silence technique and body shifting and bone changing, stepping out of the scripture pavilion. In the night sky, blood light streaked across like a rainbow, shooting far into the distance in the blink of an eye. Elder Wong was still in shock, not yet recovered from the terror of Town North King's sudden arrival. That punch almost blew him apart. If it weren't for the cyan thorn treasure armor, I'd probably already be dead on true Martial Mountain. Damn Town North King, damn true Man Tianjian. He cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare slow down, frantically operating the blood-burning technique, afraid that Town North King would catch up and suppress him. The fear in his heart made him not even dare to look back. Though there was no presence of Town North King, that punch was like a nightmare, casting a shadow over him. But he wasn't like old Demon Lin back then, with the support of the Blood Demon Flower's power. Running the blood-burning technique now meant burning his own life essence by the second, his face visibly turning pale. He didn't know how far he had run. When he realized that Town North King really hadn't given chase, he finally stopped the blood-burning secret technique. At this moment, he looked withered, his already small stature now appearing even more shrunken, like a small skeleton from afar. He had burned nearly half of his own life essence. Damn it! If I'd known Town North King wasn't coming, I shouldn't have burned blood for so long. Elder Wong felt his heart bleed. Life essence is the quintessence of the body, and if more than half is lost, the foundation would be damaged, and even now, it would shorten his lifespan significantly. But before, in his panic, he dared not stop. Elder Wong landed on a mountain range, breathing slightly. Reflecting on this night raid on true Martial Mountain, he felt something was off. Initially, he thought Town North King was fishing, but later realized he didn't even know the envoy had his son and Princess Qinghua. Then doesn't that mean he was purely unlucky? Thinking of this, Elder Wong was so angry he felt like spitting blood. If he'd known, he would have attacked a few days earlier. Now that things had come to this, he could only suppress his frustration and anger, sit down to stabilize his injuries, and wait to discuss the next steps with the sect once he returned. The thought of losing 4 celestial human realm members drove him to the brink. In these few short months, the demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Nurturing a celestial human realm member isn't easy. After just a brief moment of rest, Elder Wong felt a sudden jump in his heart. He instinctively took to the sky to evade, as a sharp sword chi came slashing, cleaving the tree he was sitting on in half, leaving a terrifying mark in the mountain forest. Who is it? Elder Wong roared with anger, truly like a tiger fallen in Pingyong, bullied by dogs, getting ambushed wherever he goes. If he hadn't always been vigilant, sensing the fluctuation as soon as the sword chi was released, he would have been injured again. Ning Qi stepped through the air, now appearing as a white-haired Taoist. Elder Wong immediately realized. True man Tianjian, he gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe Town North King didn't come after, but this old guy did. Ning Qi snorted coldly. You're quite quick to react. But he wasn't surprised. If it were that simple, the opponent would have already died on true Martial Mountain. Elder Wong held his breath, and upon discovering it was only Ning Qi, he slightly relaxed, wary of Ning Qi's celestial sword, as that one sword had made him wary. In his injured state now, he might not be a match, needing to find a way to escape. But to his surprise, the celestial sword master before him showed no signs of gathering sword chi. Ning Qi looked at the energy-declined Elder Wong without any nonsense. He communicated with the fake pill inside him, the power of heaven and earth gradually converging. Ning Qi stepped into the sky, vaguely echoing the roars of true dragon and divine eagle. Thunderlight gradually emerged on his skin. Elder Wong's eyes were filled with shock, as if the Taoist before him had disappeared, replaced by a thunderous divine tiger. And what startled him most was as Ning Qi took each step, his size rapidly grew. In just a few steps, the white-haired Taoist in front of him had already become a giant several zhang tall, the muscles under his Taoist robe gleaming with thunderlight, the vigorous life force making him gasp. What about true man Tianjin's imminent demise? Ning Qi gave no time to breathe. His figure quickly shattered the void, his thunderlit fist descending like a mountain. He was curious to test the might of the Ape King's true form. This secret technique had been untested since its creation. Now was the perfect opportunity. He realized it might be because the Ape King's true form originated from the white ape bloodline. It matched more harmoniously with the fake pill. The power unleashed exceeded his expectations. Boom! Elder Wang's expression dramatically changed. His poisonous palm seal exploded by Ning Qi's punch. Thunderlight blossomed, and the giant fist pounded onto Elder Wang. In a mountain forest, Elder Wang was plowed into a 100-zhang-long gash, smashing countless trees and rocks, ultimately embedded in the cliff. Elder Wang spewed blood, feeling like his bones were breaking. Ning Qi raised an eyebrow in evaluation. Quite resilient. Elder Wang struggled to get out. Looking at the giant Taoist, his pupils filled with terror, he was like a humanoid, fierce beast. Even at his peak, he might not stand a chance, let alone now, half dead. He had only one thought: escape, escape quickly. He gritted his teeth and burned blood, soaring into the sky. But Ning Qi was already waiting for him. The tiger's roar resonated across the sky. Ning Qi lifted his leg, like a heavenly thunder pillar, stomping on Elder Wang's back. With a rumbling sound, Elder Wang was blasted into the ground, climbing up again, hair disheveled, clothes already tattered, the blue glowing treasure armor underneath surprising Ning Qi. I want to see how long you can last. No matter how strong, the treasure armor has limits. Ning Qi flashed down, shadowing him. Another punch aimed at Elder Wang's head. Fortunately, Elder Wang retained his wits, dodging the fatal point, raising his fist to meet. As expected, Elder Wang was blown away again, spitting out a mist of blood. In the mountain forest, the earth trembled like two beast kings fighting, causing some hidden exotic beasts in the deep mountains to retreat in fright. They didn't know it was a one-sided suppression. Ning Qi's plain punches shattered all of Elder Wang's pride. All his bones inside were broken, sustaining extremely grave injuries. If not treated in time, he wouldn't survive long. He had lost all resistance. No, true man Tianjin, you can't kill me. If you do, countless strongmen from the holy sect will surely raise true Martial Mountain one day. Elder Wang, gripped in Ning Qi's grasp, begged in terror. If you let me go, the grudges between us will be wiped clean from today. Ning Qi calmly looked at Elder Wang, speaking faintly. I think you misunderstand. Elder Wang was bewildered. Ning Qi gently clenched his fist. Using force, blood mist spread from the tiger's mouth. He opened his hand, looked at Elder Wang's corpse, and softly said, "The one who killed you is Town North King." Ning Qi's gaze was somewhat peculiar. All the celestial beings, strong persons from the demon sect who attacked were killed by the Town North King, with only Elder Wang escaping, which the demon sect does not know. From the demon sect's perspective, it appears that the powerful individuals sent to annihilate the true Martial Mountain have not returned. The Town North King cannot escape from taking the blame for this, claiming that he didn't kill Elder Wang. Who would believe that? Among all present, only he has the strength to easily slay Elder Wang. Moreover, the fist technique Ning Qi used in the battle earlier vaguely carried some semblance to the Town North King, regardless of whether the demon sect can locate here. Even if they do, they would likely first suspect that the Town North King pursued them covertly. Even the imperial court may not think it was anyone else. This was also why Ning Qi pursued decisively, as it allowed him to sever one of the demon sect's tentacles and weaken their strength while there was a ready scapegoat. Why not? As for whether putting the blame on the Town North King is somewhat unethical, Ning Qi thought that the guy was also secretly watching from the sidelines before, and thus felt at ease. No one is much better than another. With this thought, Ning Qi's body gradually returned to its normal size, and the experiment with the Ape King's true form proved quite effective this time, especially the synergy between the Ape King's true form and the fake pill, which was beyond expectations. The power unleashed was also extremely strong, approaching the might of the heavenly sword technique, but offering greater endurance compared to the heavenly sword technique, which is more suitable for Ning Qi to use without revealing himself. If this fake pill was refined from an inner core of an ape-type beast king, it might be even more formidable. However, the battle this time also consumed about 30% of the fake pill's energy, so I need to be a bit frugal in the future. Ning Qi felt slightly heartache. After all, there was only this one fake pill. But considering he first tangled with Elder Wang using the heavenly sword technique for a while, then chased for so long, and finally suppressed with the Ape King's true form, consuming only 30% energy is decent. Ning Qi estimated that the demon sect lost 5 celestial human realm individuals this time, so they have to quiet down for a while. After all, celestial human realm strong persons aren't like Chinese cabbages. Even a strong demon sect would find it difficult to bear the loss of so many celestial beings in a short period. The remaining 70% energy is sufficient. He turned his gaze towards the corpse of Elder Wang before him, his eyes slightly brightened. Thankfully, there's still some compensation. He squatted down. Ning Qi meticulously searched, pulling out a pouch with a somewhat special material, unaffected by such intense combat. Upon opening it, it was filled with various jars. Ning Qi poured them out one by one to sniff and discern their properties, understanding roughly 70 to 80% of them. They were basically healing or blood-replenishing pills or poison pills. None enhanced cultivation. As for martial arts secret manuals, likewise there was none. Ning Qi wasn't surprised. It's normal who would carry secret manuals and treasure pills while going out to kill unless they have no fixed abode. Otherwise, if killed, wouldn't enemies reap the benefits, sending their head and wealth across miles? Finally, Ning Qi turned his gaze to the cyan light shining on the treasure armor. This was the main harvest. A single piece of treasure armor was surprisingly sturdy, capable of withstanding the Town North King's impressive punch while enduring so many savage blows from Ning Qi. A fact proven by Elder Wang's flesh and blood, despite Ning Qi restraining himself for fear of damaging his treasure armor. This treasure armor, truly remarkable. Ning Qi cleansed it with Gang Qi, and the cyan light treasure armor appeared new, adorned with short spikes that were usually soft but became stiff upon forceful contact, explaining why Ning Qi previously found it somewhat prickly. Ordinarily, a hand slapped onto it might get pierced directly. But this was secondary. The primary feature was its strong defense. Touching it felt like waves. If struck heavily, it could instantly disperse force, avoiding self-harm. Ning Qi, who had studied weapon forging techniques, knew that in this world, crafting weapons and armor was not particularly mystical. Most of the power came from materials, with weapon refining masters merely serving to fuse and shape, though some divine soldiers are said to be different. But up to now, Ning Qi hadn't encountered any. However, the material of this treasure armor is somewhat unusual. Perhaps with more observation, there may be different gains, Ning Qi thought to himself. Clearly, now was not the time for research. He donned the treasure armor. Ning Qi glanced again at the corpse of Elder Wang. Observing its unique vitality and liveliness, his eyes brightened, and he lifted it with Gang Qi as well. The flesh body of a celestial being strong person held vitality stronger than many treasure materials. It shouldn't be wasted. He soared into the sky, returning to true Martial Mountain. Though the Town North King was present, he shouldn't stay away for too long. True Martial Mountain. With all the demon sect forces put to death, the previously tense atmosphere gradually relaxed as everyone looked at the invincible middle-aged man with respect and said, "We have met the Town North King." Everyone's hearts were filled with awe. The scene of slaughtering celestial beings like chickens shocked everyone. Eunuch Yi and the butcher both pleaded for forgiveness. "We were inadequate in protecting the crown prince and princess, and asked the Town North King for punishment." The Town North King merely waved his hand dismissively. "You have already done your best." He had been following behind, witnessing the entire process, knowing the two had done their utmost, and thus would not blame them baselessly. Anyway, with him protecting them, nothing severe would happen, and the demon sect wouldn't dispatch unparalleled celestial beings from its top 10 ranks for a true martial sect person. Without his and the great Yin Emperor's approval, Eunuch Yi could never have brought Li Ling and Li Qingwei out. His objective was to let the two experience some ordeals to achieve growth. Even without this demon sect attack, there would be other attacks. At this moment, Li Ling and Li Qingyue had already recovered from their earlier fright, but Li Qingyue's face was still pale, lacking her previous vivacity. Li Ling was slightly better, occasionally looking towards the depths of the true martial sect, where it had been silent since the celestial sword vanished. Taoist Longshan came over, sincerely expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for the Town North King's help, I'm afraid the true martial sect would have faced disaster today. Please accept my old offering of thanks. In the current situation, though it was a mess, there were essentially no casualties, which was already a very good outcome. 5 celestial beings from the demon sect attacked. Just the thought of it still made him shudder. The Town North King nodded and said, "True man, you are too polite. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. However, even if I hadn't come, with true man Tianjin present, the true martial sect might not necessarily have suffered." He commented lightly. Earlier, he had observed for a moment in secret. When true man Tianjin made his move, it was completely undetectable, even by him. Without showing himself, he was already matching that demon in battle, and if he went all out, he might not have lost. True man Tianjin is stronger than the legends say. He is likely not inferior to Divine Feather, and when he makes a move, it doesn't seem like his lifespan is nearing its end. Originally, he wanted to see more clearly, but the celestial being from the demon sect, unaware of death, tried to capture Li Ling and Li Qingwei, forcing him to reveal himself. Everyone was astonished, not expecting the Town North King to hold Truman Tianjin in such high regard. However, it was also evident to everyone earlier. If before today, Truman Tianjin was only suspected to have the strength worthy of the celestial being list, it was now a sure thing. When the list is next updated, Truman Tianjin should be on it. The Town North King looked at the 2 kids to his left and right, showing a rare smile. "Will you come back with me?" Li Qingwei quickly nodded. "Imperial uncle, I will go back with you." She was genuinely frightened and realized that the world outside wasn't her playground. She no longer had that faint sense of superiority and didn't want to stay on true Martial Mountain for another moment. Whatever celestial sword was long forgotten in her mind. The Town North King nodded in satisfaction and looked at Li Ling, who had a hesitant expression, but after glancing once more at the depths of the true martial sect, he still said, "Father, I want to learn swordsmanship from true man Tianjin." Taoist Longshan's heart skipped a beat. This must not come to pass. Fortunately, the Town North King already sternly rebuked. "Nonsense. Although it's likely that the demon sect would be quiet for a while after suffering this blow, who knows if they would madly attempt a second attack. The chances are extremely slim, but he wouldn't gamble his youngest son's life on it. He didn't have the time to stay on true Martial Mountain indefinitely. This time was merely by chance." But this reprimand instead stirred a rebellious heart in Li Ling. His eyes turned red, tears welling up, but he didn't speak. He just looked at the Town North King. Seeing his youngest son's expression, the Town North King's heart softened. He squatted down with some headache to comfort Li Ling. "Linger, it's not that father won't let you learn. It's just that it's dangerous outside now. How about this? When we get back, father will teach you the fist technique, okay? Father's technique is much superior to true man Tianjin's." "No, your fist technique is ugly, not cool at all. True man Tianjin's sword is cool. I want to learn from him." Li Ling pouted. Taoist Longshan and the others all awkwardly stared at their own noses and lips. The Town North King almost choked. To think the fist technique of the Town North King, desired by countless people under heaven, was despised by his own son. If someone else had said this, he would have punched them. But seeing Li Ling like that, he could only force a smile and say, "If father's fist technique is ugly, then don't learn it. Then dad promises you when we get back, I'll find an even cooler sword down master to teach you, okay?" He seized the opportunity and continued. Think about it. If the demon sect knows you are here, they'd definitely come to capture you again to threaten your dad, and it would cause a lot of trouble for the true martial sect. How about after Dad takes you away for now? I'll bring you back when there's a chance in the future. Li Ling hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to bring trouble to others. Then, okay, he took another look at the depths of the true martial sect and finally didn't insist further. The town North King breathed a sigh of relief, ready to leave, for fear of Ling changing his mind again. But then Li Ling let go of his hand, ran to Taoist Longshan, and bowed deeply. True man, if it's safe in the future, Li Ling will come to visit again. Taoist Longshan was taken aback, then smiled and said, His Highness is welcome anytime. He had a good impression of Li Ling, who seemed kind-hearted, though a bit spoiled by the town North King's overindulgence in his sumptuous lifestyle. The town North King chuckled. After giving a few instructions to the butcher and Ning Qi, he took Li Ling and Li Qingwei away across the sky. Taoist Longshan couldn't help but sigh. It said that the town North Princess died, giving birth to a son, leaving him motherless, hence why the town North King pampers his youngest son so exceedingly, granting whatever he wishes. As it appears, it's indeed true. A top-ranked, unparalleled expert on the celestial being list, bowing and scraping to a child, is something unique in the world. After sighing, Taoist Longshan looked at the chaos around him and let out another sigh. Hopefully, after this incident, the demon sect will quiet down. Being caught up in such storms is truly beyond one's control. Yet he always felt the world is likely to be restless, and days of peace and stability are probably limited. After Ning Qi helped the envoy clean up the aftermath, he left with the bodies of the 4 celestial beings, strong persons from the demon sect. Meanwhile, the butcher had not yet received orders to leave. He smiled at Taoist Longshan, then returned to True Martial City. Some disciples of the True Martial sect recognized his identity and were secretly astonished. They knew he sold pork in True Martial City, and a select few had even conversed with him, but they never realized he was a celestial being, strong person hidden by the imperial court. Yi Qinghe widened her eyes, remembering that she and her junior brother had once bought pork at this butcher's stall. What a stroke of fate! She sighed in her heart, and then she suddenly panicked. Where was her junior brother? She searched everywhere, but couldn't find Ning Qi, and her heart filled with anxiety, wondering if he had been injured in the previous chaos. Yi Qinghe quickly reported to Taoist Longshan. Master, junior brother is missing. Taoist Longshan paused, then smiled and said, Don't worry. I've already transmitted a message to Tiansheng, telling him and Jiu to hide. Yi Qinghe immediately felt relieved. Taoist Longshan looked at Yi Qinghe, secretly sighing. It was better to keep Ning Qi's identity as true man Tianjin hidden for now. The fewer people who knew, the better. If the demon sect knew that the esteemed true man Tianjin wasn't an elder on the brink of death but an 8-year-old child, it would likely cause unrest. Even the great Yin dynasty might not be able to accept Ning Qi. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Ning Qi reappeared, looking dusty but unharmed, causing Yi Qinghe to laugh. Ning Qi and Taoist Longshan exchanged a glance and smiled, understanding each other without words. The news of the true martial sect being attacked by 5 celestial beings from the demon sect spread from True Martial City throughout the Qing state. In the attack by the 5 celestial beings, one was as formidable as a master from the celestial being list. But it happened that the town North King was visiting, and he swiftly wiped out 4 of the demon sect's celestial beings, sending their strongest member fleeing in terror. The whole Qing state was in an uproar. The renown of the town North King reached new heights. As details emerged, people realized that before the town North King appeared, true man Tianjin had already intervened, resisting the demon sect's strongest celestial being, clearly displaying his celestial being list-level strength. Many swordsmen became fanatical, declaring that true man Tianjin would surely enter the celestial being list next time. The martial realm is full of opportunists, and the weapons used by those on the celestial being list, whether sword or blade, are closely watched as the majority of martial artists use either a sword or a blade. Therefore, if swordsmen outnumbered blade men on the celestial being list, those using a sword would take pride in it. Currently, the swordsmen and blade men are equal in number on the list, with the last spot occupied by a blade man. If true man Tianjin could enter the list, displacing the last spot, it would mean swordsmen would outnumber blade men on the celestial being list, making true man Tianjin's achievements highly watched. To this, Ning Qi felt somewhat helpless. He only wished to cultivate quietly and seek the path of immortality. Meanwhile, not only did the attack on True Martial Mountain cause a sensation in Qing State, but the Wang clan was also attacked by the demon sect on the same night. But unlike True Martial Mountain, where they had the good fortune of the town North King's presence, the Wang clan wasn't so lucky. Although the imperial court paid more attention to the Wang clan, stationing 3 celestial human realm experts there, they were no match for Ghost Mask Vice sect leader, who also brought 4 celestial human realm experts. The outcome was predictable. The newly rebuilt main residence of the Wang clan was once again razed to the ground, this time even more completely. The 3 celestial human realm experts from the imperial court were slain. The Wang family ancestor was missing. Some say they saw the Wang family ancestor crushed to dust, with no remains left. Others say the demon sect strongmen took him away, and still others say he used a secret technique to escape. Upon hearing, Ning Qi's eyes remained calm. Acts of heaven cannot be lived with. Why involve oneself in such massive conflicts? One could only say the Wang ancestor underestimated the demon sect's vengeance. Even with the imperial court's protection, one can't be guarded forever. Ning Qi speculated that it might have been the last straw, frustrated by being humiliated by his master, a younger generation, coupled with the Wang ancestor nearing his end, which drove him to gamble by allying the Wang clan with the Great Yin dynasty. After all, the Wang clan had made numerous enemies over the years. If the Wang ancestor fell, and there weren't any new celestial humans, it was inevitable that they would be eroded and destroyed. Better to gamble. Alas, the gamble was lost. The Wang clan, which prospered in Qing State for hundreds of years, vanished into thin air. Even a few branch families or the luckiest survivors would have to hide their identities in the future. As for whether the Wang ancestor died, Ning Qi didn't dwell on it. If he did survive, he'd just deal with him casually when the time came. Ning Qi lay on a rattan chair, comfortably changing positions. He felt the seed of the Enlightenment tea tree underground was noticeably more active, full of life. Elder Wang's body lay beneath, providing nutrients to the seed. Ning Qi couldn't help but remark, "The flesh of a celestial human realm being is truly something." Thinking this, he felt a bit of regret. The 4 other corpses of the demon sect's celestial beings had all been taken away. If the Wang ancestor were still around, he could have borrowed his body to use. Perhaps then the Enlightenment tea tree would sprout soon. The 2 instances of celestial human realm battles involving the true martial sect and the Wang clan shocked everyone and gradually instilled a sense of unease. It's too frequent. In the past, battles between celestial human realm beings were rarely seen, but now they were falling one after another. If this is how celestial human realm beings fare, what about everyone else? Are they just cannon fodder? Some people consulted records and discovered the situation was somewhat similar to 100 years ago when the demon sect was similarly menacing until a martial saint of Great Yin intervened, suppressing the demon sect's strongest, leading to their disappearance. Now it seems they're poised for a comeback. Some people have keenly noticed that the current omens seem even more fierce than 100 years ago. Many have started to be cautious, avoiding getting involved. After all, even if the martial saint from Great Yin intervenes, countless people may die in the process. Yet there are those who are looking forward to it, even choosing sides secretly. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. Fortune is sought in danger, and the more chaotic Great Yin becomes, the more opportunities there are to accelerate growth. The martial realm of Great Yin gradually descends into chaos. No matter how the martial realm views this situation, both factions are extremely angry. Great Yin feels that although both sides lost 4 celestial human realm experts, the demon sect exterminated the Wang clan, leaving them at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the demon sect feels that this time they lost 5 celestial being experts, along with a strong elder like Elder Wang, suffering heavy losses. The underground palace of the demon sect. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Ghost Mask sat atop the throne without speaking, but anyone could imagine the solemn expression beneath the bronze mask, making everyone afraid to speak. After a moment, Ghost Mask's indifferent voice sounded. Elder Wang has not returned yet. Reporting to the vice sect leader, he has not. It's been days. It seems Elder Wang has indeed fallen. Ghost Mask stood tall. I secretly investigated and discovered traces of a battle, suspected to be between Elder Wang and an unknown strong person. Elder Wang suffered a one-sided defeat and disappeared, and the person used a fist technique resembling heaven-suppressing fist, likely Town North King, but it could be an impersonator. A chilling aura instantly filled the entire hall. I have never heard of Town North King teaching heaven-suppressing fist to anyone else. Town North King, excellent, truly excellent. Anger rose in everyone's eyes. The world rumors that this time both the demon sect and the imperial court lost 4 celestial being experts, seemingly evenly matched, while only they know that they lost 5 celestial being and the imperial court merely lost 3 celestial human realm experts. Not to mention that they also lost an existence like Elder Wang, comparable to being on the celestial being list. Town North King acts without conscience. Someday, Town North King must pay with blood. Rumors say Town North King and the Great Yin Emperor are friendly only in appearance, originally contemplating recruitment, but now it seems this bastard was merely acting. Angry curses rang out. Someone's voice was filled with murderous intent. The true martial sect has repeatedly caused our holy sect to lose celestial beings. Though this sect is weak, it interferes with our holy sect's rise. I suggest, Vice Sect Leader, that you lead us to destroy the true martial sect. Everyone's gaze froze, looking at Ghost Mask. Ghost Mask pondered, glancing at Qin Yun, who had his head lowered. Qin Yun, what do you think? Qin Yun's body slightly shook. He lifted his head, gaze calm. I believe we should not. A voice came from behind, dripping with sarcasm. I've heard before that Guardian Qin hails from the true martial sect, now preventing us from destroying true martial. Does he still harbor feelings for the old master? Mocking and questioning gazes fell upon Qin Yun. Qin Yun remained silent, without refuting. Ghost Mask stared at him. Give me a reason. Qin Yun slowly spoke. Our holy sect has fought continuously, losing 10 celestial beings. Continuing large-scale conflict is detrimental to our future. It's better to recuperate for now. Though true martial sect is weak, it possesses true man Longshan and true man Tianjian, 2 celestial beings. If we continue to send multiple celestial beings there and fall into an imperial court ambush, our holy sect will suffer greatly. You want the vice sect leader to go personally. If the imperial court has laid down a trap, wouldn't that put the vice sect leader in danger? Dare I ask, what are your intentions? His words were calm, yet sharp, leaving the person speechless, his face turning pale. I am loyal to the vice sect leader. How could a mere child like you speculate? The true martial sect, insignificant as they are, wouldn't warrant such attention from the imperial court. Qin Yun faintly retorted. Then how do you explain Town North King? Do you claim it's a coincidence? Are you going to use this coincidence to disregard the vice sect leader's safety? Ghost Mask's gaze narrowed. The person behind, cold sweat pouring, knelt to the ground. I mean no such thing. Qin Yun clearly holds old sentiment for the true martial sect. Qin Yun bowed and cupped his fists towards Ghost Mask. Vice sect leader, I merely believe that the insignificant true martial sect is like an ant, unable to obstruct our holy sect. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous. There is no need to persist in this at the current crucial juncture. Even if we are to destroy the true martial sect, wait a few years for the turmoil to pass. when the imperial court's attention is elsewhere, and our holy sect can crush them effortlessly. At that time, I am willing to take the lead and personally take the head of Taoist Longshan. His gaze was calm, as if he was discussing a trivial matter. Ghost Mask chuckled, his gaze somewhat cruel and callous. You make a good point. I'll give you 3 years. Then you will personally lead to destroy true martial sect. How about it? Qin Yun's heart trembled, but he finally took a deep breath. I accept the orders. However, I feel my strength is insufficient and have a request. Say it. I'd like to enter the blood demon pool. The hall was silent. Shocked gazes turned to Qin Yun. This guy is crazy? Ghost Mask's pupils contracted slightly, then burst into laughter. I permit it. Everyone looked at Qin Yun as if they were looking at a dead man. What kind of place is the blood demon pool? It's practically 10 deaths and no life. It harbors great terror, yet also great opportunities. It is a forbidden land of the demon sect and one of the strongest foundations of the sect. Generally speaking, if a gang essence realm expert within the demon sect is nearing their end, they will apply to enter the blood demon pool. If they can survive and come out, 9 out of 10 can step into the celestial human realm, extending their life by 400 years. However, the vast majority dissolve within, becoming nourishment for the pool. Over generations, even the people of the demon sect do not fully understand the perils within the blood demon pool. Qin Yun is very young and has just recently reached the gang essence realm. Yet he chooses to enter the blood demon pool, leaving everyone puzzled. Suddenly, someone recalled a rumor. Qin Yun used an unparalleled secret technique to burn his lifespan into the gang essence realm. As they looked at Qin Yun's hanging white hair and his decision to enter the blood demon pool today, many began to believe the rumor. If you successfully come out of the blood demon pool, I will personally ask the sect leader to nominate you as a candidate for our holy sect's saint heir. Ghost Mask laughed and promised, believing that Qin Yun, with his unparalleled talent, could stand at the top of the world if he transformed after coming out of the blood demon pool. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a thrill. Currently, the holy sect's saint heir position is vacant. If Qin Yun can come out of the blood demon pool alive, he will become a hot contender for the saint heir position. But no one argued. Everything depends on Qin Yun coming back alive from the blood demon pool. In there, one must comprehend the true essence of the holy sect and protect oneself with it. Otherwise, it is 10 deaths and no life. If Qin Yun can return safely, it will prove his loyalty. No one naturally had any doubts. Qin Yun bowed. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader. He lowered his head, his gaze complex. Securing 3 years for the true martial sect is the best he can do, better than suffering an attack from the demon sect now. After that, if he dies in the blood demon pool, everything will naturally be over, and he won't have to worry about anything anymore. If he can come out alive and lead a group, maybe there will be other opportunities. Ghost Mask's cold voice resounded in the Grand Hall. Suspend actions for now. Celestial human realm experts are to rest temporarily, not to make a move. All subordinate forces and halls of the holy sect, gang essence realm and below, act freely. As you command. As the doors of the Grand Hall slowly closed, Ghost Mask, sitting on the throne, suddenly asked contemplatively, "What do you think of this Qin Yun boy? His talent is not bad and suits the sad white hair secret technique you taught him, but his loyalty seems lacking." Previously, he spoke up, indicating he still harbors some attachment to the true martial sect. A voice laughed with an exaggerated, eerie cackle after each statement. Ghost Mask smiled. No matter, when he emerges from the blood demon pool, he will naturally belong wholly to our holy sect. By then, letting him personally destroy the true martial sect might indeed evoke the presence of a saint heir. He could see Qin Yun's little schemes, but the true martial sect was indeed a small player in his eyes. The grand plan of the holy sect was the focus. He had not yet destroyed the true martial sect, not because of Qin Yun's advice, but because the commotion was indeed too much. The main reason was that the great Yin martial saint's deterrent force was too powerful. Even though he wouldn't strike casually, The demon sect didn't dare be too reckless either. Ghost Mask looked into the darkness, sighing softly. Let's hope the sect leader succeeds soon. A storm. It began with Divine Feather Grand General's destruction of the demon sect's Death Fire Abyss division, leading to a tumultuous struggle between the Great Yin Court and the demon sect. Using the attacks on True Martial Mountain and the Wang clan as a turning point, the situation reached an extremely tense level, just when everyone thought it would escalate further. Surprisingly, both forces strangely became silent, filled with an indescribable tacit understanding. Of course, it wasn't complete silence, but rather the battles among celestial human realm experts gradually decreased until they ceased, while the killings below the celestial human realm intensified significantly. From time to time, there were reports of demon sect martial artists creating chaos in various places. The entire martial realm began to stir. Some became famous for slaying demons, while others joined the demon sect to obtain resources and strengthen themselves. Inside the bright martial pavilion, Ning Qi listened to Taoist Longshan's account, lost in thought. So it seems the Great Yin Court and the demon sect must have reached some kind of understanding, with celestial human realm experts not taking the field, only allowing clashes below that level, making us temporarily safe. Taoist Longshan nodded and said, "Precisely, the destructive power of celestial human realm experts is too great. If they really fought with anger, it would likely lead to widespread disaster, something the Great Yin dynasty is unwilling to see." Ning Qi understood. Although the Great Yin dynasty has the upper hand with greater strength and the Great Yin martial saint overseeing them, they also have a fatal weakness, which is the vast territory and millions of common people. If the demon sect fears the Great Yin martial saint's intervention and doesn't act too excessively, then the Great Yin court fears the demon sect turning completely reckless, resulting in indiscriminate slaughter, making it impossible for them to protect against every celestial human realm of the demon sect. Although the demon sect also seeks to overthrow the Great Yin and views its land and people as their own possessions, they usually don't target civilians. But when cornered, who knows what madness they might commit. The demon sect gained the term demon because they sometimes act with extreme tendencies. Yet Ning Qi was puzzled. Why does it always feel like the Great Yin martial saint is restraining himself? Logically, with the strength of a martial saint, he should be able to suppress everything below the martial saint level. Although Ning Qi had never seen the martial saint personally take action. However, judging from scattered records in ancient texts and the strength of the Town North King, it can be surmised somewhat that being ranked 9th on the celestial being list already carries such prestige, let alone being a martial saint. Is it unwillingness to act, or inability, or perhaps there are other hidden reasons? Facing Ning Qi's question, Taoist Longshan was also a bit puzzled. Perhaps the whole world is confused, and only a very few people know the real secrets within. Perhaps the complete true martial legacy records the secrets of the martial saint, but the one I obtained was somewhat incomplete. Taoist Longshan unusually spoke of the time he acquired the true martial legacy. His gaze revealed an expression of reminiscence. Back then, when I was young, I accidentally entered the true martial underground palace. With the ability to remember everything at a glance, I obtained part of the legacy, then fell into a coma. Upon waking, I found myself in a barren mountain wilderness, and the underground palace was nowhere to be seen. Over these years, I have secretly revisited the old place, but the underground palace remains elusive. Perhaps fate won't allow me to see it again in this lifetime. Taoist Longshan sighed lightly. Ning Qi was filled with astonishment. Is the true martial underground palace truly so magical? Could it be covered by a Chiman array? Or is the underground palace alive and has moved elsewhere? He continuously expressed various conjectures. Taoist Longshan shook his head slowly, dismissing his first guess. It shouldn't be a Chiman array. I once asked a friend skilled in Chiman technique to take a look, and indeed there was nothing there. Seeing Ning Qi's interest, Taoist Longshan smiled and said, "I'll take you there someday, and you'll see for yourself." Ning Qi nodded gently. He was genuinely looking forward to discovering what secrets the true martial underground palace held. Time passed quietly. As the celestial human realm battle gradually subsided, Ning Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This situation turned out better than he expected, as even the fake pill only consumed about 30% of its energy. He could finally continue cultivating with peace of mind. Every day, reading scriptures, enlightenment, and refining Gang was leisurely and carefree. Within Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi was focused on alchemy. Yesterday, after some experimentation and deduction, he finally combined relic, luminous pearl, and other spiritual materials to create a pill formula that accelerates the tempering of Gang Qi. He named it the Golden Jade Pill. Ning Qi's actions were remarkably fluent, with a beauty that was close to the essence of Tao, while the white ape observed and learned, fascinated. However, it truly wasn't suited for this task. It had tried once, ending up covered in ashes, and was still striving to one day become a qualified pill-refining boy. Gang Qi transformed at Ning Qi's command. If other alchemists saw alchemy being performed this way, they would be astonished beyond belief. Finally, as Ning Qi stopped, the alchemy furnace before him emitted strands of golden light. Ning Qi looked intently. He saw 6 shiny, dragon eye-sized small pills quietly resting inside. Let's test the effect. Without hesitation, Ning Qi turned and entered the room, while the white ape cleaned up the aftermath. A golden jade pill was swallowed. Instantly, a vast medicinal power surged. It was exceedingly gentle. Falling into the Dantian location, it did not explode violently. Ning Qi entered the realm of celestial being unity. The power of heaven and earth formed a grand millstone enveloping him, and only Ning Qi could hear the rumbling sound as the medicinal power surged in, causing strands of white mist Gang Qi to become thicker and purer, faster than ever before. 2 hours later, Ning Qi stopped cultivating, sensing the differences before and after. A smile emerged on his lips. This golden jade pill isn't about rapid enhancement. Rather, it's about slow and steady progress. A single golden jade pill can provide me a month of cultivation effect. In this way, after 6 golden jade pills, I can enter the jade liquid realm. Ning Qi was very satisfied. By then, he would be just under 9 years old. Feeling the intense Gang Qi within, capable of unleashing the heavenly sword technique twice, Ning Qi eagerly anticipated his power upon entering the jade liquid realm. Perhaps by then, false pill augmentation would be unnecessary to possess the strength of the celestial being list, perhaps even more extraordinary. Ning Qi's strength had already shown explosive growth, related to the supreme foundation he laid before. Now he was unlocking treasures step by step, his combat power far exceeding his realm, unimaginable to the world. Joy filled Ning Qi's heart. He stepped outside, looking again towards the direction of the vine chair, or more precisely, beneath the vine chair. His eyes immediately showed amazement. He could sense that the enlightenment tea tree seed had slightly sprouted, striving to break through the earth, and this day wasn't far away. After absorbing the physical body of a celestial human realm, the seed underwent a miraculous change. A double blessing arrived. This made Ning Qi's heart filled with emotions. The dead seeds sprouted, and the haze brought by demon sect days ago gradually dispersed. Given some time, he would surely surprise the demon sect a little. Another year of the true Martial Peach Assembly. 8 true disciples gathered together. During this year, many things have happened. Taoist Longshan held the celestial being grand ceremony, the intricacies of which only true martial disciples know, and everyone is full of sentiments. This year, Yiqinghe's peach blossom brew has become even sweeter. She seems to have really mastered the technique. But Ning Qi knows there's only this one kind. Yiqing has secretly tried other types of liquor and failed every time. So she self-proclaimed herself as the master of peach blossom brew, specializing in this one drink. Everyone smiles knowingly and only offers praise. This year's peach fruit astonished everyone even more. How do I feel that this peach fruit is better than previous years? It's not just my imagination, right? The seventh disciple, Song City, couldn't help but grab another. Everyone nodded. It's not an illusion. Eating it makes the body heat up, seemingly strengthening our foundation. Each person is surprised. It's somewhat magical. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Previously, Master obtained 3 bright fruits at the Celestial Being Grand Ceremony. I studied them a bit and improved the cultivation method of the peach trees, but it's only the beginning. The effects aren't that obvious yet. The 4th disciple, Hien, looked exaggeratedly at the peach trees outside the yard. Good heavens, does that mean our true martial sect will have large areas of spirit species comparable to the bright tree in the future? It's still early. Ning Qi just chuckled. To achieve the effect of the bright fruit, there's a long way to go. But perhaps in a few years at the true martial peach assembly, we might be drinking enlightenment tea. Everyone is expectant. They no longer have any doubts about Ning Qi. Though they don't know what his specific realm is, they don't think it's low, and some even believe he might have surpassed a few weaker ones among them. The sleep dream pill from before is the proof. This year, first disciple Luo Wentian and second disciple Xiong Shi benefited from the gang condensing pill, successfully broke through the white mist realm, and rapidly grew with the help of the quenching gang pill. This pill's wonder surpasses any pill they previously knew, likely enough to easily break past their former cultivation records. The others also progress rapidly. The wonder of the sleep dream skill and sleep dream pill left them in awe. Yi Qinghe has long reached the 9th fold of the inner essence realm, just needing some more accumulation to step into the gang essence realm with the gang condensing pill. Since Ning Qi, the cultivation of the true disciples of true martial sect began to speed up significantly, much faster than their previous cultivation pace alone. Themselves being like this, not to mention Ning Qi himself, even when young, his cultivation is likely already extremely remarkable. However, everyone tacitly chose not to ask much. They believe that when the right day comes, Ning Qi will naturally inform them. Jill, after this peach assembly, we will probably descend the mountain for training. When that time comes, we will find you more interesting things. You like reading. Your senior brothers and sisters will try to find some rare records for you. Do you have any preferences? Everyone asked. As senior brothers and sisters, being repeatedly cared for by the junior brother, they feel somewhat embarrassed. Ning Qi pondered and then said, "If there are records about the martial saint, you can find me more, and some miscellaneous odd skills interest me too. With the senior brothers and sisters' abilities, 2 profound martial arts might be hard to find, so it's better to turn to other aspects." Ning Qi wants to learn more about things concerning the martial saint realm. The celestial human realm holds no secrets to him anymore. He needs to prepare in advance and not wait until the last moment to start searching, for he feels the martial saint realm is not that simple. Recently, he explored the records of past conflicts between the Great Yin Imperial Court and the Demon Sect. The Great Yin martial saints seemed to be avoiding action, not acting freely. Thinking of past eras where martial saints were rarely left with detailed information, only fragmented descriptions, Ning Qi felt strange. Even if martial saints have ascended, they shouldn't leave no trace behind, right? Of course, having the senior brothers and sisters attempt to seek is just trying, not holding much hope. Everyone agreed with laughter. We will surely make you, junior brother, satisfied. Ning Qi thought a moment and reminded. But now the demon sect and Great Yan's struggle continues endlessly. I've heard chaos everywhere, with gang essence realm experts frequently appearing. Senior brothers and sisters, you must be careful. He turned and walked into the house, then took out a ceramic bottle and poured out several crimson pills. These are blood-burning pills. If you encounter a foe you cannot defeat, you can consume them to unleash potential for counterattack or escape. Remember, the effect lasts only 15 minutes. This is Ning Qi's idle work. The demon sect's blood-burning technique gave him the inspiration. Though the blood-burning pill's aftereffects are not as strong, causing only temporary weakness without harming foundations. Comparatively, the efficacy isn't as potent. Everyone is touched and solemnly stores the pills. They didn't speak, just silently made up their minds to find some useful rare books for the junior disciple. Watching the departing backs of his senior brothers and sisters, Ning Qi sighed lightly. Unlike the others, he possesses full enlightenment. Even sitting casually in the mountain allows him to grow quickly and gain insight. For others to improve, training is indispensable. The conflict between the demon sect and Great Yin causes chaos in the martial realm, but opportunities lie within danger, and one must seize them to make bold advancements. Ning Qi is not a saint, unable to protect everyone's safety or make decisions for them. The only thing he can do is prepare some trump cards like blood-burning pills for them as much as possible. Many true martial disciples have gone down the mountain. Previously, they had been stifled on the mountain for a long time. Now with the demon sect's celestial beings dormant, it is an opportunity to venture outside. On true martial mountain, it is rarely quiet. Taoist Longshan is still recovering from injuries. Previously, the demon sect attacked true martial mountain at night, forcing him to fight with demon sect celestial beings, worsening his recently improved injuries. Fortunately, with the Blood Sun ginseng bestowed by the Great Yin Imperial Court along with Thousand-Year Flame Sun Jade, he is steadily recovering now. Ning Qi's Seeking Tao Institute has become quiet without the comings and goings of several true disciples. He feels at ease. Every day, he enjoys reading Taoist scripture and seeking enlightenment. The Taoist scripture sent by true profound sect has greatly benefited him. The insights of predecessors on the universe inspire him occasionally. Now, Ning Qi's foundation is much deeper than a few years ago. If he were to return to when he first practiced the martial path, he surely wouldn't take so long to create the myriad phenomena origin stance. This makes him think of Taoist Baishan, and for a moment, he felt tempted by the old Taoist proposal to plunder Taoism. He further thought, if one day I can use the aspirations of all beings in the world as nourishment, gathering the wisdom of all beings, how refreshing would that be? Ning Qi shook his head with a chuckle, feeling he was thinking a bit too much for now. After all, he hasn't reached the celestial human realm yet. Attempting to gather wisdom of all beings is a bit ambitious, but for now, he does not need it. He practices inner observation. Having taken a second golden jade pill, Gang Qi swirled like mist and lakes, with astonishing power lurking within, nearing jade transformation liquid. Ning Qi did not continue refining Gang Qi. Refining Gang Qi is a gradual process, not to be overdone. He holds the treasure armor he obtained previously, carefully examining it. Upon entering the unity of heaven and man state, the power of heaven and earth caresses its surface, testing the armor with various levels of impact and vibration. Ning Qi named this armor Cyan Profound Treasure Armor. Experimenting with it has been one of his pleasures lately. This armor is as soft as water, but becomes instantly firm against force, able to withstand impact. This is partly due to the skill of the weapon refining master, but mostly due to the material itself. The material is extremely special. The way it absorbs forces is also exceptionally unique. If I could thoroughly research it, perhaps I could develop a strong defense secret technique. Ning Qi feels somewhat tempted. After all, armor is external and only protects the body. If a secret technique were to be created, it would be a personal strength, flawless. With secret technique and armor protection, the safety factor would greatly increase. Ning Qi is very keen on such path guardian techniques. He switches to using Gang Qi to touch the armor, observing the armor's special wave when dispersing force, noting its special changes, and Gang Qi starts to simulate accordingly. After days of study, he has gained some insights. Gang Qi transforms into strands of cyan profound light. These cyan lights meander unpredictably, spiraling in a unique manner around Ning Qi, looking intangible to the eye, yet when touched, they immediately become sturdy barriers. Ning Qi manipulates the power of heaven and earth gently pressing it onto the cyan light barrier, increasing the force constantly. At first, the cyan light barrier remains poised, but as Ning Qi increases the force, it suddenly bursts into countless light points with a boom. Ning Qi slightly frowns. Still not enough. Cyan Profound Body Protection Technique can almost withstand attacks at the Primordial Core realm level. When standing still, Primordial Core attacks struggle to break it. But facing Celestial Human Realm strength, it can only withstand 2 or 3 hits. To be honest, this secret technique can be considered successful in creation, but obviously it does not meet Ning Qi's expectations and needs further improvement. He hopes the defense secret technique can reach the defense level of Cyan Profound Treasure Armor. At least, needs to be able to withstand a punch from the Town North King. Ning Qi thought. The Town North King is the strongest he has seen. Ning Qi uses him as a hypothetical enemy, first aiming to survive his hands. Continue optimization. Ning Qi does not feel discouraged. If Gang Qi can fully simulate the mystique of Cyan Profound Treasure Armor, it should be possible. This process is not wasted. It also strengthens the foundation of myriad phenomena true Gang, embracing the characteristics of all things in the world, merging them into unity. This was Ning Qi's original intention in creating myriad phenomena true Gang. Time flows slowly. Ning Qi has been consistently cultivating as planned, and under his deductions and improvements, the defense of Cyan Profound Body Protection Technique becomes increasingly abnormal. Golden jade pills are consumed one by one, Ning Qi's aura growing increasingly strong. While digesting the 4th golden jade pill, the 5th disciple Jiang Baishan returned to True Martial Mountain, catching Ning Qi's attention. Because Jiang Baishan took a blood-burning pill, his left arm hung limp on his body, almost severed. Ning Qi arrived upon hearing the news. Just as he reached the courtyard of Jiang Baishan, he heard the hearty laughter of his senior brother. "Old Five, are you saying you got yourself beaten by a little girl?" Ning Qi walked into the courtyard and saw Jiang Baishan with his left arm wrapped in layers of white cloth, looking a bit disheveled. What happened here? Ning Qi became somewhat curious. Originally, he thought the matter was serious, but seeing his senior brother and 5th brother like this, it didn't seem too severe. Instead, he wanted to know what Jiang Baishan had gone through. A master of the White Mist realm shouldn't be this embarrassed, right? Jiang Baishan, upon seeing Ning Qi, became even more embarrassed but still slowly recounted the events. Ning Qi's expression gradually turned peculiar. So it turned out, Jiang Baishan's recent descent from the mountain had been smooth, everything going well. He was even helping Ning Qi gather strange tales about the martial saint. But one night, while traversing through the mountains, he came upon a secluded pool and decided to take a bath. Who would have thought that during the bath, he accidentally emerged from the other side, finding himself face to face with a woman in her natural state. The consequences were as expected. The woman was no easy mark. Her cultivation was not low. She chased Jiang Baishan with her sword for a month. Jiang Baishan felt guilty, thinking that since he had seen the woman's body, he shouldn't retaliate. But he never expected to almost lose his left arm to her sword. In the end, it was thanks to the blood-burning pill Ning Qi gave him that he managed to escape her. Ning Qi's expression grew even stranger, while Luo Wentian couldn't hold back his laughter and teased. "Old Five, oh old Five, you're usually so decisive in battle, yet you showed mercy to a woman. I bet that woman must be a stunning beauty, making you so reluctant to harm her." Jiang Baishan's face turned slightly red. Then he retorted fiercely. "Nonsense. I felt guilty first, so I kept letting her off. Just wait. Once I heal and go down the mountain again, I'll teach her a harsh lesson." He felt a bit humiliated. Ning Qi chuckled softly, but thought that this woman indeed had a ruthless side. She genuinely wanted to hack him. If 5th brother hadn't dodged quickly, he might have lost an arm. "5th brother, you'd better heal up first before anything else." Jiang Baishan patted his chest decisively and said, "Little junior brother, don't worry. This time, I won't hold back. I'll strip that little vixen naked and throw her into the river. The three of them joked around a bit before discussing more serious matters. However, during this descent, I found that the Great Yin dynasty is indeed different from a few years ago. Luo Wentian asked with concern, "How so?" Currently overseeing many aspects of the true martial sect, he was particularly concerned about such matters. This time I went to Chu State, and if a few years ago the demon sect was just a fleeting rumor, now they are much more frequent, found in prefectures, counties, and cities. The demon sect's reach has extended to many areas, suggesting that their century of recuperation should not be underestimated. The imperial court and the demon sect are subtly clashing, with some areas already vaguely under the demon sect's control. I originally thought the demon sect was no match for the imperial court, but now it seems otherwise. The recent wartime truce by the imperial court might also stem from concern over this. After all, even if celestial beings are mighty, if the dynasty's foundation is controlled, it would be difficult to sustain. You can't just destroy cities and states with a single strike. The Great Yin evidently doesn't want its own realm to be left in ruins, so it's trying to find a solution. Moreover, the martial realm is much more chaotic than before. Many martial sects, taking advantage of the conflict between the demon sect and the imperial court, started to eliminate dissent and settle old scores. The fighting is far more frequent, and tales of annihilated sects are common. It seems there's a great upheaval on the horizon. I wonder if it will be like 100 years ago when the Great Yin martial saint intervened to stabilize the world. At this, Jiang Baishan lowered his voice and said, "There are vague rumors in the martial realm that the Great Yin martial saint has long since perished, though it's unsure if they're true." Luo Wentian seemed a bit worried. He was pondering what path the true martial sect should take amidst such a situation. Even with the backing of his master and true man Tianjian, two celestial human realm experts, caution was necessary. Ning Qi quietly listened. He felt that the current turmoil would last for some time, and the situation was far from clear. From the previous truce between the imperial court and demon sect, it was evident that both sides were still restraining themselves, brewing something. As for the rumor of the Great Yin martial saint's fall, Ning Qi felt it was likely untrue. Thinking from another perspective, if it were his time to go, he would at least clear a path for those after him, rather than slipping away silently. Ning Qi wasn't overly worried. In another 2 or 3 years, as long as he reached the celestial human realm, protecting the true martial sect shouldn't be difficult. Jiang Baishan's injuries weren't too severe. After a month, he descended the mountain again, eager to redeem his previous disgrace, while also promising Ning Qi that this time he would bring back more information about the martial saint realm. Ning Qi merely nodded with a smile, and then gave him 2 more blood-burning pills, urging him to stay safe. He wasn't particularly worried. Jiang Baishan was strong, and having seen his wounds, although they looked vicious, the other party had actually shown restraint. In this light, the two seemed a bit like old foes. Time passed quietly. The chill of autumn slowly set in. Thanks to the dual effects of the 1,000-year flame, sun jade, and blood sun ginseng, Taoist Longshan's injuries healed faster than expected. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Ning Qi. After explaining the situation to Ning Qi, he quietly descended the mountain to trace the whereabouts of the Blood Rain Tower. Such assassin organizations are extremely secretive. To destroy the Blood Rain Tower, with their strength, it wouldn't be difficult, but the premise is to first find the Blood Rain Tower and find the culprit who annihilated the Snow Plum Manor back then. Fortunately, over the years, Taoist Longshan has many friends who can help. Ning Qi is very grateful for this. If he were to search by himself, it would probably take a lot of effort, and he might not even find it. In his spare time, he is attempting to simplify several secret techniques that he knows, intending to hand them over to Taoist Longshan later. It's not that he doesn't want to teach the full version, but due to others' lack of comprehension, they wouldn't be able to learn it. As for the numerous martial arts secret techniques that Ning Qi placed in the scripture pavilion, he had already informed Taoist Longshan, who then informed Luo Wentian to handle them properly. Although he hopes for the disciples of the true martial sect to become stronger, there must be corresponding regulations. Otherwise, if everyone becomes complacent with ready-made ultimate skills and secret techniques, the sect would not be far from extinction. During this period, when Ning Qi had just swallowed the sixth golden jade pill, Yi Qinghe also returned to the mountain. Her situation was much better than Jiang Baishan's. This journey down the mountain brought her opportunities, and she has already touched upon the chance to advance to the Gang Essence realm. Upon returning to the mountain, she only needs to take a Gang condensing pill to accelerate this process and smoothly become the fourth Gang Essence realm expert of the true martial sect. However, before entering seclusion, Yi Qinghe sought out Ning Qi. Joe, during my trip down the mountain, I passed through a small town and heard from a blind old man about a rumor concerning a martial saint. It said that it is the hometown of that martial saint, and someone once saw the martial saint in his old age, a fleeting glance, incredibly aged. It seems that the martial saint did not ascend, and ultimately his whereabouts became unknown. This rumor has been passed down by word of mouth for many years, and it's unknown how much truth there is to it. Yi Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed, with great ambition before descending the mountain, only to realize how scarce the information about the martial saint was after descending, and this rumor was the only one vaguely relevant. She felt a bit sorry towards her little junior brother. Ning Qi inquired about the location of that small town and expressed that he liked hearing such rumors, which brought joy back to Yi Qinghe. After Yi Qinghe left, Ning Qi fell into contemplation. This rumor at least offered 2 points for Ning Qi to ponder. Firstly, the martial saint's 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit is at perfection. Logically speaking, even if approaching life's end, the physical body shouldn't just wither, right? Could it be that he was severely injured? Secondly, the martial saint did not ascend? Is it due to insufficient realm or other reasons? Ning Qi silently noted down this information. He simply placed a mental question mark since it was a rumor Yi Qinghe heard, and its authenticity was unknown. If there's an opportunity, he could visit that small town himself to see. Shaking his head, Ning Qi temporarily set these matters aside. This is destined to be a long exploration process. If by then he has not found more records regarding the martial saint realm, he would set out personally to search. However, that would be after he sets foot on the celestial human realm. Only then would he have enough confidence. Inner observation. His internal Gang Qi had surged significantly compared to when he initially entered the white mist realm, and the Dantian area was shrouded in white mist, already shining with a luster. After months of cultivation, aided by the heaven and earth grinding wheels quenching Gang technique and the golden jade pill, Ning Qi's progress was exceptionally rapid. If ordinary people saw such immense Gang Qi within Ning Qi, they would probably be speechless in shock. Now, it's the last golden jade pill, and in half a month to a month, I can attempt white mist transforming into jade liquid. Ning Qi was somewhat expectant. This would be a qualitative transformation. The Gang Qi of the jade liquid realm would be much stronger and gradually possess a wonderful spirituality. For ordinary jade liquid realm experts, this spirituality might only make their Gang Qi more nimble, but with Ning Qi's exceptionally vast amount of Gang Qi, it could possibly offer more wondrous phenomena, perhaps enabling him to accomplish things previously impossible. Time passed slowly. The peach trees outside the Seeking Tao Institute gradually withered, life faded, and a cold wind howled, with sporadic small snowflakes falling. Ning Qi stood within the Seeking Tao Institute, experimenting with improvements to the cyan profound body protection technique. A faint cyan light intermittently appeared on his body surface, occasionally solidifying, exuding a sense of heaviness. Ning Qi integrated the essence of mountains and the profound turtle's intent, significantly increasing the defense, now reaching 70% of the cyan profound treasure armor's defense capability. But it's already at its limit. Ning Qi sighed. Further improvements wouldn't be cost-effective, as spending a great amount of time, might only yield minimal enhancements, making it unworthy. The reason lies in Ning Qi's Gang Qi quality setting its limit. Even if it's a piece of paper, no matter how folded, there's always a limit. If it's iron, it would be entirely different. If one wishes to make the cyan profound body protection technique more potent, they must enhance the Gang Qi quality. Fortunately, it's not difficult. A slight smile appeared on Ning Qi's lips. He stood with hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. As the sparse snow turned heavier, with a thought, he instantly entered the realm of celestial being unity. The heaven and earth grinding wheel gathered around his whole body. His Gang Qi, already immense to an incredible extent, started rotating in a wondrous manner. The myriad phenomena true Gang technique operated, the white mist continually compressed and condensed, everything falling into place and following its natural course. Drip! In the dantian, a drop of liquid with a jade-like luster splashed, and waves of Gang Qi ripples spread outwards, initiating the transformation process. White mist transforming into jade liquid, and so it is. One drop after another of Gang Qi jade liquid condensed, dripping into the boundless space of the dantian. In the blink of an eye, it formed a small pond. Yet above the small pond, there was a vast and majestic white mist, and endless white mist continually surged out from within Ning Qi's body. It can be foreseen. This transformation is not something that will end in a moment. Snow like goose feathers gradually covered the peach blossom trees outside the courtyard. Ning Qi stood quietly, but the snowflakes seemed to have their own spirit, bypassing him and creating a small snowflake vacuum. When the white ape returned from play and saw this scene, it instinctively acted as a guardian for Ning Qi. In fact, Ning Qi didn't need it. Advancing to jade liquid was natural and inevitable. He could start or stop at any time. This transformation lasted 3 days. The heavy snow had long stopped, and the changes within Ning Qi's body had reached the final moment. As the last wisp of white mist condensed into jade liquid and dripped into the jade liquid sea below, Ning Qi's entire body trembled, and a series of wonderful changes began to occur. The previously calm jade liquid sea within him surged, with each wave carrying a powerful force. Ning Qi felt his physical body growing stronger and more vibrant. He could feel that his lifespan seemed to have increased mysteriously, which was quite incredible, as ordinary martial artists, whether at the white mist, jade liquid, or primordial core stages, all within the realm of Gang essence, had a lifespan of 400 years. But he had far exceeded this realm. As his thoughts turned in his mind, waves of spiritual light emerged, the most direct manifestation. Every time his life essence improved, his capacity for understanding increased once again. Ning Qi opened his eyes and nodded with a smile at the white ape. He then focused on his own changes. So much stronger than before. He casually clenched his fist, and the power of the jade liquid sea within him burst forth, with an intention to tremble the void. This transformation once again uncovered a large amount of potential in Ning Qi's physical body, allowing his Gang Qi not only to transform in quality, but also to surpass expectations in quantity. If others' jade liquid were just a small pond, Ning Qi's was a vast ocean, an unbelievable difference. Now, just with the power of Gang Qi itself, I should be able to contend with the strong ones on the celestial being list, right? Ning Qi compared himself to the celestial being list-level strong ones he had encountered before. The Divine Feather Grand General, Cyan Bull Blade Master, Old Demon Lin, that unknown elder, and the Town North King. At least the first 4, he felt he could contend with even without entering the realm of celestial being unity, or even defeat. As for the Town North King, it's hard to say, as that day he didn't fight with all his might. Even if I use all my methods now, I'm uncertain if I could contend with him. Ning Qi's gaze flickered. He estimated that his combat power should be between the top 10 to 20 on the celestial being list, but it's hard to measure accurately, as there are too few samples, and Ning Qi has many methods, which makes it hard to judge. But undoubtedly, this level of power already stands at the pinnacle of great yin. Without the martial saint appearance, few could threaten Ning Qi's life. The constant sense of crisis Ning Qi had felt was greatly reduced. Although the demon sect was temporarily at rest, Ning Qi dared not be completely lax. If the demon sect resurged, relying solely on the power of a fake pill would be far from enough, but now it was much better. Even if there were such unparalleled strong ones from the demon sect, they wouldn't be many. Moreover, he would continue to grow. If I step into the primordial core realm, I might be invincible among the celestial beings. Ning Qi was somewhat expectant. The cultivation ahead was to condense the primordial core from jade liquid. Ning Qi sensed the vast sea of jade liquid within him and smiled helplessly. In everything, there are pros and cons. With such a colossal jade liquid sea as his, forming it into a primordial core wasn't an easy task. Of course, it wouldn't be too troublesome either. At most, it would just take some time to gradually polish. Without dwelling on this too much, Ning Qi began to carefully comprehend the changes in his gang qi. After advancing to the jade liquid realm, he could distinctly feel that his gang qi had become much more agile, possessing some kind of previously unseen spirituality. He extended a finger, and the gang qi surged and condensed, instantly conjuring a mighty and fierce bien in the courtyard. The bien's gaze was fierce, lifelike. The white ape, who had just settled in for cultivation, instinctively had its hair standing on end. It opened its eyes, was startled by the bien. But soon, the bien vanished. Then Xiaoniao, Chaofeng, divine eagle, true dragon, among many other divine beasts appeared, each with an extraordinary presence. Accompanied by the true intense Ning Qi had mastered, they seemed like real exotic beasts, though after all, they were gang qi condensed and couldn't compare to flesh and blood. White Ape was in awe, his eyes widened in shock at the miraculous sight. Having spent much time with Ning Qi didn't bother to hide his methods from him. He was probably the one who knew Ning Qi best, aside from Taoist Longshan. In his heart, he always regarded Ning Qi as a goal to aspire to. After the white ape reached the inner essence realm, its cultivation speed remained unstoppable. Its overall combat power, now, was likely approaching the gang essence realm. After all, its bloodline had a natural advantage compared to the human race, able to unleash stronger fighting abilities. Ning Qi was absorbed in his activities, feeling somewhat intrigued. A flash of insight occurred in his mind as the jade liquid sea surged, and a humanoid figure condensed from gang qi emerged beside Ning Qi. Its gaze was cold and emotionless, and although its movements were initially stiff, they soon became remarkably agile. With a cloak, it could deceive the eye. The only drawback was that it would collapse if subjected to a powerful attack. Perhaps I can explore this further. If I can form a gang qi avatar, it might be exceptionally useful at certain times. Ning Qi mused to himself. True man Tianjin cannot remain hidden forever. If the enemy is too strong, Ning Qi would have to intervene personally. If the Town North King hadn't intervened last time, Ning Qi would have had to reveal himself. Although it was possible to use disguise, having such a Gangxi avatar as a substitute might be better. However, to reach the level where a Gangxi avatar can contend with a strong opponent from the celestial human realm or even the celestial being list would require additional time for deduction. Otherwise, at its current level, its practicality is limited. Ning Qi dissipated the Gangxi figure. Then he continued, deducing the cyan profound body protection technique. Now that the Gangxi had greatly improved, this defense secret technique could be further enhanced. It was originally capable of achieving 70% of the defense of the cyan profound treasure armor, and now, after reaching the deduction's limit, surpassing the cyan profound treasure armor was an easy feat. A few days later, Yi Qinghe successfully broke through and advanced to the White Mist Realm, becoming the fourth Gang Essence Realm true disciple of the true martial sect on the surface. The members of the true martial sect were all joyful, as this signified a stronger foundation for the true martial sect. To this point, aside from the fourth disciple He Yin, the sixth disciple Sun Chuan Hai, and the seventh disciple Song City, all true disciples had entered the Gang Essence realm. Of course, they were unaware that Ning Qi had long since reached the Gang Essence realm. Ning Qi advanced to the Jade Liquid realm, unknown to anyone. He was not one to flaunt, and had always been this way. In the days that followed, his life remained just as before. He spent part of his time in the scripture pavilion studying Taoist scriptures to enhance his own foundation, and part of his time was dedicated to improving and creating various secret techniques. After advancing to the Jade Liquid realm, there was still room for improvement in several secret techniques. Lastly, he methodically refined Gang Qi daily. To break through from the Jade Liquid realm to the Primordial Core realm was essentially no different. It was still about refining Gang Qi. Although the Jade Liquid within Ning Qi was quite abundant, a 1,000-mile journey begins with one step, and with daily cultivation, his progress was remarkably fast. Unfortunately, without the Golden Jade Pill, the cultivation would have been much quicker. There's still the Luminous Pearl and other spirit medicines, but the relic is hard to find. Generally speaking, the Buddhist sect usually considers relics as precious gifts to repay kindness and won't trade them. To do so would desecrate the venerable Arhat monks who passed on, making obtaining a relic from the Buddhist sect unrealistic unless one annihilates a sect and destroys temples. This did not align with Ning Qi's principles. If someone provoked him, he could deal with them decisively, but he could not bring himself to annihilate a sect and commit senseless slaughter for the sake of his own cultivation. Another option was to exchange with someone who had been gifted a relic in the past, but such people were rare. Ning Qi had already spoken with Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian about this, merely expressing that the relic was useful to him and asking them to help search for one. Of course, Ning Qi didn't pin all his hopes on acquiring a relic. He was also searching for alternative items. Taoist Longshan had already returned to the mountains some time ago. Currently, the Great Yin was in chaos. The imperial court and the demon sect were in constant conflict. Likewise, martial sects were at odds with each other. Assassin organizations like the Blood Rain Tower naturally wouldn't stay hidden and occasionally made moves. Through certain connections, Taoist Longshan had located some traces of the Blood Rain Tower, but it only made him more alarmed. This Blood Rain Tower was no simple matter, as there seemed to be traces of other forces behind them. Taoist Longshan became more cautious, fearing he might alert the enemy. If he were to continue probing persistently, it might raise suspicion, causing the Blood Rain Tower to hide even deeper. After informing Ning Qi, Taoist Longshan and Ning Qi made a plan to descend the mountain together once they had a clearer picture of the Blood Rain Tower's movements, ensuring a decisive strike to avoid future troubles. Unknowingly, Ning Qi had already turned 9. Currently, Ning Qi's physique was tall and slender, almost comparable to teenagers, and years of studying the scriptures and seeking enlightenment had given him an intangible aura of transcendence that captivated others. His thoughts drifted back to 9 years ago. At that time, when he had just traveled to this world, he encountered a murderous situation. His mother in this life was only glimpsed briefly, and he never even saw his father becoming an orphan. Ning Qi himself almost perished in a sea of flames. If Taoist Longshan hadn't arrived in time, he would probably have met his end already. Ning Qi naturally remembered all of this. Over the years, he quietly cultivated, occasionally using these events as one of his motivations, for he did not wish to emulate Huangshang and achieve mastery only to find that his enemies were already dead. Now, Ning Qi's strength was now among the highest in the Great Yin, giving him the means for revenge. He no longer needed to wait. Father, Mother, I cannot repay your kindness in bringing me into this world. I can only offer the blood of my enemies to honor your spirits in the heavens. Ning Qi watched the heavy snow falling in the courtyard and sighed softly. That year, it was also snowing heavily. P.S. Seeking monthly votes, 160 more needed to reach 1,000. The snow on True Marshall Mountain fell even heavier. Even though Taoist Longshan was already a celestial human realm expert, he wouldn't casually change the heavenly phenomena. As the year-end approached, one by one, disciples of the true martial sect gradually returned to the mountain. Both outer sect and inner sect disciples were itching to showcase their skills at the year-end martial art competition. With Taoist Longshan stepping into the celestial human realm, the true martial sect also began to expand in an orderly manner. The rewards at the competition were even more generous, with many martial arts secret techniques tempting the disciples greatly. But what they didn't know was, most of these were created by Ning Qi. Over the years, Ning Qi had read through the scripture pavilion. Even casual creations were remarkable martial arts. With his current level, creating martial arts for the body-tempering realm and inner essence realm was as easy as eating and drinking. His focus now was mainly on celestial, human-level secret techniques. One by one, true disciples also returned to the mountain. They had all visibly improved, but none brought back the news Ning Qi wanted to know about the martial saint. Each felt guilty and only managed to collect more miscellaneous books to enrich the scripture pavilion. Ning Qi was not surprised by this, only smiling and comforting his senior brothers that it was all right and to pay more attention in the future. After all, it was just a try. The senior brother and sister had inner essence realm and gang essence realm cultivation, seeking out anything related to the martial saint. Even just rumors required luck. But Jiang Baishan seemed to have better luck. He was the last to return to the mountain. This time, Jiang Baishan returned with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, unlike the last embarrassing return. Everyone teased him about nearly having his arm severed last time, and asked if he had avenged the incident this time. Jiang Baishan only slightly awkwardly shook his head, not minding the teasing, but unwilling to reveal more details. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Soon, they were drawn to another piece of news that Jiang Baishan brought. Junior Brother, though I didn't find news about the martial saint this time, I learned something about beings of the same level as the martial saint. Ning Qi became interested and quickly caught on. You mean exotic beasts? Jiang Baishan smiled and said, correct. As we all know, exotic beasts are said to be descendants of heavenly beasts. Exotic beasts comparable to celestial human realm experts are called beast kings, while those comparable to martial saints are called beast emperors. I heard there's a beast emperor in the depths of the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. But for some reason, these beast emperors have gradually disappeared after a brief appearance, rarely venturing out. There's a theory that the beast emperors have delved deeply into their heavenly beast bloodline. But since heavenly beasts are said not to be tolerated by heaven and earth, these beast emperors might face similar treatment. Ning Qi's eyes lit up with increased interest. Where did you hear this news? Jiang Baishan scratched his head and said, I heard it by chance, not sure if it's true, so don't take it all to heart, Junior Brother. Ning Qi nodded slightly. His intuition told him there was a connection between beast emperors and entities of the martial saint level, undoubtedly not unrelated. Perhaps one day, if the white ape's bloodline is explored deeply enough to advance to a beast emperor, there might be hope to uncover the truth. Ning Qi silently kept this thought in his mind. It might be a long road, but it's not impossible. Jiang Baishan continued. Next year, I'll look for more detailed information. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He always felt that the news Jiang Baishan obtained might be related to that mysterious woman, but he didn't press the matter. Everyone has their secrets, and even with good relations between brothers, there needs to be some sense of boundaries. Knowing such a piece of information was already very satisfying to him. As the year-end gathering unfolded, everyone shared sights and sound from the places below the mountain. Ning Qi, who had spent most of his time on True Martial Mountain, listened with interest. Over the past 9 years, besides experiencing a bit of Great Yin Dynasty's culture on his way to True Martial Mountain with Taoist Longshan, the farthest place he had been to was True Martial City at the mountain's foot. However, Ning Qi didn't feel bored. Being able to endure solitude leads to seeking the great Tao. But Ning Qi estimated he'd likely have to go down the mountain next year. The route lies in the Blood Rain Tower. A few days ago, someone sent a message via carrier pigeon to Taoist Longshan, indicating that the Blood Rain Tower had suddenly contracted, seemingly aware that someone was investigating them in secret. Little Gio, this Blood Rain Tower isn't simple. There might be a celestial human realm expert behind it. The ones who slaughtered Snow Plum Manor years ago could have just been a small faction of it, Taoist Longshan discussed with Ning Qi. Eventually, Ning Qi decided, after the year-end, he would personally track the movements of the Blood Rain Tower. As long as Blood Rain Tower showed a flaw, with all the secret techniques Ning Qi possessed, it would be easy to trace. Though he originally intended to have someone else complete the process, with him only making the final move to slay the enemy, it seems best to resolve it quickly rather than let it drag on. Ning Qi didn't dwell too much on the issue. With his current strength, finding them was enough. Even that Lord Feng was wary of Taoist Longshan when he was still in the primordial core realm, so it's unlikely they'd already reached celestial human realm in these 9 years. Even unparalleled geniuses don't advance that quickly. Besides, even if they did reach the celestial human realm, Ning Qi could easily suppress them. The true martial sect's year-end competition proceeded normally, with the sect thriving as a whole. The foundation of the true martial sect was deepened further now, and with some time, they would surely burst forth with a great strength that would make everyone take notice. Heavy snow fell. The Divine Sword sect was also holding a year-end competition. In the last battle at the Deathfire Abyss branch, the Divine Sword Old Man participated too. However, he was fortunate and only suffered minor injuries, which had long since healed. At this moment, the Divine Sword Old Man watched the inner sect disciple spar, but his mind wandered elsewhere, recalling the news reported by a disciple 2 days ago, feeling something was amiss. "Master, are you still thinking about the news Junior Brother Zhang brought back?" asked the senior disciple Dong He by his side. "Wasn't the blood pool already destroyed?" "You need not worry." The Divine Sword Old Man nodded. "I feel that the blood pool is not that simple. Not merely a wealthy merchant seeking longevity. Perhaps it involves something greater." Dong He paused and said, "If that's the case, our Divine Sword sect should not delve any deeper. If it involves something extensive, I'm afraid the disciples might get caught up in the turmoil. Better to act as if it never happened." The Divine Sword Old Man furrowed his brow, shouting angrily, "Dong He, how have I taught you all usually? When encountering injustices, one must have a righteous heart. Ignoring demonic heresies makes one an accomplice. If we don't pursue the blood pool matter to the end, who knows how many more innocent lives will be unjustly lost." His eyes showed disappointment towards Dong He. Everyone looked on nervously, not knowing why the Divine Sword Old Man was so furious, why the master and the senior disciple suddenly clashed. The Divine Sword Old Man, suppressing his anger, spoke in a deep voice. "After the new year, I will personally investigate this matter. I want to see who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes." Dong He bowed his head, his voice carrying an unusual tone. "Master, why do you always cling to your pride, suffering just for appearances?" The Divine Sword Old Man stood dumbfounded, looking at Dong He in disbelief, unable to believe such words were coming from his senior disciple's mouth. "You!" Dong He slowly raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of blood red. Without warning, he struck, a strand of Gang Qi slashing towards the close Divine Sword Old Man. He didn't know when he broke through to the White Mist realm. Even the Divine Sword Old Man hadn't noticed. "You what? Old thing, die for me." He roared angrily, his face frighteningly twisted, and everyone else watched the scene in shock, not knowing what was happening. The Divine Sword Old Man trembled, his primordial core shook, Gang Qi surged, but he instantly noticed something wrong. "Traitor, you poisoned me." He was furious and filled with deep sorrow. Back in Divine Sword Mountain days, Dong He had followed him. He never expected to be betrayed today, making it unbelievable. "What?" Dong He unsheathed his long sword, vicious sword chi slashing out, seemingly to unleash all his evil thoughts. "Why? It's all because you old fool cling to appearances and suffer for it. giving and asking for nothing. Losing at Divine Sword Mountain back then, you think yourself noble, but you are the fool of fools. Do you know how much cultivation time I wasted because of it? Why? How dare you ask me why? I also want a gang condensing pill. I also want to break through to the gang essence realm. Heaven knows how envious he was when Luo Wentian stepped into the gang essence realm with a gang condensing pill. Unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. The Divine Sword Old Man was utterly disappointed, feeling his years of teachings had gone to waste, his eyes becoming sharp. Wretch, do you think poisoning me allows you to oppose me? Naive. Gang Qi surged within him, suppressing the poison. Dong He's smile grew twisted, blood red in his eyes, with a certain satisfaction. I alone am indeed not able. But what about with us? Low laughter echoed. Outside the Divine Sword Sect entrance, a group of black-clad figures attacked like eagles, carrying murderous intent. Even among the Divine Sword Sect, some disciples' eyes turned blood red. The Divine Sword Old Man felt his heart sinking. He knew today might just be a calamity. The origin of the attacking black-clad figures was unknown, but their leaders' auras erupted. All were in the primordial core realm, hard to handle even at his peak, let alone now, having been poisoned by Dong He. Divine Sword Sect disciples, meet the enemy, he shouted fiercely, howling toward the sky. The battle was imminent. Heavy snow flew, tainted with blood. Screams and battle cries filled the Divine Sword Sect. Zhuang Chun stood nearby, petrified by the change, unable to believe the usually kind and lovable senior brother had turned into a vicious specter. He gritted his teeth and wielded his sword, having reached the inner essence realm, and with Ning Qi's innate sword body secret technique, could unleash remarkable power. A leading black-clad figure focused on him. Capture that fat one for me. Alive. Greed flashed in the black-clad figure's eyes, already informed by Dong He that Zhuang Chun was an innate sword bone. The Divine Sword Old Man moved his Gang Qi, shielding Zhuang Chun behind him. He looked back, his eyes desolate. One familiar disciple after another lay in pools of blood. The Divine Sword Sect was destined to be destroyed today. Tears streamed down his face, heart full of guilt, but looking at Zhuang Chun, a hint of affection flickered in his eyes. Chun, as your master, I'll protect you one last time. The Divine Sword Old Man roared to the sky. Within him, his primordial core cracked with a loud sound, splintering. Boundless Gang Qi burst forth like a divine sword, sharp and unparalleled, his hair and beard spreading like a god or devil. This was the final dance recorded in the incomplete Sword Saint legacy he had obtained back then. Sword Pill Dissolving Technique. The snow fell heavily. Two figures tumbled into the mountain forest. Master, please rest. If you continue like this, you'll die. Zhuang Chen's tearful voice echoed, both master and disciple covered in ghastly bloodstains, but Divine Sword Old Man was in a far worse state, riddled with frightening blood holes. The once robust and mighty old man now looked utterly bedraggled, stirring a sense of sorrow. Watching his master in such a condition, tears fell from Zhuang Chen's eyes like rain, his heart wrenching with pain. The night's upheaval was overly burdensome for him, a mere 12-year-old, affecting both his mind and body. Amidst the chaos, a strand of Gang Qi nearly shattered his sword bone, and though he survived, his foundation was ruined, rendering him akin to a cripple. Divine Sword Old Man smiled and patted Zhuang Chen's head. It's all right. I can still hold on. Once we reach the true Martial Mountain, you'll be safe. There was a hint of regret in his eyes, lamenting that he wouldn't live to see Zhuang Chun grow, lamenting that his last sword stroke didn't slay that scoundrel, just sever an arm. Chun, you must survive. He silently vowed in his heart. With Zhuang Chun on his back, he rallied the remaining Gang Qi within him to keep running, his speed as swift as lightning. But the cracks in his primordial core were becoming more evident, on the verge of collapsing, as if it could shatter at any moment. After using the sword pill dissolving technique, his combat power skyrocketed. If he decided to fight to the death, he could at least take 2 or 3 primordial core realm men and black down with him. However, that would surely leave Zhuang Chun in their hands. Therefore, Divine Sword Old Man did not fight to the death. Instead, he staged a feint, leading Zhuang Chun to break through the encirclement. Now, they've been fleeing for a day and a night. His only remaining obsession is to get Zhuang Chun safely to the true Martial Mountain. As for trusting others, he couldn't feel at ease. Divine Sword Old Man's eyes were resolute. They were very close to the true Martial Mountain now, and he had to hold on. A moment later, several powerful presences appeared in the forest, their gazes examining the lingering traces with murderous intent. Damn old thing. He tricked us and got away. He severed my arm. Too bad I can't personally take the old thing's head. Someone gnashed their teeth in anger. Divine Sword Old Man's sudden outburst earlier caught everyone off guard, causing them to suffer heavy losses. If he hadn't been intent on fleeing, some of them would have met their end there. The leader snorted coldly. Yet this old guy also paid a price, barely managing to flee this far. He's probably down to his last breath. Not even a god can save him. The others all looked to the leader. Should we keep pursuing? The leader's eyes flickered momentarily before he finally waved his hand, saying, "No need to pursue. From this old guy's escape route. His destination seems to be true Martial Mountain. If we go any further and draw out true man Longshan, we might not have a good end. Besides, true Martial Mountain has an even more formidable true man Tianjian, an unmatched strongman of the celestial being list." At the mention of true man Longshan, everyone showed a slight apprehension, but at the mention of true man Tianjian, their bodies instantly tensed. The gap between an ordinary celestial human realm and a celestial being list expert is significant. Anyway, that old divine sword can't survive, but it's a pity about that little chubby one's innate sword bone. Would have been perfect for medicine. The leader sighed lightly. Someone hesitated to speak. If true man Longshan finds out, true man Longshan has just entered the celestial human realm, not a real threat. The key is true man Tianjian. If he pokes his nose in, I fear. Everyone fell silent momentarily. The original plan to raid Divine Sword Sect was meant to cover things up, but now it seems to have backfired noisily. The leader suddenly cursed a few times. If it weren't for those fools claiming someone was investigating them and hesitating to act, old Divine Sword wouldn't have had any chance to escape. After a pause, he continued, "Let's halt for a while. True man Tianjian reportedly doesn't have much longevity left, and his reclusive nature might mean he won't meddle in such affairs. We can watch true Martial Mountain's movements from the shadows and decide based on the subsequent reactions." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, in a flash, they all disappeared, and the heavy snow continued to fall, gradually covering the traces beneath the snowflakes. True Martial Mountain, just within reach. Divine Sword Old Man's legs gave way. The last of his essence, Qi, and spirit dissipated. His body riddled with exploding blood holes, he collapsed to the ground, rolling a great distance, while Zhuang Chun also tumbled several times. Seeing his master barely clinging to life, Zhuang Chun's eyes turned red. "Master, we're at True Martial Mountain. We're at the True Martial Mountain. Hold on." There will be no more pursuers. Zhuang Chun lifted Divine Sword Old Man onto his back and dashed towards the true Martial Mountain gate. A shrill, mournful cry resounded. "Ning Qi, help! Ning Qi, help!" The true martial sect's gatekeeping disciples were all alarmed, and upon seeing the two blood-stained figures in the distance, they were all astonished. Soon, Taoist Longshan arrived, followed by Ning Qi and a multitude of true disciples. Upon seeing the pitiable state of Zhuang Chun and Divine Sword Old Man, everyone was taken aback, unaware of what had transpired. "Senior, please save my master." Zhuang Chun wept, looking utterly ruined, devoid of his previous vibrant appearance. Ning Qi helped him up, sighing inwardly. He had spent some time with Zhuang Chun, and although this little chubby kid was a bit of a chatterbox, he wasn't a bad person. Given the current situation, it seems the Divine Sword sect has undergone some upheaval. Taoist Longshan looked at his old friend with closed eyes, and sadness welled up in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately supported the divine sword old man to check his internal condition. Upon inspection, Taoist Longshan's face turned pale, and his sorrow deepened. Ning Qi quietly sent out a wisp of Gang Qi and then fell silent. He also devised some healing secret techniques, but now the divine sword old man's condition was exceedingly dire. His primordial core was shattered, streaks of Gang Qi scattered into his limbs and bones, even reaching his internal organs, along with vicious external and internal wounds. His internal vitality was nearly extinguished. Imagine that. This old man must have summoned incredible willpower to reach true martial mountain. If the divine sword old man's condition was slightly better, he might be able to sustain his life and slowly research a cure. But now, there's no time left. He could only barely use secret techniques to activate the last trace of the divine sword old man's vitality. Zhuang Chun sensed something from everyone's silence, continuously wiping his tears with the back of his hand, just about to kneel down, but an arm had already caught him, and the hoarse voice of the divine sword old man sounded. "Chun'er, I know my own condition. Your safety is all that matters." Zhuang Chun was sobbing uncontrollably. The divine sword old man turned his head towards Taoist Longshan. "Brother Longshan." This first sentence made Taoist Longshan's heart ache. At this moment, he wished the divine sword old man could jokingly call him Longshan Oxnose in full spirit. Taoist Longshan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. "Brother Divine Sword, what happened? How did you become so seriously injured?" The divine sword old man's expression darkened. "Misfortune at home." He began to speak slowly. Although he didn't know why those people attacked the divine sword sect, the divine sword old man wasn't a fool and could roughly guess. After he finished speaking, Taoist Longshan and Ning Qi exchanged glances, both unconsciously shuddering. Human blood pool? Dong, he's betrayal? Black-clothed people night attacked the divine sword sect. They couldn't help but feel that this scene was strikingly similar to the incident at Snow Plum Manor back then. Previously, Ning Qi's father also informed Taoist Longshan in a letter that there were important matters to discuss, and then he suffered extermination. For some reason, they both felt that there must be unusual secrets hidden in this human blood pool, maybe the same kind Ning Qi's father discovered back then. An invisible hand seemed to be manipulating everything from behind. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Taoist Longshan thought of this as well, and he solemnly asked, "Brother Divine Sword, was it the Blood Rain Tower? Who acted?" The Divine Sword old man didn't know why Taoist Longshan mentioned the Blood Rain Tower, but slowly shook his head and said, "It wasn't the Blood Rain Tower. The martial art style is hard to discern, but it vaguely doesn't seem like the traditional martial artists of Great Yin, more like something exotic." He looked a bit apologetically at Taoist Longshan. "Brother Longshan, I just hope this doesn't bring you trouble." Taoist Longshan sighed. "At this point, there's no need for such formality between us. Don't worry, I will investigate thoroughly, and I won't let the Divine Sword sect be destroyed in vain. These evil people using human blood as a pool, whatever dark activities they're engaging in, I absolutely won't spare them." The Divine Sword old man suddenly laughed heartily, with immense joy and abandon, laughing so hard that he coughed up blood, but he didn't mind at all. To have such a friend in one's life is without regrets. All these years, only you, Brother Longshan, could gain my admiration. Alas, I could never take true martial mountain from your hands till my death. I must admit, this ox nose of yours indeed has some skill." Taoist Longshan also laughed, his eyes slightly moist. Everyone was silent. Zhuang Chun cried softly. Ning Qi sighed lightly in his heart, as the vitality of the divine sword old man was already weakening. He pulled Zhuang Chun over and looked towards Taoist Longshan. "Brother Longshan, I have one last request." "Speak." Taoist Longshan did not hesitate for a moment. The divine sword old man lovingly glanced at Zhuang Chun. His withered hand patted his head, and he smiled. In my life, my proudest achievement was taking Chun'er as my disciple. Not just because he has the innate sword bone, but because he has a pure heart. He's a good child. Only misfortune befell him following me. Now his sword bone is shattered and his foundation destroyed. I ask you, take him as your disciple. If his sword bone can revive in the future, undergo cocoon breaking and rebirth, he will surely become a top powerhouse of the true martial sect. Otherwise, let him live peacefully as an ordinary person on true martial mountain. His gaze was pleading, and his voice became increasingly faint. Taoist Longshan grasped both his hands and agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, from now on, he shall be my 10th true disciple, regardless of whether his sword bone revives or not. I will protect him all his life. Chun'er, acknowledge your master. The divine sword old man shouted forcefully. Zhuangchun was tear-stricken, but still respectfully knelt before Taoist Longshan to kowtow in salute. Taoist Longshan assisted him up. The divine sword old man's eyes were almost closing. His voice was too faint to hear. Thank you, thank you. He struggled to move closer to Taoist Longshan and whispered, Chun'er knows about the sword saint inheritance I obtained back then. Let it be his acknowledgement gift. Ning Qi heard this, sighing softly in his heart. Parents love their children and plan deeply for them. A master is like a father indeed. The divine sword old man finally smiled, waved to Zhuangchun, and then slowly closed his eyes, his vitality completely extinguished. Everyone was silent, leaving only Zhuangchun's wailing cries. The divine sword old man was buried in the back of true martial mountain. Ning Qi took out the dragon owl sword and buried it together with the divine sword old man. It was the divine sword old man's favorite sword during his life. Last time, he lost it to Ning Qi in a 10-year agreement, and now it returned to its rightful owner. To Ning Qi, the dragon owl sword was no longer of use to him. Zhuangchun gratefully called out, Ninth Senior Brother. Then, Zhuangchun personally erected a monument for the divine sword old man. He respectfully kowtowed several times. In this misfortune, the saving grace was that his master could pass away peacefully, and he could still come to visit if he wished. Even though Zhuangchun's eyes were filled with sorrow, they also contained determination. He remembered everything that happened that night, as well as the terrifying look of his once kind and amiable eldest brother. He secretly vowed to seek justice for his master. Taoist Longshan sighed softly, brushing Zhuangchun's head. Sure, from now on, True Martial Mountain is your second home. It was also the home of the divine sword brother. With him here, you won't be alone. Zhuangchun nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Luo Wentian and the others all looked at Zhuangchun with concern. For this additional 10th junior brother, they all felt a sense of pity and sympathy. Sure, you can stay with peace of mind at the true martial sect. If anyone dares to bully you, just come to your senior brothers for help. Looking at the many kind senior brothers and sisters, a warm feeling arose in Zhuangchun's heart. Then he felt waves of fatigue sweeping over him, and he fainted. He had been fleeing for a long time and sustained serious injuries. Zhuangchun had been relying on sheer willpower to hold on, but now, after handling the funeral affairs of the divine sword old man, he had finally reached his limit. Everyone was startled. Taoist Longshan and Ning Qi examined him closely. Taoist Longshan initially sighed in relief, but then frowned slightly. The condition inside Zhuangchun's body was not good. Such a malicious force, it destroys one's foundation and even shatters Shi's sword bone. Surviving is not a problem, but can he still cultivate in the future? Everyone was shocked. If he really couldn't cultivate, it would be another huge blow to Zhuangchun. Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi, as did everyone else. They all knew Ning Qi was skilled in the medical and alchemical arts. Perhaps he had a solution. Ning Qi spoke softly. We don't know how yet. We can only try. Let's place the 10th junior brother in the Seeking Tao Institute, and I'll first stabilize his injuries. He had some confidence, but couldn't guarantee anything for now, and it wasn't the right occasion. Luckily, during the previous Celestial Being Grand Ceremony, he had thoroughly investigated the condition of Zhuang Qin's innate sword bone and, based on that, developed the secret technique of innate sword body. Now, the hope for the revival of Zhuang Qin's sword bone rests on this secret technique. Everyone breathed a silent sigh of relief. They understood Ning Qi and knew that since he hadn't guaranteed its impossibility, it meant there was still hope. Taoist Longshan instructed all the disciples to disperse and be on guard. The enemy was hidden, their exact strength unknown. Although the divine sword old man had said that no celestial human realm experts had appeared, it was still wise to be cautious. He himself then accompanied Ning Qi back to the Seeking Tao Institute. Joe, I always felt that the group attacking the divine sword sect and the group that annihilated Snow Plum Manor years ago were somewhat similar. Perhaps there's some connection between them. Taoist Longshan said in a deep voice. Some things were not appropriate to discuss in front of everyone just now. Ning Qi nodded slightly. I have the same feeling. The Blood Rain Tower might just be a smokescreen like the golden cicada shedding its shell. The two bear some resemblances. Both were annihilated after discovering some truth. Now, if it could be verified that what Ning Qi's father discovered back then was also a human blood pool or something similar, it could nearly conclude that there was indeed a connection between the two. Taoist Longshan pondered for a moment before finally making up his mind. I'll go down the mountain now and head to the Divine Sword sect to have a look. Perhaps there will be some traces left. Additionally, I'll create a bit of a stir to let those people know I've left the true martial sect. Ning Qi immediately understood Taoist Longshan's intention. As long as Taoist Longshan remained on true martial mountain, those in hiding wouldn't dare to attack. But if it was confirmed that Taoist Longshan was absent, the situation would change. In the eyes of outsiders, the true martial sect apparently only had a few White Mist Realm true disciples. As for true man Tianjian, an old monster nearing the end of his lifespan, he might not intervene for minor matters and might not even always be on true martial mountain. After all, there was a precedent. When Taoist Longshan was in life-and-death seclusion, the Iron Ridge Three Fierce and several Gang Essence Realm experts once attacked true martial mountain at night, but it was never heard that true man Tianjian intervened. Known to all, true man Tianjian first acted when old Demon Lin attacked. Ning Qi nodded and said, "This method is worth a try. It might lure the snake out of its hole. Master, you can leave the mountain with peace of mind. Since I am here within the sect, it's also a good time to treat 10th Junior Brother's injuries and revive his sword bone, which requires some time." He had just checked the condition inside Zhuang Chen's body, which was indeed not good. Now was the best time to revive the sword bone. If he waited to descend the mountain and then return to revive Zhuang Chen's sword bone, it would likely be too late, and Zhuang Chen would forever be crippled. Therefore, now sending Taoist Longshan down the mountain was the best choice. Taoist Longshan looked at the unconscious Zhuang Chen and sighed. Sure is also a pitiable person. Jiao, if you have confidence, do your best to revive his sword bone. Ning Qi solemnly said, I will do my best. He always had a good impression of Zhuang Chen. Now that Zhuang Chen had become his junior brother, he would care even more. This was a matter of legacy. Just like when he had first come up the mountain, the senior brothers and sisters had all treated him with great care. Taoist Longshan left. Ning Qi then turned his gaze to Zhuang Chen, who was lying on the bed, and instructed White Ape. Tiansheng, go get some gold silver grass, phoenix tail flower, purple rot tan. He needed some herbs to stabilize Zhuang Chen's injuries. White Ape left quietly, looking worried. Although he had a small conflict with Zhuang Chen when they first met, they got along well afterwards. Zhuang Chen was one of the few who knew part of White Ape's abilities, and now seeing Zhuang Chen in such a terrible state, he was somewhat angry. He ground the herbal juice and had White Ape feed it to Zhuang Chen. Several silver needles fell, swiftly darting across various points on Zhuang Chen's body. Although Zhuang Chen was still unconscious, his originally pale face was gradually improving. With Ning Qi's medical skills, such wounds are naturally not a problem. But the crucial issue wasn't these external injuries, it was Zhuang Chen's sword bone. Ning Qi took a light breath. a wisp of Ning Qi probing out, beginning a more detailed examination of Zhuang Qin's internal condition. A moment later, his expression turned slightly surprised. He discovered, after Zhuang Qin's innate sword bone shattered, some of the fluctuations within became even more evident, much clearer than during previous examinations. Ning Qi almost instantly recorded these special fluctuations, then compared them one by one with the innate sword body he had created. Immediately, he found that the innate sword body he had created previously still had many flaws. This was not hard to understand. After all, Ning Qi's study of White Ape and Zhuang Qin was only superficial. The essence of power wasn't sufficient to support deeper exploration. It was only by accident that a part of the essence had been revealed. Moreover, initially I didn't notice anything during a rough check, but now on closer inspection, Sure Sword Bone seems to be actively converging. This was somewhat miraculous. But Ning Qi also discovered that this active convergence was only a tendency and wasn't very strong. Furthermore, there was tremendous resistance. Without strong external interference, it was more likely than not to fail. But it is much better than I initially predicted. Studying these fluctuations to improve the secret technique of the innate sword body, using it to promote resonance to assist the sword bone's convergence seems highly feasible. Moreover, after the sword bone reconverges this time, Sure might be able to further tap into the potential of the sword bone. In some respect, this can be considered as breaking and then establishing anew. It's just that the price is somewhat too heavy. Looking at Zhuang Qin, who was still furrowing his brow in his sleep, Ning Qi sighed lightly. Taoist Longshan instructed the disciples to remain vigilant at all times, and then descended the mountain, heading straight to the former site of the Divine Sword sect. He wanted to start investigating from there to see whether that group of people had left any traces. Furthermore, the destruction of the Divine Sword sect would also stir up a wave in Qing state. Although the Great Yin dynasty was somewhat chaotic now, the annihilation of a first-rate force with a primordial core realm expert would still attract considerable attention. Taoist Longshan did not deliberately conceal his movements. 3 days later, news of the Divine Sword sect's annihilation gradually spread, and Taoist Longshan's involvement in helping an old friend track down the culprits also drew much attention. In a small courtyard within a county town near the true martial sect, unnoticed by others, several figures gathered in a secret room. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, all in the primordial core realm. If anyone knew, they would be utterly shocked, finding it hard to imagine that such an ordinary small town housed so many primordial core realm experts. The leader spoke. The innate sword bone is a perfect great elixir for cultivating the Blood King goo. If we can bring it back, it will be a great achievement. Now, that true man Longshan is not at the true martial sect. Perhaps it is our chance. He looked around at the few people, his gaze carrying a certain oppressive force. The scar-faced, middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Even though true man Longshan is not here, the true martial sect still has an even more powerful true man Tianjian." Another alluring woman chimed in. "That's right. True man Tianjian is of a celestial being list caliber. Even if we all attack at once, it would be just a flick of a hand for him." The leader shook his head. "No, true man Tianjian might not concern himself with such a trivial matter. I have studied the 2 times true man Tianjian made a move. Both were during attacks by celestial human realm experts. Only when the survival of the true martial sect was at stake did he act. Previously, when true man Longshan secluded himself to break through to the celestial human realm, several Gang Essence realm figures attacked the mountain. Yet true man Tianjian did not make a move. This time, our target is merely the innate sword bone. Without harming others, it might not alarm true man Tianjian. Besides true man Longshan and true man Tianjian, the true martial sect only has a few true disciples at the White Mist realm. We just need one primordial core realm to easily take away the innate sword bone, thus intimidating true man Longshan and making him wary." Several fell silent, then said, "Ultimately, this is just your speculation. What if we actually encounter true man Tianjian? What then?" If he catches us, it would ruin everything. The leader was prepared. He took out a wax-sealed pill and said, "This is the heaven-sensing goo. Swallowed. If unusual power of heaven and earth fluctuations are detected nearby, it will immediately shatter, releasing poison, blasting the shackles. At that time, don't hesitate in the slightest. Shatter your primordial core and commit suicide to avoid falling into enemy hands." Everyone's expressions turned solemn. There was no fear, only a clear understanding that the importance of the innate sword bone even surpassed that of a primordial core realm life, to the point of sacrificing one to probe, most likely due to orders from above in recent days. "Who's going?" Someone asked a question that concerned everyone. The leaders scanned the crowd, finally taking a deep breath and said, "Old rules, draw lots. True Martial Mountain. Seeking Tao Institute." Zhuangchun had already woken up 2 days earlier. Over these 2 days of recuperation, his external injuries had mostly healed, but the most troublesome issue was the shattered sword bone within him. "Ninth Senior Brother, is there really still a way to restore my sword bone?" There was a look of hope on Zhuangchun's face. If possible, he certainly did not want to be reduced to a cripple. He still had to seek justice for his master and personally asked Dong why he did such a thing. Ning Qi nodded slightly. After a few days of research, he successfully advanced the innate sword body secret technique further and deduced a method to restore the sword bone. However, the process would not be pleasant. Ning Qi asked solemnly, "It will be very painful. Are you sure you don't want to wait until the injuries fully recover?" Seeing Zhuangchun unmoved, he added, "It will be dozens of times more painful than when the celestial being grand ceremony explored your sword bone." A trace of fear involuntarily appeared in Zhuangchun's eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. "Ninth Senior Brother, I'm not afraid. The sooner the sword bone recovers, the sooner I can start cultivating." He was afraid of pain, but he feared even more becoming a cripple for life. "All right, to reassemble your sword bone is not too difficult. The key lies in the innate sword body secret technique I taught you before. You have already relearned the reversing fate technique over the past 2 days, but now you have no inner strength, so you will have to rely on mine. The secret technique's resonance can guide the revival of your sword bone, but the process is incredibly painful, even more terrifying than being flayed alive. Also, the power comes from me, so you will be repelled by my strength, enduring double the pain. Throughout the process, you must keep your willpower clear, not letting it waver, or you will suffer even more serious injuries." Ning Qi warned seriously. Zhuangchun took a deep breath and finally nodded firmly. "Come on, Ninth Senior Brother, I can do it." "All right." Ning Qi didn't waste any time. The two sat facing each other, their palms facing each other, and the white ape was guarding them. In an instant, Ning Qi moved. He circulated Gang Qi, diluting its strength as much as possible, skillfully controlling it within the limits that Zhuangchun could bear while still being effective, before flowing it into Zhuangchun's body. Zhuangchun trembled all over, remembering Ning Qi's warnings. He channeled this foreign power, reversing the innate sword body technique. In an instant, vibrations formed, resonating with the shattered sword bone within his body. He felt his whole body tremble as an indescribable pain attacked his soul, like countless steel needles piercing through his body. Not even the pain of being gnawed by 10,000 ants could describe his discomfort. Zhuangchun's eyes bulged out. He grit his teeth ferociously, blood oozed from them, and a low growl was forcibly swallowed back. Ning Qi paid close attention to Zhuangchun's condition. He had stated the situation so seriously earlier, but if Zhuangchun truly couldn't hold on, he could stop immediately, preventing Zhuangchun from suffering unnecessarily. At this moment, seeing Zhuangchun endure it, Ning Qi could not help but be impressed. Originally, he thought Zhuangchun might need several attempts to adapt, but unexpectedly, he persisted through it in one go. Looking at the chubby boy in front of him biting his teeth with bloodshot eyes, Ning Qi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He remembered the celestial being grand ceremony earlier when even just exploring the sword bone made Zhuang Chun scream like a baby. Yet now he endured the pain dozens of times greater by gritting his teeth. The changes of the Divine Sword sect indeed had a great impact on Zhuang Chun. Yet misfortune and fortune coexist. Through this ordeal, if his sword bone breaks and then stands, forging such a tenacious will, Zhuang Chun's future will truly be unlimited. After the incense stick burned out, Ning Qi slowly withdrew his hands as Zhuang Chun collapsed on the ground like a lump of soft mud, gasping for air, his body twitching continuously, but there was an unexplainable excitement in his eyes. Ninth senior brother, I should have succeeded, right? Ning Qi smiled approvingly. It went very smoothly this time. However, reviving the sword bone will not be easy. I will guide you a few more times. Once your sword bone is preliminarily restored, you will be able to operate the secret technique on your own to recover the sword bone. In a month, there might be hope for complete restoration. Zhuang Chun clenched his fists, extremely excited. Thank you, ninth senior brother. He looked at Ning Qi, full of gratitude, while marveling. From the first time they met, Ning Qi's sword had seemed extraordinary to him, and now, having glimpsed just the tip of the iceberg, he felt this ninth senior brother was unfathomable to the extreme. Ning Qi merely smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite between us brothers. Rest well, we'll continue tomorrow. He felt an unusual sensation in his heart. Although Zhuang Chun was technically 3 years older than him, a junior disciple is still a junior disciple. This made Ning Qi, who had always been used to the role of a junior, experience the feeling of being a senior brother for the first time. Midnight, outside True Marshall Mountain, a figure in black quietly approached. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly a bewitching woman with striking beauty, one of the primordial core realm individuals who had gathered earlier. The bewitching woman's face was somewhat sullen. She never expected to draw the lot herself. Damn, Zhao Dong. I've played along with you in bed so many times, and now you send me on such a dangerous mission. You refuse to recognize me once the deed is done. Serves you right for being useless. She cursed the leader in her heart. Though it was labeled as drawing lots, who could say there wasn't some trickery involved? Gazing at the distant True Marshall Mountain, she felt a flicker of trepidation. The renown of true man Tianjin naturally instilled fear. Though Zhao Dong's analysis was somewhat reasonable, everyone understood that those primordial core realm members going to carry out the mission were prepared to be sacrifices. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the preparation of the heaven-sensing goo. Once it sensed the fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth, it would instantly shatter, spreading its lethal poison, resulting in certain death. No one would find it odd. Even those in the primordial core realm were vulnerable before the celestial human realm, the gap being too vast. But she dared not refuse the mission, for the consequences of refusal were even more severe. Now, the bewitching woman's only hope was that true man Tianjin was not on the mountain, or that Zhao Dong's speculation was correct and that he wouldn't act over trivial matters. If so, she might have a slim chance of survival and even hope to complete the mission. If she could indeed bring back the innate sword bone, it would be a great achievement, and she could settle her scores with Zhao Dong later. I must stay as quiet as possible, preferably abduct that little fat kid silently. Quietly, the bewitching woman donned a black face covering, concealing herself in the night, sliding forward like a snake with a somewhat strange body technique. Evading several patrols, she headed in the direction of the Seeking Tao Institute. Through reconnaissance, they knew Zhuang Chun was currently staying at the residence of the True Martial Sect's 9th True Inheritor. Ning Qi was cultivating in the Scripture Pavilion using the heaven and earth grinding wheel quenching gang technique. Though not as fast without the Golden Jade Pill, he still needed to accumulate slowly, step by step. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, paused his cultivation, and looked in a certain direction. Someone has snuck in. Various thoughts arose in Ning Qi's mind. Seems like they're heading my way. Coincidence? Or are they coming for sure? His first thought was that Taoist Longshan's plan had succeeded. Indeed, A snake had been lured out, but couldn't be confirmed completely. Without hesitation, Ning Qi stepped out of the scripture pavilion, his entire appearance and figure transformed. In a breath, he had turned into a plain-looking young Taoist. The background of this intruder was unknown, and Ning Qi planned to capture them alive. Looking younger might make them underestimate him. Soon, Ning Qi saw a figure in black darting through the shadows, moving at great speed, scanning around, lurking towards the direction of the Scripture Pavilion and the Seeking Tao Institute. Looks like not the celestial human realm, primordial core realm. Ning Qi planned to take action. He needed the opponent to relax their guard. He couldn't appear too strong, lest they commit suicide, and he aimed to seize the person by surprise. The bewitching woman was traversing within the true martial sect, evading several patrols while secretly mocking that aside from true man Longshan, there were only a few weak practitioners. In her complacency, her heart suddenly leaped. Instinctively, she struck a palm to the side, the primordial core surging with Gang Qi, fiercely powerful. A dull thud. The assailant was struck in the chest by her palm, rolling away into the distance, spitting several mouthfuls of blood in the air. The bewitching woman's eyesight was excellent, and she immediately saw the attacker's face. A plain-looking young Taoist, with not very high cultivation, only in the white mist realm. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant, her eyes welling with intense, killing intent. She hadn't forgotten that she was inside the true martial sect, and if too much commotion attracted others, it would spell trouble. I need to conclude this swiftly. In an instant, the bewitching woman devised her strategy to quickly subdue the young Taoist before he could react, to prevent him from summoning others. The woman tapped her toes repeatedly, her primordial core vibrating, Gang Qi ejecting, her speed incredibly fast like lightning in the night. She didn't hold back at all. Everything happened in a flash, and before the young Taoist even landed and could vomit blood in midair, she had already closed in, ready to deliver a fatal blow. A fierce killing intent appeared in the bewitching woman's eyes. But immediately, this killing intent turned to astonishment. She saw a pair of eyes. The young Taoist looked at her, with indifference, tinged with faint mockery. The bewitching woman sensed an ominous foreboding, but it was too late to react. The astonishment in her eyes rapidly transformed into deep horror. She only saw those hands gently waving, and her fierce Gang Qi was dispersed, as effortlessly as swatting a fly. No, like dust, simply unbelievable. A boundless mighty force pressed down on her. Unable to resist, she became immobilized, unable even to move a finger, her inner Gang Qi forcibly suppressed. How could this be? Why didn't the heaven-sensing Gu react? Could this person not be in the celestial human realm? The celestial human realm was far superior to the primordial core realm due to the blessing of heaven and earth's power. Without utilizing heaven and earth's power, a celestial human wouldn't render a primordial core expert utterly powerless, unable even to commit suicide. A terrifying thought arose in her mind, yet she was powerless to move. A hand clasped her neck. Ning Qi's calm voice resonated. Got you. With Ning Qi's cultivation and strength, if he directly fought, he could naturally suppress the attacker before him. The reason for the elaborate scheme was simply for a more secure outcome. For instance now, the attacker, caught off guard, never imagined that the pitiful little rabbit would suddenly transform into a man-eating tiger. Ning Qi stared at the attacker before him. A strand of Gang Qi lifted her mask, revealing her true face. Unexpectedly, the attacker was a stunningly beautiful woman. But Ning Qi did not hesitate, grabbing her neck and holding her before him. His vast Gang Qi pressed down like the sea, instantly locking down her movements and even suppressing the Gang Qi within her body. Indeed, of the primordial core realm, Ning Qi sensed the woman's realm, his eyes slightly narrowing. The alluring woman felt a torrent of emotions. The indifferent gaze of the young Taoist opposite made her tremble, and his strength was unbelievably overpowering. Who was this person? True man Tianjian? True man Tianjin's true face is actually so young? Or is this not his true face at all? She raged internally, never expecting herself to be discovered by true man Tianjin before making any commotion, but soon she dismissed her thought. No, this person may not be true man Tianjin. My heart's heaven sensing Gu showed no signs, meaning no fluctuation of power of heaven and earth appeared. This discovery further horrified the alluring woman. Relying solely on Ning Qi to strip me of all abilities? Even an unparalleled expert in the top 10 of the celestial being list couldn't achieve this, right? How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Who is this person, and why hasn't he taken action during the repeated crises at True Martial Mountain? Or perhaps he isn't from the True Martial sect at all. The woman was filled with various speculations. Then she heard the young Taoist speak slowly. Who are you? Her body instinctively trembled, suddenly finding herself able to speak, but only barely, as threads of Ning Qi flowed, constantly monitoring her actions. She snorted coldly, turning her head away. While cursing Zhao Dong, she was already considering how to end her own life. As for escaping, she had abandoned this thought. Fine. Ning Qi smiled faintly. It just so happens I know a bit about interrogation techniques. You could try them. The woman's pupils shrank rapidly, heart trembling. Though she was a well-trained death warrior, the person before her was just too mysterious and frightening. Ning Qi grasped her neck, walking forward, and suddenly his eyes locked with hers, his voice carrying a peculiar bewitchment. Look into my eyes. Caught off guard, the woman's eyes instinctively met Ning Qi's gaze, her heart already sensing danger, but it was too late. She seemed to be staring at a deep, bottomless pool, or perhaps a dark and boundless abyss. Unable to resist, sinking into confusion, her focus lost. Ning Qi's lips curved slightly. This was a pupil technique he created during leisure with a hypnotic effect. What's your name? Ning Qi's voice maintained a special allure. Shun Yubing. The woman instinctively replied. Continuous tests showed no anomalies. Ning Qi went straight to the point. Why did you infiltrate the true martial sect late at night? Came for the innate sword bone. Ning Qi's spirit shook. It turned out to be a big serpent. Why do you need the innate sword bone? The innate sword bone is a major ingredient to refine Blood King Gu. What is Blood King Gu? Don't know. The woman's brow furrowed tightly, as if struggling to recall. Ning Qi quickly changed the question. The pupil technique wasn't omnipotent. Questions concerning memories too deep or potentially life-threatening could shock the spirit, causing awakening, and a shock might leave the person a mindless idiot. Was the Divine Sword sect destroyed by you? Yes. What's the name of your organization? Nameless. What's your relationship with Blood Rain Tower? Ning Qi asked this crucial question. From the same place. Where are you from? Ning Qi locked eyes firmly. The woman's brow furrowed. The question seemed to touch an exceptionally sensitive and profound part of her heart. Southern border. Where in the southern border? Ning Qi pursued the question. But the woman showed signs of breaking away from the pupil technique. With no answer forthcoming, she began to struggle, the question triggering her fear. Ning Qi focused his mind, instantly entering the realm of celestial being unity. He aimed to fortify his pupil technique with the power of heaven and earth. But this approach was too brutal, fearing the woman might soon face mental collapse and death. This was why Ning Qi initially refrained from directly using power of heaven and earth to enhance. Yet as the power of heaven and earth just started to ripple beside him, the woman's body suddenly trembled, waking her up. She looked at Ning Qi in horror, only to realize that she had said so much just now. This person before her was practically like a demon. She sensed the heaven-sensing goo at her heart shatter, feeling both bitter and relieved. The poison erupted from her heart, instantly sweeping through her entire body. Ning Qi sensed the faint vibrations coming from this woman's heart, and his face changed. He extended his Ning Qi, but it was too late. The woman only had time to look at Ning Qi with hatred in her eyes before she died. Ning Qi silently looked at the woman's corpse, taking a deep breath after a moment. These people from the southern border, their methods are truly strange. When he had caught this woman earlier, Ning Qi had already probed her entire body with Gang Qi and confirmed nothing unusual. He had never expected her to still manage to take her own life. Is this some sort of special goo insect? It melds with the heart without the slightest trace. Even Gang Qi can't detect it, and once it senses the fluctuations of the power of heaven and earth, it shatters and releases poison instantly. Ning Qi pondered for a moment, nearly pinpointing the woman's method of taking her own life. This person was probably just a pawn, already prepared to encounter a celestial human realm expert when she climbed the mountain. If one such expert appeared, she would kill herself, leaving no trace. If no such expert intervened, she would successfully take the 10th junior brother, using the innate sword bone as a medicinal guide while also intimidating the master, causing him to act with caution. A truly twofold gain. There is no need to search to know that this woman must have nothing on her, no trace of identity to be found. It must be said, the mysterious force from the southern border, though somewhat reckless in their actions, were indeed in control. They simply could not have anticipated that there would be an anomaly like Ning Qi. Yet even so, they still managed to catch Ning Qi off guard. At this moment, Ning Qi could only be grateful that he hadn't immediately used the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have these current bits of information. Ning Qi took a deep breath, pondering the questions that the woman had responded to earlier. This unnamed organization and the Blood Rain Tower both hail from the southern border. The southern border has the 100,000 mountains, filled with countless powerful exotic beasts. According to 5th Senior Brother, there might even be a beast emperor that can rival a martial saint. Besides that, there are also some mysterious tribes. Those tribes have mysterious methods, dabbling in divination, goo insects, and beast taming. Originally, these tribes were situated in the southern border, rarely contacting the outside world. Who would have thought they were secretly controlling some forces to commit such vile acts within the Great Yin region? Ning Qi's gaze turned cold. Perhaps it was because his parents discovered some trace back then that they were slaughtered and their clan exterminated. For the Blood King goo? What is this Blood King goo? Earlier, even the woman only knew the name of the Blood King goo, unaware of its specific purpose. From this, it was clear that the so-called Blood King goo was kept highly confidential. Ning Qi speculated it might be some kind of object for ascension, but that's not important. What's important is that he finally knew who was behind the Blood Rain Tower. Knowing that both the Blood Rain Tower and the unnamed force that destroyed the Divine Sword sect came from the southern border made things simpler. Moreover, the use of a human blood pool to raise the Blood King goo means they would undoubtedly commit abductions or trafficking in secret. Now that there's a direction, it will be much easier to track down, and there will surely be clues. I must immediately send a message to Master, asking him to come back once. Explaining in a letter could easily lead to leaks. If someone from the unnamed force intercepts, it would be a disaster. It wouldn't take long for Taoist Longshan to return this way, which would be more secure. Nameless Town. Secret chamber. Several people in black gathered together, some meditating with eyes closed, some deep in thought, while others stared at a goo insect on the table. The heaven-sensing goo mother and child 2 insects. This was the mother insect. If the mission succeeded, the mother insect could lure out the child insect upon return, ensuring safety. If the mission failed, the child insect would shatter, and the mother insect would perish likewise. And at the moment, the seductive woman in the body of the heaven-sensing goo shattered. The mother insect let out a mournful cry, its mystical connection severed, and its vitality immediately extinguished. When everyone sensed these waves, they immediately looked over, surprise flickering across their faces, followed by silence. It seems that true man Tianjin was the one who acted. Lady Yu is dead, someone sighed softly. This mission was a gamble, betting that true man Tianjin was not a true martial mountain or wouldn't intervene over such a minor matter. But now it seems they lost the gamble. though the cost was tolerable. Losing a lady, you wouldn't leak any important information anyway. The leader, Zhao Dong, took a deep breath and said, "Since things are this way, let's cancel the operation targeting the innate sword bone. I'll explain the situation above, and we can discuss it later if there's a chance. For now, lie low until this blows over. Lady, you dying at true Martial Mountain is not without its benefits. At least it's a warning to true man Longshan. This was their only mental solace. A primordial core realm powerhouse sent out like this is sure to make true man Longshan reconsider the pros and cons of further investigation." Everyone nodded in agreement. No one felt regret or sorrow for Lady Yu's death. They were simply relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't they who had gone on this mission this time. Though they weren't afraid of dying, they still wished to live a little longer. Someone else then asked, "What about the orders from above?" Zhao Dong's eyes flickered slightly. "I'll go ask for instructions. If it's truly unfeasible, then decentralize, even if it means being a little more troublesome, but not overly conspicuous. Let Blood Rain Tower take on a bit more burden. If not for their unwillingness to join the Divine Sword Sect operation, how would we end up with so much trouble?" He snorted coldly, speaking with a tone of dissatisfaction towards Blood Rain Tower. If there had been a few more primordial core realm experts, even if the Divine Sword Old Man exploded with secret techniques, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape, thus avoiding the current problems. Everyone merely nodded. Then they left. In an instant, the once occupied secret chamber was now empty. True Martial Mountain. Taoist Longshan's figure stepped through the air. After receiving Ning Qi's secret letter, he returned at full speed, landing directly outside the Seeking Tao Institute. "Geo, do you have any clues?" Taoist Longshan hastily asked. Ning Qi slowly recounted the events of that night. The seductive woman's corpse was still kept by him. Although, as expected, nothing useful was found, Ning Qi temporarily preserved it with extreme cold gang qi, thinking it might come in handy someday. At this moment, as Ning Qi narrates, Taoist Longshan's expression gradually becomes solemn. "Southern border tribes? Blood King Gu." Ning Qi nodded and asked, "Master, how much do you know about the southern border?" This was also the reason for calling Taoist Longshan back. Books and records might contain some knowledge, but not all. Ning Qi roughly understood that the southern border lies south of Great Yin, and generations of dynasties try to conquer it, adding it to their territory, but failed. It carries a mysterious aura among Great Yan's people, and those strong enough know its strength is exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, it would have already been annexed by Great Yan. Taoist Longshan's gaze carried a hint of wariness. Southern border has 100,000 mountains, vast and unknown, and besides numerous exotic beasts, what we know is there's southern border tribes. These tribes are scattered throughout the 100,000 mountains, not quite harmonious among themselves, with mutual conflicts. Only heard vaguely, they don't unify like Great Yin into a dynasty, resembling a tribal alliance instead. These tribes rarely contact the outside world, each possessing mysterious means. Gu manipulation technique is one. As someone who traveled the world, I've heard rumors these tribes cultivate peculiar Gu and integrate them with their martial path, exhibiting various wonders, such as the Strength Gu, which boosts power immensely upon fusion. This Blood King Gu I've never heard of, but from its sinister birth process, its utility seems significant, potentially for cultivating celestial human realm martial artists, even higher. Ning Qi was stunned, but also found it reasonable. Primordial core realm experts are abandoned so easily. Couldn't be just to cultivate some gang essence realm experts with this Blood King Gu. That evidently lacks sense. The investment and the output don't match. The involvement behind this matter is likely substantial. Almost certainly, celestial beings strong persons are involved, sparing the uncertainty that this is perpetrated by a particular southern border tribe or several tribal alliances. The nature is distinctly different. If it's the latter, true martial sect probably can't shake it off. I tend to believe only a few tribes are involved. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious. Ning Qi said, "Snow Plum Manor's downfall was 9 years ago, and Divine Sword Sect was destroyed just recently. If there was significant commotion during this time, it couldn't have gone unnoticed. Using this reasoning, it is evident those behind the scenes are greatly wary of Great Yin. Taoist Longshan agreed with a nod. That's right, perhaps one or two celestial human realm may be behind this, but nothing more than that. This matter requires continuing investigation, whether for you, Gio, or for Divine Sword Brother and Sure, or for those innocent ones, it must be pursued to the end. Now that there's direction, it's much better. We can investigate in the direction of human trafficking next, centering around the human blood pool Divine Sword Brother mentioned. He began to devise a plan. Ning Qi was constantly adding supplements by his side. Those unlike traditional martial artists of Great Yin should also be monitored. Combining the two can greatly narrow the scope. Master and apprentice soon settled on a strategy, both finding it feasible. They may keep a low profile for a while, but as long as they don't abandon cultivating the so-called Blood King goo, they will inevitably expose weaknesses. Ning Qi nodded and said, "Exactly. Judging by the special goo insects that woman carried, they might think she would perish instantly encountering celestial human realm. Yet they don't know. We've already gathered much information. This is our advantage. Now, we are in the dark, they are in the light." Taoist Longshan decisively said, "Gio, as usual, you remain at True Martial Mountain, while I descend the mountain to investigate. This time, he won't make a grand spectacle, seeking contacts quietly to explore." In Taoist Longshan's view, Ning Qi is stronger than himself. Better to remain at True Martial Mountain. For instance, last time the woman launched a night raid. Had he faced her, capturing her wouldn't be problematic, but drawing out so much useful information would be impossible. Of course, he intentionally wants to give Ning Qi more time for cultivation. His own cultivation progresses slowly now. Half a year or a year's time means little to him, but the same time for Ning Qi brings much greater progress. He hasn't forgotten Ning Qi is still only 9. Ning Qi did not decline. "Master, wear this cyan profound treasure armor." He handed the cyan profound treasure armor to Taoist Longshan. Given they've learned celestial human realm experts are involved behind, naturally, concerns for Master's safety arise. Besides, he has cyan profound body protection technique now, whose defense surpasses the cyan profound treasure armor. Taoist Longshan's eyes held some surprise, and upon slight perception, he knew the treasure armor's power, even faintly felt a hint of familiar aura. Seeing the puzzled look in his master's eyes, Ning Qi didn't hide it. This was obtained from the last attack by a demon sect expert. Taoist Longshan was shocked. He finally recalled where that familiar feeling arose. That day the Great Yin envoy ascended the mountain. Demon sect launched a night raid with 5 celestial beings, among which 4 perished. Only the demon sect celestial being, comparable to celestial being List Strong Person, escaped severely injured by Town North King, during which he tried hitting the drowning dog, but his attack against the armor-clad Elder Wong naturally harmless. Didn't that person escape? Taoist Longshan's mind surfaced with numerous questions. Seeing his disciple smile silently, he instantly realized. No wonder Gio appeared so late that night. It turns out he went to hunt down that thief. A dignified celestial being list-level strong person was killed by Ning Qi. This feeling made Taoist Longshan unreal. Everyone in the world thought that person had fled, but unexpectedly, he was quietly killed by his little disciple. It was likely that this blame had already been placed on the Town North King by the demon sect, making him feel a bit amused and helpless. He marveled in his heart, ultimately not being pretentious, and put away the treasure armor. This was a gesture of filial piety from his disciple. Ning Qi said with a smile, "Master, if there is any news, let me know immediately. I know some tracking techniques. Let's not alert the snake in the grass." Taoist Longshan nodded solemnly. He no longer doubted his little disciple's methods. Taoist Longshan also met Zhuang Chun. After learning that Zhuang Chen's injuries had recovered and his sword bone was already awakening, he was greatly pleased and offered some words of encouragement. "I'm still investigating your first master's enemy. I will definitely give you an explanation. Rest assured and focus on healing." For now, I am short on time to teach you. If there's anything you don't understand, consult your ninth senior brother more. He did not hide anything from Zhuangchun and told him that the culprit behind the downfall of the Divine Sword sect might be related to the southern border as well. Feelings deepened through interactions, and Taoist Longshan, having interacted with Zhuangchun and understanding his genuine heart, believed that Zhuangchun would eventually fully acknowledge the true martial sect. Zhuangchun was moved. He felt warm. Although the Divine Sword sect and his first master were gone, he had gained a master who cared for him and a group of senior brothers and sisters who cared for him. These past few days, Luo, Wentian, and others frequently visited him. Their sincere concern brought immense warmth to his heart, which had experienced sudden change. "Thank you, Master," Zhuangchun called out sincerely. He was never one for many thoughts. He remembered kindness shown to him and was grateful to repay it. Taoist Longshan smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for such formality between master and disciple. Seeing that Taoist Longshan was about to leave, Zhuangchun remembered something and quickly said, "Master, before my first master passed, he instructed me to give you the sword saint inheritance he had obtained. After burying the Divine Sword Old Man, he had fallen unconscious. Only now did he have the chance to see Taoist Longshan again. And from what he just heard, it seemed that Taoist Longshan would be leaving the mountain again for a while." Taoist Longshan was startled. If Zhuangchun hadn't mentioned it, he almost forgot about it. He didn't turn back, only smiled and said, "You should tell your ninth senior brother." Zhuangchun stared blankly at the back of Taoist Longshan, feeling even more at ease, with a hint of reverence rising in his eyes. The next day, Taoist Longshan quietly descended the mountain. This time, he did not make a grand exit or cause a stir. Apart from a few true disciples, even the other members of the true martial sect were unaware that Taoist Longshan had already left the mountain. Inside the Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi was still assisting Zhuangchun in reversing the innate sword body secret technique. After several days of training, Zhuangchun had gradually become accustomed to the intense pain. Although he was still quite battered, he was able to endure for increasingly longer periods. This was a unique kind of training for Zhuangchun, and now his eyes were sharp like a sword ready to be unsheathed, completely different from before. It wasn't until Zhuangchun collapsed, convulsing on the ground, that Ning Qi stopped. In his eyes, there was a trace of approval. "Sure, with the power of your newly reborn sword bone, you should be able to run the innate sword body secret technique independently. After a month, your sword bone will naturally fully awaken, and it may even be stronger than before." Ning Qi was no longer worried about the rest. Now that the most painful stage had been endured, reversing the secret technique with one's own power would become easier, requiring only patience. Zhuangchen's eyes were full of gratitude, but he didn't express it verbally, only holding it in his heart. During this time spent with his master and senior brothers and sisters, he learned not to be overly polite, to remember the kindness in his heart and repay it later. Zhuangchun began to adjust his breathing. After a moment, he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Ninth senior brother, I have finished adjusting my breathing. Now I can tell you about my first master's sword saint inheritance." He felt no reluctance, as Ning Qi had been selfless to him, and he would not hold back anything. This might be the only thing he could do to help Ning Qi at this stage. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. All right, there was a bit of anticipation in his eyes. Although the Sword Saint inheritance obtained by the Divine Sword Old Man was incomplete, it might still provide some insights for him. The Sword Saint is an unparalleled expert who has reached the level of a martial saint in the Sword Tao. However, in the current era, it's been a long time since a sword saint of this caliber has emerged. The great Yin martial saints are not known for their swordsmanship. Ning Qi speculated that the incomplete sword saint inheritance that the Divine Sword Old Man received must have been left by a sword saint from long ago. Zhuangchun began to recall what the Divine Sword Old Man had taught him. Ever since he stepped into the inner essence realm, the Divine Sword Old Man had gradually taught him the sword saint inheritance he received. During their escape, he even passed on the remaining essence to him. Fortunately, Zhuang Chun had the innate sword bone, giving him a unique understanding of the sword Tao, allowing him to remember everything. At this moment, he gathered his thoughts and began to speak slowly. The Sword Saint inheritance that the master received was passed down from a predecessor named the Cyan Blade Sword Saint, which includes several cultivation secret techniques such as Cyan Blade Strength, Cyan Blade Gang, and Cyan Blade Secret Record. Besides these, there are also some sword path secret techniques used for combat. He first gave a general overview of the contents of the Sword Saint inheritance, then began to speak in detail, starting with Cyan Blade Strength. Ning Qi listened attentively. He suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the sword. The true martial sect also has ultimate skills in the sword Tao, but they are clearly not as intricate. This excellently filled the gaps in Ning Qi's knowledge. Long before, Ning Qi understood that not everyone who holds a sword can be called a swordsman. In fact, a significant part of those in the martial realm are not qualified swordsmen. The key lies in sword strength and sword gang. Strictly speaking, only martial artists who have achieved great success in the inner essence realm and have mastered sword strength can be considered swordsmen. After achieving great success in the inner essence realm, one can transfer strength, and those who cultivate sword strength exhibit unparalleled sharpness when striking, far surpassing ordinary sword users. Sword strength is an extremely potent attribute of inner strength. This Cyan Blade Strength is especially outstanding in the realm of sharpness. To capture the essence of the 3-foot Cyan Blade, straight to the core of the sword's sharpness, truly worthy of the Sword Saint inheritance. Just from listening, Ning Qi already gained some insight. His internal gang, Qi, transformed, already carrying with it the unmatched sharpness. For Ning Qi, learning ready-made skills was extremely simple, as he already knew other methods of sword strength and sword gang. Now, after absorbing the essence of Cyan Blade Gang, the transformation was effortless, and the power became even stronger. Undeniably. Next, if Ning Qi were to use Heavenly Sword Technique and other secret techniques, their power would be enhanced further. A smile naturally appeared on his face. Even after Zhuang Qin finished describing the Cyan Blade secret record, Ning Qi still felt unsatisfied and couldn't help but ask, did the Cyan Blade Sword Saint not leave any martial saint cultivation method? With this inheritance added, Ning Qi already possessed 3 celestial being inheritances, but the martial saint methods remained at a superficial explanatory level. Zhuang Chun scratched his head apologetically. The master previously told me that the Sword Saint inheritance he obtained only contained this, the most crucial part being erased. Ning Qi furrowed his brow slightly. However, he soon understood, as this was normal. Otherwise, if a complete martial saint cultivation method existed, even a rumor of it would be enough to cause the Divine Sword sect to be destroyed countless times. But the master mentioned that at the end of the Cyan Blade secret record, there's an annotation that says, to achieve martial saint, one must absorb the power of heaven and earth for personal use. Ning Qi's eyes brightened. This coincided with the direction he had been deducing. The celestial human realm cultivates the 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit. 3 flowers gathering at the top leads to celestial being perfection. If one were to go further, perhaps it involves absorbing the power of heaven and earth into the body. This was a direction he considered, but he currently had no way to confirm it until he stepped into the celestial human realm for further deduction. However, why add such an annotation after erasing the martial saint cultivation method? If unwilling to let the martial saint method spread in the world, the annotation seems redundant. If wishing to leave behind the martial saint method, why erase it? This seems to imply a certain kind of inner conflict. Could it be that advancing to martial saint involves some kind of unknown crisis, causing previous martial saints to be unwilling or unable to pass down martial saint techniques? Ning Qi speculated, but he was not overly obsessed. When the time comes, and he gradually reaches that realm, he will naturally come to understand. Ninth Senior Brother, shall I continue speaking about other secret techniques? Zhuang Qin asked. Ning Qi came back to himself, smiling and nodding. Zhuangqun continued. Aside from previously recorded cultivation secret techniques, there are other ultimate skill secret techniques used for combat. For instance, the divine sword step. This step uses the body as a sword, stepping as if striking, unstoppable. Zhuangqun spoke slowly. Several secret techniques among them made Ning Qi's eyes brighten, significantly enriching his foundation. But what moved him the most was the last secret technique Zhuangqun spoke of. Zhuangqun's expression dimmed slightly as he said, "The last secret technique is the sword pill dissolving technique, nourishing the primordial core with sword gang daily to form a sword pill, which can burst forth with several times the combat power at critical moments. But it is a fighting method with no survival, only death. It was this technique that the master used to bring me to escape to safety." Ning Qi sighed softly, merely patting his shoulder. It was already nightfall. The Sword Saint inheritance contained extensive knowledge. Zhuangqun now only chose the essence to speak to Ning Qi. After Zhuangqun was free, he would transcribe them into scrolls and place them in the scripture pavilion. Zhuangqun returned to his room to rest. Ning Qi, meanwhile, reflected on the cyan blade Sword Saint inheritance he had just received. Though it's merely an incomplete inheritance, a Sword Saint is still a Sword Saint, having unique insights into the cultivation path. It helps me a lot, better than the dragon, tiger, and eagle inheritance I received from Iron Ridge 3 years before. Especially this sword pill dissolving technique is very interesting. Ning Qi was very intrigued. Without a doubt, this is a secret technique for explosive growth. Used at critical moments, it can increase combat power several times. However, the cost is somewhat high. If I could reduce this cost, it might become a major trump card for me. Although Ning Qi seeks the path to immortality, he would not mind having excessively strong combat power. Moreover, in these increasingly chaotic times, having enough martial strength to safeguard one's path brings a greater sense of security. Even though Ning Qi already has strength ranking high on the celestial being list, it is still not enough. I haven't advanced to the primordial core realm yet, so even if I want to use this secret technique, I can't for the time being. But there's a way. The fake pill within me still has 70% energy remaining. Could it substitute the primordial core? Or perhaps, can I construct a virtual sword pill specifically for explosive growth? Sparks of inspiration kept rising in Ning Qi's mind. In the blink of an eye, he had devised 2 approaches. Now, Ning Qi's own strength is already sufficiently powerful. The enhancement from the fake pill has decreased significantly unless he replaced it with a stronger fake pill. Therefore, using this fake pill as a substitute for the sword pill dissolving technique doesn't trouble him. Moreover, Ning Qi's gang qi is extremely vast, far surpassing ordinary people. Segmenting a portion to condense a virtual sword pill would have no impact on him, which others cannot achieve. Ning Qi felt both plans were feasible and enthusiastically began in-depth deduction. Time passed. Taoist Longshan was secretly investigating at the foot of the mountain, keeping constant contact with true Martial Mountain. Ning Qi was patient, understanding that it might not be a matter of a few days to find out. Even with some direction, it would still take some slips from the other side. But he was not worried. Judging from the conduct of people here, it definitely wouldn't be long. To catch them red-handed is only a matter of time. Ning Qi continued his growth, not letting this issue cause a halt in his stride, merely a minor episode on his path of seeking. During this period, Zhuangqun moved out of the Seeking Tao Institute after recovering from injuries. This was quite normal. After all, each true disciple of true martial sect had their own private residence, just like the one that was built for Ning Qi at the Seeking Tao Institute in those days. A group of senior and junior brothers also helped Zhuangqun build a courtyard. Zhuangqun named it Inquiring Sword Institute. He indeed passionately loves Sword Dao, hoping to be able to occasionally question his sword heart and forge ahead in Sword Dao. The Inquiring Sword Institute is quite close to the Seeking Tao Institute, since Zhuangqun and Ning Qi have the best relationship. He deeply admired this ninth senior brother. As before entering true martial sect, Ning Qi already taught him a move of swordsmanship and the secret technique of innate sword body. This short period of being close to Ning Qi made Zhuang Chun perceive ninth senior brother's unfathomableness, silently taking Ning Qi as his goal, striving to catch up. However, the process is bound to be lengthy. His sword bone recovery would require some time, then starting cultivation anew, but with previous foundations, relearning would be much faster. After Zhuang, Chen moved out. The Seeking Tao Institute became much quieter again. The white ape, now and again, would seek Zhuang Chun, guiding him through true martial sect's garden paths. Unintentionally, the relationship between this person and ape became increasingly close, though Ning Qi often witnessed their bickering scenes, causing him to smile inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Ning Qi's jade liquid sea within his body grew even more strong. His so-called slow cultivation was relative only to himself, but compared to other jade liquid realm individuals, it was like thousands of miles a day. At this moment, through Zhuang Chen's relentless endeavors, his sword bone had completely revived. Ning Qi was examining him. Strands of Gang Qi, under Ning Qi's manipulation, moved agilely without any aggression, and only myriad phenomena true Gang could achieve such, leaving no blind spot unattended. After a moment, Ning Qi smiled and said, "10th Junior Brother, your sword bone has completely revived. You can resume martial practice." Upon receiving Ning Qi's affirmative response, Zhuang Chun relaxed completely from his previous tension, the excitement evident. Only he knew how restless he had felt in those days. If he truly could not cultivate again, he'd be unaware of where to go next. Gathered around were Luo Wentian, Yi Qinghe, and others who laughed heartily. The genuine joy of everyone made Zhuang Chen even more excited. After the laughter died out, Luo Wentian spoke. "Sure, now you can continue cultivating as well. Before Master left the mountain, he instructed me to have you train in the Vengeance stance, one of the true martial 9 stances, as a foundation." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression grew slightly complex. The Vengeance stance was learned by Qin Yun back then. Ever since Qin Yun left True Martial Sect, the True Martial 9 Sons missed one member, and the beautiful hope of the 9 great celestial beings Battle Martial Saint was entirely dashed. All along, this was a knot in Taoist Longshan's heart, and consequently, he hadn't taken in new disciples. Upon receiving the divine sword Old Man's bedside plea, it was considered as resolving Taoist Longshan's inner conflict. However, everyone roughly understood Master's intentions, particularly regarding Qin Yun's matter. It was more about self-reproach than disappointment with Qin Yun. Accepting Zhuang Chun as the 10th disciple, it was evident the 8th position has been vacant. Thankfully, now Zhuang Chun has entered the sect, the Vengeance stance has once again someone to inherit. Zhuang Chun quickly nodded and said, "I shall listen to Master." He had heard about the matter with the 8th senior brother. Not being foolish, seeing the emotions of senior brothers and sisters now, he somewhat understood. Ning Qi jovially broke the quiet atmosphere. "I know the Vengeance stance. I will teach you later. The other stances in the true martial 9 stances, you can learn those too if you wish. As for the Cyan Blade Sword Saint heritage, you can cultivate that as well. The two do not conflict." Yi Qinghe also laughed and said, "Indeed, little Jiao should teach. We only grasp the basics of the Vengeance stance. Now, that Master isn't on the mountain. He is the one to teach." Everyone recalled back to Ning Qi's monstrous display upon initially learning stance skill, sharing an understanding smile. In the blink of an eye, it had been 6 years ago. Everyone felt a myriad of emotions. Zhuang Chan did not understand why, just foolishly grinned, scratching his head. Seeing the quivering fat on Zhuang Chen's body, Ning Qi suddenly thought that Zhuang Chun should not continue cultivating the dreaming gluttony secret technique. Otherwise, he'd turn into a mountain of meat, quite unsightly. Now that Zhuang Chen's his junior brother, he would take some interest. Optimize it a little would be better. Later, he might arrange for Zhuang Chun to practice sleep dream skill together. Zhuang Chun had great comprehension. Training in the vengeance stance, he quickly mastered it and became adept. Retracing his original path, Zhuang Chen's cultivation accelerated rapidly. And once Zhuang Chen's cultivation undeniably entered the proper track, Ning Qi resumed, deducing a more optimal version of the sword pill dissolving technique. In these recent days, aside from cultivation and studying texts, a substantial portion of Ning Qi's energy was spent on this secret technique. Now nearing completion, within Ning Qi's body, the jade liquid sea surged and roared, occasionally throwing up a splash, each exceedingly pure gang qi. The two previously deduced possibilities were excellent, each with its advantages and drawbacks, but using the fake pill to substitute the sword pill posed higher difficulty. I'll first attempt to condense a virtual sword pill. Thereafter, substituting the fake pill involves only altering some parts. His heart was stirred. Myriad phenomena true gang operated, with part of the gang qi already transformed into strands of unmatched keen sword gang, amalgamating characteristics of several sword gangs, prominently Siam Blade Gang. Strands of sword gang soared upwards, coalescing under Ning Qi's manipulation above the jade liquid sea. Incorporating elements cleverly derived from the heaven and earth grinding wheel through quenching gang technique, each motion of sword gang began to condense, shortly forming a spherical shape, and then continuing to condense. Finally, it formed into an incomparably round sword pill. This sword pill couldn't be compared with the primordial core Ning Qi would achieve eventually, but still greatly surpassed typical primordial core realm experts. Ning Qi observed within himself. The sword pill hung high above the jade liquid sea, resembling a giant sun. He could feel the formidable power it contained, but the sword pill's primary function was explosive growth. Once detonated, it would stir the jade liquid sea, enabling Ning Qi to unleash multiplied strength instantly. Ning Qi smiled contentedly. In this way, the virtual sword pill dissolution technique was considered achieved. Though its might was somewhat lesser, mainly due to Ning Qi's overwhelming base strength, and the cost was considerably smaller than that of the sword pill dissolving technique. Upon detonation, the most he'd suffer would be internal injuries, recoverable after a period, far from shattering the primordial core, bringing demise. For Ning Qi, the greatest need is not to maximize power, but to minimize side effects, ensuring it doesn't affect his future and foundation. This virtual sword pill dissolution technique is just perfect now. This virtual sword pill dissolution technique can be used as a small ace up the sleeve, reusable, but each use requires healing before spending a little time to condense a new sword pill. Ning Qi's positioning is very clear, but this is not the only result of this enlightenment. His perception moved upwards, landing on the fake pill beating continuously in his heart. During the process of condensing the sword pill earlier, he also cleared the last obstacle and created the fake pill dissolution technique. Just a little surge of gang qi. The fake pill shatters, capable of unleashing even more terrifying power. This is much stronger than the virtual sword pill. Ning Qi estimates it can amplify his current combat power by about threefold, but the side effects will also be much greater, possibly causing severe injuries. Although it won't destroy the foundation, recuperating for half a year is inevitable. This is the ultimate ace. Ning Qi wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary, since he can't afford to waste half a year on recovery. The fake pill dissolution technique and the fake pill co-heaven technique can be recorded together as a series of secret techniques. Ning Qi thought, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With these two dissolution techniques, his sense of security increased a bit more. Now, just wait to trace the Blood Rain Tower's whereabouts. Then he can completely resolve the events of the past once and for all. The spring breeze blew softly, and flowers bloomed on true martial mountain. Zhuang Chun has gradually integrated into the true martial sect, and the outer and inner sect disciples all know there is an additional 10th senior brother. Yi Qinghe was even more delighted because she gained a drinking companion. She found that Zhuangchen was also quite interested in wine, so she took him to share the fine wines collected over the years, and even brewed peach blossom brew together. For a time, the combination of Yi Qinghe, Zhuangchen, and Yuan Tianqing, two people and an ape, became quite the unruly presence in the true martial sect, often causing chaos and commotion. Only Luo, Wentian, and Ning Qi could suppress these three. However, seeing Zhuangchen integrating so quickly, everyone was inwardly very pleased. People should remember their grudges, but shouldn't live in hatred. A pure heart clearly distinguishes grievances, and sometimes when thoughts are pure, one won't be affected. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed since the Divine Sword sect was exterminated. Outside the Seeking Tao Institute, peach blossoms were in full bloom. Taoist Longshan occasionally sent back messages. Since last month, there have been some traces of the southern border forces emerging, but it's just a small movement, still probing. Taoist Longshan was very patient and didn't alert the enemy. Only when enough influential individuals appear would he close the net. Ning Qi was somewhat anticipating, as that would be the time for him to descend the mountain. But now he still has to wait. After digesting the cyan blade sword saint's inheritance, Ning Qi returned to his usual cultivation and scripture reading. The Taoist scripture sent by the true profound sect was being absorbed at a very fast rate, with less than half unread now. And cultivation also went very smoothly, advancing with a firm stride. Ning Qi's jade liquid sea became increasingly vast and deep. It's hard to imagine what kind of terror such a vast jade liquid sea would form if condensed into a primordial core. Besides, there was another matter he was looking forward to: the Enlightenment Tea Tree. In recent days, Ning Qi could feel the Enlightenment Tea Tree seed becoming more and more active. The flesh of the demon sect, celestial being realm expert, caused it to undergo an extraordinary change. Combined with Ning Qi's cultivation method, it genuinely seemed to come to life, on the verge of breaking through the soil. At this moment, 9 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on that soil. Little chubby Zhuangchen and the white ape were even lying on the ground, their eyes level with the ground. However, the white ape's actions were obviously more nimble, while Zhuangchen's belly pressed against the soil, looking somewhat comical. Yesterday, Ning Qi casually mentioned that the Enlightenment Tea Tree seed might be sprouting, and this morning, all the fellow disciples came, claiming they wanted to witness the sprouting of the Enlightenment Tea Tree seed, leading to the current scene. They had been watching for a whole 2 hours, and by the look of things, they would continue watching. Ning Qi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, shifting his gaze back to the Taoist scripture in his hands. Although the seed spirit had reached its peak of activity, who knew when it would break through the soil? He didn't want to waste this time. But moments later, Ning Qi's eyes revealed an expression of surprise. He put down the Taoist scripture in his hands and looked at that soil. Joyful exclamations were already coming through. It's out! It's out! The Enlightenment Tea Tree really sprouted. Jiu, come and see. In the sight of the eyes, a young seedling broke through the soil, its growth not fast, but steadfast and resilient, evoking an inexplicable emotion in those who saw it. Ning Qi felt a subtle touch in his heart, perceiving a certain taste of life on the Enlightenment Tea Tree seedling. The crowd gazed in awe. Under the nourishment of spirit, the seedling grew at an astonishing rate. In a blink of an eye, it was already the size of 2 palms, its entire trunk appearing reddish-brown, with several small branches faintly visible as bulges. Everyone was excited, marveling at the miracle of life they had witnessed. Zhuangchen chuckled foolishly. In 2 years, we might be able to taste the Enlightenment tea. Everyone chuckled. They all looked at Ning Qi and saw him in a trance, seemingly having gained insight. The crowd quieted down, secretly amazed by Ning Qi's extraordinary perceptiveness. Everyone watched the Enlightenment Tea Tree seedling break through the soil together. Others merely found it intriguing without any deep insight, But Ning Qi saw a different essence. A moment later, Ning Qi came back to his senses. Indeed, he had gained enlightenment, but hadn't developed any secret technique or ultimate skill from it. He simply consolidated the life rhythm he sensed in the process of the seedling breaking through the soil. This served as solid grounding, which might be useful for something in the future. He had spent many years reading scriptures in this way, accumulating foundation, so when creating techniques, he could draw upon it effortlessly. This time, the inspiration was particularly strong, and he would attempt to utilize this life rhythm in the future. Ning Qi had a premonition that frequently observing the enlightenment tea tree could be notably beneficial. But for now, the tea tree needed to grow. He smiled and said, "Let's strive to have it grow a few tea leaves within 2 years, so that during the true Marshall Peach assembly we can all taste it together." Ning Qi was confident. The hardest part is starting, and the most difficult step has been completed. The remaining cultivation is just a matter of course. He was curious whether the effect of the Enlightenment tea was as legendary as rumored, and he wanted to see if the Enlightenment tea tree could provide additional enhancement to himself. The crowd all cheered, especially Zhuang Chun, whose mouth was almost watering. He had long heard Yi Qing speak of the true Marshall Peach assembly shared only among the true inheritors, and he was tremendously looking forward to the true Marshall Peach fruit. Now, with the addition of Enlightenment tea, his anticipation grew even more. Another month passed. Peach blossoms gradually wilted, and peach fruit began to form. Numerous true inheritors already started anticipating the true Marshall Peach assembly, and unless urgent matters arose, they would often descend the mountain for an extended period of training after the assembly each year. But before the true Marshall Peach assembly arrived, Taoist Longshan brought news. The southern border forces finally showed significant activity. To prevent leaks, Taoist Longshan personally returned to true Marshall Mountain. It's the lay among the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning quartet from the Blood Rain Tower. Taoist Longshan's first sentence made Ning Qi's spirit tremble. This was the closest they had come to the killer. After years of investigating, they believed that the Lord Wind, who massacred Snow Plum Manor, was more than 90% likely to be wind of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning quartet. Now, having found Lei, Wind wouldn't be far behind. A fleeting cold flash appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. Then he calmly asked, "Where is he?" Taoist Longshan gestured for Ning Qi to remain calm, then slowly began. During this time of investigation, the nameless force that massacred Divine Sword Sect has instead fallen silent. But Zhou's intelligence from that night raid was correct. The Blood Rain Tower and the nameless force are indeed acting together. Soon after, movements from the Blood Rain Tower began to become active. Initially, only some bronze and silver rank assassins were being dispatched, but this time, a gold rank assassin is involved. I have learned that in 7 days, the 2 major forces in Kang Prefecture City will clash, and the Iron Fist Gang has paid dearly to invite Lei to assassinate the head of Black Wind Thieves. If successful, they plan to take away all bodies of Black Wind Thieves. During these days, they have been extremely cautious, mostly using similar methods to collect martial artist bodies. If we hadn't known about the trick, ordinary people wouldn't notice. Taoist Longshan coldly snorted. During this time, he had been biding his time, long prepared to catch these people in one fell swoop. It was precisely because there were 7 days that he made a special trip back to true Marshall Mountain. Ning Qi listened and understood. Following the trail of Lei, they would certainly be able to uncover the Blood Rain Tower and even the forces behind it, as long as this lead didn't break, which would alert the adversary. Therefore, this operation was very crucial. However, Ning Qi had confidence. The strength and methods he possessed now were far beyond what others could imagine. "Zhou, are you prepared?" Taoist Longshan asked. Ning Qi smiled calmly and nodded. Naturally, during this period, he had dedicated substantial efforts to various secret techniques like tracking, concealing breath, and pupil technique. The blade was long sharpened. Upon seeing Ning Qi fully prepared, Taoist Longshan felt relieved and sternly said, "That's good. Then you and I, master and disciple, will go down the mountain together, unite our efforts, and strive to eradicate these scourges once and for all." But Ning Qi slowly shook his head and said, "No, I'm enough on my own. Master, you should stay on True Martial Mountain." Taoist Longshan was startled. Ning Qi explained with a smile, "If you and I go together, won't True Martial Mountain be without someone to guard it? Although the demon sect is quiet now, just in case, it would be better to have a celestial human realm expert guarding True Martial Mountain. Moreover, we don't know if those southern border forces will dare to venture up the mountain again. Besides, going after the gold tier assassin lay does not require a large number of people. It's mainly about tracking and understanding the traces. I know some tracking and transformation techniques, and being alone will be more flexible." He didn't mention another thing. With Ning Qi's current strength, if he couldn't complete it, adding Taoist Longshan wouldn't help either. If they really encounter some unbeatable enemy, Ning Qi could escape using various methods, but if Taoist Longshan were there, it might lead to a deadly confrontation. So going alone is actually the best choice. Taoist Longshan hesitated slightly. Ning Qi's reasoning had some merit, but long ago he had promised Ning Qi to help him eradicate the Blood Rain Tower together. Of course, his foremost concern was Ning Qi's safety alone. "Although, Jiao, your strength now surpasses mine, if I go together, there will be some mutual support. Behind these southern border forces, there's almost certainly a celestial human realm expert." He was still somewhat uneasy. Ning Qi just smiled. The next moment, inside, the jade liquid sea trembled, strands of Gang Qi vibrating and surrounding them. Taoist Longshan's expression changed slightly, quickly mobilized the power of heaven and earth to resist the pressure. But no matter how hard he tried, the terrifying Gang Qi remained overwhelmingly strong, with an unfathomable feeling. Even when he exerted himself fully, Ning Qi remained calm. Taoist Longshan finally chuckled and waved. All right, Jiao, be careful yourself." His heart was a mix of bitterness and pride. Just last year, he measured Ning Qi's strength using the power of heaven and earth. Now it was Ning Qi measuring his power of heaven and earth strength with Gang Qi. Their roles switched so quickly, catching him off guard. He understood, with his disciple's current strength, forcing himself to accompany would not be helpful and might even hinder. Thinking this way, Taoist Longshan no longer insisted. As Ning Qi said, staying on True Martial Mountain would ensure its safety further. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Master, I cherish my life more than anyone." Taoist Longshan added, "If convenient, kill the perpetrator who exterminated the Divine Sword sect as well. Consider it a solace for Brother Divine Sword's spirit in heaven." Ning Qi nodded solemnly. He intended to do just that. The next day, Ning Qi announced he was secluding himself, but secretly, he went down the mountain. No one knew except Taoist Longshan. At this moment, Ning Qi transformed into a middle-aged man in black, walking along the bluestone streets, feeling the bustling crowd and the lively atmosphere. He couldn't help but reflect. He had traveled to this world for 9 years. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he ventured so far from True Martial Mountain. The furthest he had been before was True Martial City. Though initially fresh, after several more rounds around the area, Ning Qi felt it was just so. He wouldn't let the worldly splendor shake his path. This journey down the mountain was merely to settle old matters from 9 years ago. Determining the direction of Kang Prefecture City, Ning Qi took to the air unnoticed. Kang Prefecture City, a famed prefecture city within Qing State. Its prosperity ranks among the top 5 in Qing State, with intertwined forces inside. Besides the government, there are several top-tier forces, among which is the Iron Fist Gang. Ning Qi found an inn and sat down. Now, a seemingly ordinary man, his presence was not strong and barely attracted attention. After casually ordering some small dishes, Ning Qi sensed the surroundings, gathering information he desired. "Hey, have you heard? The Grand Elder son of Iron Fist sect was kidnapped by the Black Wind thieves, and that old man's beloved son was humiliated to death. Such a thing happened? Aren't the two forces set to clash? Indeed, I heard they've tried to negotiate several times, but each ended in failure, eventually heating up the conflict. Iron Fist sect already declared they would annihilate the Black Wind thieves completely. With Black Wind Mountain's perilous location, it might not be so easy to eliminate them, right? Ning Qi listened, somewhat surprised. In just 2 or 3 days, the confrontation between two top-tier forces was evidently brought to light. Clearly, someone was stirring up the trouble. It might involve some forces' overt and covert struggles, possibly involving Demon Sect and the government's influence. But Ning Qi was indifferent. With his current strength, struggles among Gang Essence realm rivals were child's play. The Great Yin is vast. Celestial human realm experts don't appear easily. Since Lei's target is the leader of the Black Wind Thieves, I'll wait at the Black Wind Thieves in advance. Ning Qi's plan was simple. As long as we meet Lei, the rest will be easy to handle. His soul-capturing eye technique has improved further. Now, with the power of heaven and earth to support it, it's sufficient to extract a lot of information. He doesn't think this Lei would typically carry a goo insect like that woman used for suicide last time. Otherwise, if he accidentally encountered a celestial being, wouldn't it be in vain? People aren't that foolish. Those kinds of things are surely only used during missions with a high likelihood of death. Ning Qi is not in a hurry, silently experiencing the prosperity of Kang Prefecture City. It's a rare trip down the mountain. While there's no attachment, experiencing it deeply is a change of mindset, which might provoke a different kind of inspiration for enlightenment. In a blink, another 4 days passed. Ning Qi silently headed towards Black Wind Mountain. During these days, he was not idle and had secretly familiarized himself with the terrain of Black Wind Mountain. It was late at night. He changed his appearance and concealed his breath, like a ghost, treading in the air from the perilous back cliff. He released his perception, quietly waiting with a calm heart. Soon after, suddenly, cries and shouts of killing erupted in the night sky. "Dog Zhao, give me back the life of my son." A loud cry, full of grief and fury, started the night battle. A hearty laugh was heard. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Your son's flavor was indeed not bad. My brothers and I played with him for 3 days and nights. He was even tenderer than the courtesans of Snowflake House. What a pity. What a pity. If only he could last longer. Maybe old man's son could have seen for himself." Loud, unrestrained laughter echoed continuously. One ferocious martial artist after another charged out. New grudges and old hatreds, entangled interests. The two forces were fiercely clashing in a treacherous spot, with other forces even placing bets. Among them, there were the most martial artists at the body-tempering realm, the inner essence realm martial artists were the backbone, and a few gang essence realm martial artists would decide the ultimate outcome of the battlefield. Ning Qi just stood in the shadows watching, undetected by anyone. With his current strength, watching this perilous battle was like watching children play, giving him the feeling of being a high-level player bullying novices in the newbie village. He was waiting for Lei to appear. The gap between the two forces wasn't that big. Only the appearance of the assassin for Blood Rain Tower could deliver a decisive blow. The battle grew ever more intense. Ning Qi was very patient. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, focusing on the most intense battleground, where the Iron Fist sect leader and the Black Wind Thieves leader were locked in a struggle. In the shadows, a figure stealthily approached, unnoticed by anyone but Ning Qi. Here it comes. Just as this thought crossed Ning Qi's mind, a killing intent suddenly appeared from the shadows, a long sword like lightning and thunder, stabbing towards the leader. The Iron Fist sect leader seized the opportunity to unleash his full power. With this two-pronged approach, in just a brief moment, the Black Wind Thieves leader was killed. Everyone in the Black Wind Thieves was shocked. This sudden change threw them into chaos. The following outcome needs no further elaboration. With the addition of 2 Gang Essence realm experts and a new wave of black-clad reinforcements joining the fight, it was a one-sided massacre. Screams echoed unceasingly. Not long after, The battle came to a complete halt. Everyone in the Iron Fist sect cheered. But the sect leader and the Grand Elder looked at the black-clad assassins with a hint of apprehension. Many thanks for Lord Lei's assistance. Truly worthy of the Blood Rain Tower's gold-class assassins, renowned in Qing State. I am impressed. Lei's voice was emotionless. He simply said calmly, just as agreed beforehand. The Iron Fist sect leader nodded, feeling a bit of pain in his heart, as the price for hiring Blood Rain Tower's gold-class assassins was no small cost. Understood. Moments later, the spoils of war were collected. Everyone in the Iron Fist sect departed, and once they reached the foot of the mountain, a great fire was set ablaze on Black Wind Mountain. The Grand Elder was puzzled. Why is Blood Rain Tower setting a fire? Didn't they want Black Wind Mountain? The Iron Fist sect took a deep gaze towards the mountain. Why worry about so much? The more you know, the faster you die. Better deal less with these kinds of people in the future. They always seem a bit sinister. On Black Wind Mountain, the fire burned fiercely. But it wasn't as the Iron Fist sect thought, where everything was reduced to ash. Instead, the bodies of numerous martial artists were neatly arranged together. Lei's eyes were fervent as he gazed at the many bodies, feeling particularly delighted. Among them, there were 2 or 3 bodies of Gang Essence Realm, one even reaching the Primordial Core Realm, with high quality. Ever since they found out someone was secretly investigating, Blood Rain Tower had been acting cautiously, just looking for scraps here and there, finally finding an opportunity to take a big bite this time. Fearless of hunger, daring brings prosperity. With this achievement, the blood pool already has enough to let the Blood King goo absorb again. Those worthless things have no room to complain. They can't even destroy the Divine Sword sect. And they dare blame us. They are unworthy. Lei felt a bit disdainful in his heart. Taking advantage of the conflict between the 2 major forces to pull off a stealth move under the table, quietly bringing these bodies back. No one would find out. A big fire would erase all traces. And since this was a normal Martial Path sect dispute, it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. He commanded in a deep voice, "Bring these bodies back." "Yes, Lord Lei." One by one, the black-clad assassins began to move, assured since the bodies had already received additional cuts. The ready-prepared carts took the bodies away. But they didn't know. In the shadows, a calm gaze had been watching them all along. And Ning Qi's expression was somewhat playful. He originally planned to capture Lei directly, then use the pupil technique to interrogate him, and finally storm their lair. But now, he had a better idea. Lei sat upright in the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. The recent slaughter had drained him somewhat, and for some reason, he constantly felt uneasy, yet he couldn't locate the source. "Where are we now?" he asked in a deep voice. A respectful voice came from outside the carriage. "Sir, about 1 more 2-hour to the base." Lei took a deep breath. He stepped out of the carriage. He felt the need to relax his tense spirits. Take a break. Check if any of the bodies are still alive. With that said, he walked alone into the dense forest. As soon as he entered the forest, his gaze changed. Hiding in the shadows, his sharp eyes continuously scanned the busy men in black, occasionally perceiving his surroundings. He believed firmly in his instincts, which would never mislead him. If someone truly were spying secretly, either they would disguise themselves as a corpse or mix with the team or shadow them from the dark. He clearly knew that somebody had been secretly investigating him recently, so being overly cautious was never a bad thing. But after watching for a while, he found nothing, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Could it really be that I was mistaken? Just as this thought arose in Lei's heart, his pupils contracted suddenly. A mysterious voice whispered into his ears. "Are you looking for me?" Lei was instantly gripped with horror, a chill racing to the top of his head, but he couldn't utter a sound. A large hand was clasped around his neck, terrible pressure enveloping every inch of his flesh and blood, and he even heard the groaning of his own muscles and bones. No matter how vigilant he was, he couldn't escape this massive attack. Ning Qi was too thorough for him. Ning Qi watched the fierce-looking middle-aged man before him, his gaze as deep as a murky pool. "Look into my eyes." A moment later, Lei emerged from the forest once more. The many men in black greeted him respectfully. "Sir, the inspection is complete. No problems found." Lei nodded slightly. He got into the carriage. After the curtain was drawn, Lei's eyes became somewhat strange. No one knew that the real Lei had died in the forest without a trace, and the current Lei was Ning Qi in disguise. With his mastery of body shifting and bone changing, even those who spent day and night with Lei couldn't discern a flaw. Back in the forest, Ning Qi was well prepared and used the pupil technique to extract many answers he sought. Drawing on previous experiences of interrogating an enchanting woman, Ning Qi skillfully avoided asking certain forbidden questions this time. Now armed with information about various secret codes, organizational structure, and whether there were masters behind the scenes, he had enough to temporarily disguise himself as Lei. This was Ning Qi's new plan. Killing them one by one would inevitably let some slip through, since these people didn't usually gather together, and if Master Feng received word and managed to escape, it would be troublesome to track him down again. But with Lei's identity, he could find an excuse to gather everyone together. At that time, it would be delightful to catch them all in one go, avoiding the needless waste of time. According to Lei, here in Qing State, there are mainly Blood Rain Tower and an unnamed power, and above them, there are two celestial human realm masters, one called Fatty Elder and the other Skinny Elder. These two elders each have a Blood King Gu, and when there is a significant gain, one of the elders would usually be invited to bring the Blood King Gu over. As for what exactly the Blood King Gu is used for, only these two would know. Ning Qi's eyes sparkled. He had a hunch that the Blood King Gu might be very useful for him, potentially replacing relics in alchemy. Not an unfounded suspicion, but inferred from the way the Blood King Gu was cultivated. A Gu insect nurtured by absorbing human blood essence must contain extremely abundant vital force. In an instant, Ning Qi's interest was piqued even more. If he could obtain these two Blood King Gu, it might significantly shorten his time to ascend to the primordial core. Since he was already there, Ning Qi wouldn't miss the chance, seeing it as a side benefit while seeking revenge. That Fatty Elder seems a bit weaker, so let's use this opportunity to invite over Fatty Elder with the spoils, and then, under Fatty Elder's name, bring everyone else over. Otherwise, directly summoning the others in Lei's identity might seem abrupt. Ning Qi had formulated a plan in his mind. The convoy moved swiftly forward. After 1-2 hours, they arrived at the base. The base was deeply hidden within a valley, heavily guarded from the shadows, and the carriages loaded with bodies underwent rigorous inspection. Even Ning Qi was checked. However, Ning Qi's mastery of body shifting and bone changing was extraordinary, and none could detect any anomalies. Upon entering the valley, the group began transporting the bodies into the underground palace. Subsequently, they reached the deepest part of the underground palace. Ning Qi looked at the blood pool before him, a surge of killing intent rising in his heart. It was hard to imagine how many had perished here. The likes of the Black Wind thieves being slaughtered hardly mattered, but most of them were likely innocents. The stench of blood in the blood pool was overwhelming. Besides human blood, many precious herbs were added. Ning Qi only had to sniff lightly to identify a few of them. He watched as bodies were thrown into the blood pool, bubbling as they gradually dissolved, appearing especially sinister. As powerful martial artist corpses were thrown in, the eerie vitality in the blood pool grew even denser, turning the pool a clear hue. It seems to have reached some kind of limit. The surrounding confidants all knelt and shouted in unison. "Congratulations, my lord. May my lord be blessed with rewards. With this success, you will surely receive great rewards from the two elders." Ning Qi laughed heartily and waved his hand. Someone quickly sent a message to invite the Fatty Elder. There was some anticipation in his eyes. In the stronghold, Ning Qi was alone. Even with the body shifting and bone changing technique, there was still the possibility of saying too much and making mistakes. He silently awaited the arrival of the Fatty Elder. The blood pool reaching its limit is a normal procedure, and that Fatty Elder wouldn't have any suspicions. One day later, A figure appeared above the stronghold, treading on air as they approached. This figure had his hands behind his back, a fat head and big ears, fair skin, and a certain arrogance in his eyes. Ning Qi had already brought a group of subordinates waiting here, secretly observing the fatty elder, sensing his aura. Just an ordinary celestial human realm, probably with strength on par with the carefree monarch. With thoughts turning in his mind, his actions did not slow. "We have met the fatty elder." The fatty elder snorted lightly through his nose in response, his gaze stopping on Ning Qi, finally praising him. "Hey, you've done well. If you keep it up, I will recommend you to become the Blood Rain Tower Master." Since its establishment, the position of Tower Master has always been vacant, making the four top assassins very envious. Ning Qi feigned an appearance of being ecstatic, yet striving to restrain himself. "To serve the elder is my duty. I dare not aspire for anything more." The fatty elder waved his hand casually. "Take me to the blood pool." Ning Qi hurriedly led the way. They entered the deepest part of the underground palace where the blood pool was located, while the others all respectfully withdrew. The door closed, leaving only Ning Qi and the fatty elder. It was routine. Others only knew to collect blood for the pool, but did not know its purpose. Only core experts of the primordial core realm knew of the Blood King, Gu's existence. The fatty elder surveyed the blood pool in front of him, teeming with a dark and vibrant life force, his eyes burning with intense eagerness. "Good. Well done. Much better than Zhao Dong and those useless ones." He did not hold back his praise. Ning Qi hurriedly complimented in return. Then, he saw the fatty elder carefully take out a bamboo tube from his bosom. This bamboo tube was unique, looking like it was made of purple jade, seemingly having a nourishing effect. The fatty elder muttered rapidly under his breath, speaking in a language that was not the Great Yan official language. Ning Qi's spirit was stirred, listening carefully to the variations in his syllables and paying attention to the fluctuations in his aura, gaining some understanding in his heart that this should be the Gu manipulation technique, which wasn't difficult. Then a Gu insect, entirely blood red, lazily crawled out from the purple jade bamboo tube. He saw it clearly. The Gu insect was about the size of an adult's thumb, as if made of blood-colored agate, with strange patterns on its back resembling eyes, and it had 3 pairs of transparent wings, though the last pair looked somewhat weak and small. "Is this the Blood King Gu?" As soon as the Blood King Gu appeared, the abundant life force it emitted made Ning Qi's eyes light up. He knew his speculation was correct. This was definitely an excellent substitute for a relic, even more effective than a relic. At this moment, the previously lazy Blood King Gu, once it emerged, seemed attracted by the dark life force within the blood pool, immediately becoming active. With a shake of its wings, it had already landed in the blood pool. Then it delved deeper. Ning Qi could feel the previously dark life force in the blood pool weakening at a rate visible to the naked eye, being consumed by the Blood King Gu. Although he couldn't see the Blood King Gu, Ning Qi could feel the burgeoning life force within it, even a power transforming in quality, which was the fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth. This Blood King Gu seems to have a filtering and purifying role. Ning Qi vaguely already understood the use of this Blood King Gu. If the Blood King Gu matured, it could probably serve as a supreme treasure that could help one break into the celestial human realm. The fatty elder gazed fervently at the blood pool and suddenly said, "Lei, are you also curious about the Blood King Gu?" Ning Qi was shaken mentally, and his face immediately showed a look of panic and unease before he fell to his knees. "Fatty elder, I dare not spy on such a sacred object. I beg elder to discern the truth." The fatty elder chuckled and waved his hand. "Don't be so nervous. Once this Blood King Gu is successfully cultivated, it will be time for me to leave. A new elder will come by then. You've all done well over the years, pleasing me greatly. Before I leave, it's not a big deal to tell you about the Blood King Gu." Ning Qi cautiously said, "Then please, elder, clear up my confusion." Although he had some guesses, they were just guesses. Nothing could compare to the direct knowledge the fatty elder could provide. The fatty elder's eyes turned somewhat profound. Did you see the 3 pairs of wings on the blood kingu? The blood kingu is born without wings. As it grows step by step, it will eventually sprout wings. 3 pairs signify its completeness, its maturity. It's been 10 years, a full 10 years of nurturing with a blood pool, to grow such a blood kingu. It's really not easy. Perhaps because he was about to succeed and leave. The fatty elder talked more than usual. With just one more infusion of the scale of the blood pool, this blood kingu will fully mature. And once it does, it can allow a primordial core realm expert to step into the celestial human realm unhindered. His voice was filled with temptation. Ning Qi had long suspected this, and now he cooperated by displaying a dumbfounded and astonished expression. It actually has such miraculous effects. The fatty elder chuckled. Naturally, otherwise why would I have stayed in Qing State for 10 years? Lei, perform well, and perhaps you'll have the chance to be granted a blood kingu in the future. Ning Qi, full of gratitude, said, "Thank you, elder, for your guidance." He roughly understood that the fatty elder's rare discussion of the blood kingu's effects today was likely an attempt to cultivate Lei as a trusted confidant, which was, in a way, planting a nail. The fatty elder chuckled again. But this is not even the greatest use of the blood kingu. His words trailed off lengthily, and Ning Qi timely played along. The greatest use is... But then the fatty elder turned, his face carrying a teasing smile. Do you really want to know? Ning Qi felt struck by lightning, breaking into a cold sweat, and hurriedly bowed his head in fear, saying, "It was presumptuous of me. Please forgive me, elder." The fatty elder looked at the docile Lei before him and smiled contentedly. This mix of reward and punishment, with a balance of grace and power, seemed to him well executed. He gently helped Ning Qi up and said with a smile, "No need to be like this. Follow me in the future, and when you advance to the celestial human realm, you will naturally know." He patted Ning Qi's shoulder and then focused on observing the atmosphere change within the blood pool and the blood kingu. "I'm willing to be loyal unto death for the elder." Having shown his allegiance, Ning Qi stepped back 2 paces, calmly watching the fatty elder's back. The information gained from this conversation with the fatty elder was an unexpected delight. He hadn't forgotten his original plan. But now was not the best time to take action. The fatty elder seemed to have his back to Ning Qi, but in truth, his attention was not dispersed. Ning Qi was patient. At this moment, the blood pool was bubbling. Both of them were watching the blood kingu in the blood pool, or rather perceiving its atmosphere change. Time slowly passed. The qi of the blood kingu approached a certain limit, while the evil energy within the blood pool was thinning to an extreme, requiring supplementation from the life-filled human blood. The fatty elder couldn't help but laugh joyfully, taking out the purple jade bamboo tube again, preparing to recall the blood kingu. Ning Qi's gaze flickered. Moved. Now was the best moment to strike. A mere 2 steps away, Ning Qi erupted without a trace of sound. Inside, the jade liquid sea trembled, and the majestic Gang Qi erupted from Ning Qi's palm in an instant, his palm pressing outward with an earth-shattering momentum. At his current state, merely relying on his own Gang Qi's power was enough to rival those at the bottom of the celestial being list, and using various secret techniques would be even more astonishing. This fatty elder was merely an ordinary celestial human realm cultivator. Under such an assault, there was simply no time to react. The joy on his face froze instantly, turning into intense astonishment. He sensed the attack from behind him, but it was already too late. The distance between the two was too close. Bang! Just a slight muffled sound, like the playful teasing between lovers, as Ning Qi's palm gently rested on the fatty elder's back. But the outcome was particularly horrifying. The terrifying Gang Qi exploded rampantly, suppressing the fatty elder's body. In an instant, it shattered all the bones within, blood spilled from his 5 organs and 6 conduits. Ning Qi had seized the opportunity too perfectly. He was already vastly superior in strength, and coupled with the element of surprise, the result was not unexpected, even preventing the fatty elder from utilizing his life-bound goo insect. If he wished, the fatty elder would already be a corpse. The fatty elder's body was blasted away, about to fall into the blood pool. But a large gang essence hand grasped him. The boundless gang Qi suppressed, leaving him unable to channel even a trace of the power of heaven and earth. And even his voice was minuscule. "Ooh, who are you?" The fatty elder's face was full of horror. Even if he had been foolish, he immediately realized that the person before him was definitely not Lei. He was struck by a storm of emotions in his heart, both for the flawless disguise and transformation technique of the person before him, and also for this person's unfathomable strength. He had not sensed even the slightest use of the power of heaven and earth before being suppressed. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state. Ning Qi chuckled softly. "It's me, Lei Elder." The gang essence's large hand tightened step by step. Fatty Elder's body burst into a mist of blood, and these strands of blood mist fell into the blood pool. The Blood King goo, which had already eaten its fill, immediately became excited, greedily absorbing the blood of the celestial human realm body, and its aura continued to grow. Fatty Elder's expression changed. "You are not Lei. With your kind of power, you are definitely not an unknown person. Our southern border eagerly seeks talent. If you join us, you will surely receive endless cultivation resources." Ning Qi said indifferently. "Threaten me? If you tell me which tribe you belong to in the southern border, I might consider it." Fatty Elder struggled and said, "It's not a threat, as I said before. The main purpose of the Blood King goo is to nurture the Blood Emperor goo by raising them together for goo survival battles. The last one standing is the Blood Emperor goo. A celestial being realm perfection expert, if paired with secret technique and consumes the Blood Emperor goo, has a hope of achieving martial saint." His words carried extreme temptation. The martial saint realm. It was the greatest desire for every celestial human realm individual. He pressed on, taking advantage of the momentum, and continued. "If you are willing to join, with your cultivation, you will definitely have the opportunity to use the Blood Emperor goo in the future." Ning Qi's eyes showed some surprise. He hadn't expected the Blood King goo to have such terrifying uses. Nurturing a martial saint? It sounded terrifying. He realized that the previous speculations he and Taoist Longshan made seemed wrong. The power behind the Blood King goo was likely not a small tribe, as no small tribe could accomplish such a feat. With great interest, Ning Qi asked, "So, you already have the Blood Emperor goo?" Fatty Elder replied, "Of course, and not just one." Ning Qi laughed. "Do you really think I'm a fool? Anyone with a bit of brain would know that something like the Blood Emperor goo couldn't be cultivated so simply." This fatty elder was only trying to persuade him not to deal a lethal blow. Fortunately, Ning Qi was merely manipulating his emotions. Gang Qi surged. Fatty elder's body continued to burst in a blood mist. His hands and feet all severed, entering the blood pool and dissolving at an astonishing speed, while Fatty Elder turned into a human swine, watching helplessly as the Blood King goo he personally cultivated started to feed on his flesh essence, letting out excited low hums from time to time. Ning Qi's eerie voice sounded. "Rather than the Blood Emperor goo, I am curious whether the flesh of a celestial human realm could fully mature this Blood King goo before me." Fatty Elder was scared out of his wits. Ning Qi had already silently started using the soul-capturing eye technique. Although after the divine union yuan pill of the celestial human realm, the resistance to such pupil techniques is greatly increased, but with some preparation, some information could be extracted. Fatty Elder only felt that Ning Qi had suddenly turned into an abyss impossible to gaze at. An eerie voice rang out. "Tell me everything you know about the Blood Emperor goo." Unexpectedly, there was nothing different from what Fatty Elder had previously said, except for one thing. The Blood Emperor goo had not yet succeeded, but it was close. With just one question, Fatty Elder started to struggle, seemingly about to wake up. Ning Qi utilized the power of heaven and earth. Not caring whether Fatty Elder lived or died afterward, he continued asking, "Whom do you take orders from?" Southern Border Tribes Alliance. Forcibly finished speaking. Fatty Elder came to his senses from the soul-capturing state, looking at Ning Qi in horror like he was looking at a monster. Such means were too terrifying, capable of capturing one's soul and extracting inner thoughts. Ning Qi, however, felt a bit regretful. After all, the celestial human realm was the celestial human realm, and the effectiveness of the pupil technique was greatly reduced. Had he not focused on improving it beforehand, during the bewitching woman's night attack, this Fatty Elder might have woken up even before the first question was fully asked. Fatty Elder had a splitting headache. The aftereffects of the pupil technique erupted. Ning Qi decided not to waste any more time. He gave Fatty Elder no chance to speak again. With a flick of his hand, his neck snapped. Gang Qi brought back Fatty Elder's belongings with him, while his remaining body fell into the blood pool and then dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Blood King Gu, feeding on the essence, let out tremors of excitement. Ning Qi watched as the third pair of wings behind the Blood King Gu gradually grew and smiled contentedly. Based on this trend, the Blood King Gu should be able to fully mature. He toyed with the purple jade bamboo tube in his hand, recalling the unique sound pattern Fatty Elder used to command the Blood King Gu earlier. It wasn't difficult for him to master. As for other items, there was nothing useful. Ning Qi pondered the second question he had asked Fatty Elder earlier. Southern Border Tribe Alliance? His eyes showed some astonishment. Previously, Master said that the tribes of the southern border were all scattered, with mutual conflicts. Could it be that under the Great Yan's unawareness, an alliance has been formed? This must be an enormous entity. Nurturing the Blood Emperor Gu is to cultivate new martial saints. Could it be that people from the southern border also harbor ambitions toward Great Yan? I cannot get involved in such a vortex. After settling this matter, I must immediately sever ties and preferably divert the trouble eastward. Ning Qi already had a plan in mind. This time, he must leave no conspicuous traces. Techniques like Heavenly Sword Technique, which are hallmark secret techniques, must not be used. It's best to utilize someone else's martial arts. For Ning Qi, this was not difficult. Earlier, he had learned some of the essence of the Town North King's fist technique, but there was still a better target. That was the celestial being from the demon sect whom he had killed before. Ning Qi interacted with him the longest, needing just a bit of recall to easily use myriad phenomena true gang. If I can get the demon sect and the Southern Border Alliance to fight like dogs, that would be quite excellent. Ning Qi smiled. He watched the blood pool. The Blood King Gu had already completed its transformation, filled with an extremely rich and vibrant life energy, its 3 pairs of wings fluttering, strong and powerful, without any hint of sinister aura. Were it not for the eerie blood pool, others might think the Blood King Gu was some naturally nurtured treasure insect. Ning Qi opened the purple jade bamboo tube, emitting special syllables like the Fatty Elder. The satiated Blood King Gu immediately, obediently flew back, diving into the bamboo tube. Ning Qi carefully stored away. Feeling a bit satisfied, he naturally would not use the Blood King Gu for ascending to the celestial human realm, as thinking about it already made it clear that such a shortcut would cut off his own path. Even if he could remedy it later, it would likely require much more effort. He only valued the abundant life energy of the Blood King Gu. Ning Qi exhaled lightly. The Gang Qi in his body surged as he operated the body-shifting and bone-changing technique, instantly transforming into the appearance of the Fatty Elder. He stood with hands behind his back, pushed open the underground palace gates. All subordinates bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Fatty Elder." Ning Qi did not speak, his eyes carrying a gloomy fierceness, emanating a vast pressure that made everyone kneel on the ground, unable to breathe. Everyone was anxious, not knowing what had happened. Someone noticed that Lei was not behind Ning Qi, causing a jump in their hearts. "Where's Lord Lei?" Ning Qi's voice, suppressed with anger, was already heard. Very good. You are all excellent. One of the 4 top killers in the Blood Rain Tower turned out to be a spy, hidden so deeply. Lei had ulterior motives, intending to sneak attack this elder, but was already killed by me, becoming nourishment for the blood pool. Just unsure how many among you are spies. Ning Qi's thunderous fury erupted. A cold snort unleashed an overwhelming momentum, causing figures to spit blood in horror, then desperately plead for mercy. Elder, please see clearly. We are all loyal to you, truly unaware that Lei was a spy. The scene was silent. Everyone's hearts raced, not knowing why such a sudden change occurred. Ning Qi scanned with cold eyes. Moments later, he snorted heavily. It seems that in these years, Skinny Elder and I have been somewhat lax. It's time for a thorough investigation. Transmit my secret order, have Skinny Elder and everyone else come here immediately. Whoever doesn't come is the spy. As for you, do not leave until the truth is uncovered. Keep watch on each other. If one is missing, this elder will take all your lives. Everyone first breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a chill in their hearts, realizing that this storm might be quite significant. Yes, Fatty Elder. Everyone departed. Ning Qi's original thunderous fury instantly dissipated. He felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Next would be waiting for them to come to him. Thinking of that Lord Feng from years ago, Ning Qi's killing intent surged. The closer he got to vengeance, the more he realized he was not as peaceful as he had previously imagined. This grudge needed settling. Ning Qi initially considered possibly not notifying the Skinny Elder. But with such a big commotion, failing to notify the Skinny Elder might arouse suspicion instead. Although Skinny Elder's strength is slightly stronger than Fatty Elder, it's not too much stronger, and most close to the strength of those on the Celestial Being list. Absolute strength gave Ning Qi absolute confidence. If he deployed all his methods, he could contend with the unparalleled experts ranked in the teens on the Celestial Being list. If he utilized the fake pill dissolution, he even felt he could fight the Town North King. He sat deep within the underground palace. His perception spread around. Each subordinate had already used tamed, flying exotic beasts to send the secret orders, then supervised each other, afraid that if any were truly spies and escaped, it would implicate them. Under such circumstances, no one could leave. Ning Qi slightly set his mind at ease and then carefully recalled and pondered the ultimate skill of Demon Sex Elder Wang, silently comprehending. Gathering everyone here would take a day or two, and this time suffices for him to deduce many of Elder Wang's ultimate skills. Time slowly passed. For 2 days, the base was in a state of high tension. From time to time, members from nearby organizations came by. Upon seeing Ning Qi, they immediately proved their innocence. Ning Qi kept a stern face, saying they'd wait until everyone arrived before settling accounts. But those Ning Qi anticipated had not arrived. Though there were Gang Essence Realm individuals among the arrivals, none were Primordial Core Realm. Given the time, they should be here by now. As this thought surfaced in Ning Qi's mind, movement came from the distant sky. A large group of figures approached from afar, led by an elder as thin as a bamboo pole, with hands behind his back, his voice carried from a great distance. Fatty, what kind of nonsense are you up to? His voice had a slight anger. Evidently, using Lei's betrayal as a reason to gather everyone was somewhat far-fetched. Looking at the group of Primordial Core Realm experts behind Skinny Elder, Ning Qi knew they had likely sought Skinny Elder upon hearing the summons. Perhaps afraid Fatty Elder was frenzied with anger, mistakenly labeling them as spies, killing them with nowhere to cry for the helpless dead. Ning Qi was also aware of this, but as long as his goal was achieved, it was enough. Even if there was some doubt, these people would still come. That was sufficient. He didn't need them to completely believe him. Ning Qi snorted coldly. What? That dog Lei attacked me, and I can't kill him in return? Skinny Elder looked somewhat skeptical. He, a mere Primordial Core Realm, dared to attack you? Fatty, explain in detail what happened that day. He stared intently at Ning Qi, as if trying to discern something from his expression. At this moment, the crowd behind him respectfully saluted. "We greet Fatty Elder." Ning Qi nodded slightly, but the killing intent in his heart gradually intensified. He casually swept his gaze, but in fact, he was focusing on a one-eyed man among them. Even after 9 years, he could still recognize that voice. This was the Lord Feng who destroyed Snow Plum Manor in the past, and now one of the 4 top assassins of Blood Rain Tower, Feng. Over 9 years, he had evidently made significant achievements and had now reached the primordial core realm. Ning Qi suppressed the killing intent in his heart, knowing that since the person was already before him, he definitely couldn't escape. A mere primordial core realm was no different than an ant before him. Everyone entered the main hall. He responded to Skinny Elder's doubts. Who knows what madness possessed him? I was only kindly explaining the uses of the Blood King goo to him, and he suddenly attacked when I wasn't expecting it. This explanation clearly didn't satisfy Skinny Elder. He suspected that this fatty had privately killed Lei to expedite the final maturation of the Blood King goo, just to return to the southern border sooner, and so had deliberately staged such a scene. He said in a deep voice, "Is that so? How is your Blood King goo now? Let me see." Skinny Elder's tone was somewhat forceful. He couldn't see anything suspicious in front of him with Fatty Elder, but the secret technique for controlling the Blood King goo was a secret of the southern border. Other than them, no one else could possibly know. If Fatty Elder couldn't produce the Blood King goo, it would be a major problem. Ning Qi frowned slightly, somewhat displeased as he took out the purple jade bamboo tube. He had previously observed Fatty Elder's demeanor and gestures and wouldn't make any mistakes in this regard. He slowly opened the bamboo tube, recited this special incantation, and then a Blood King goo, as if made of blood jade, appeared before everyone. Skinny Elder secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His vigilance diminished. At least the person before him was still that fatty. Then his gaze was drawn to the 3 pairs of solid wings on the back of the Blood King goo, indicating its full maturation. He felt somewhat dissatisfied, as the Blood King goo in his possession still needed more time. Although he was slightly stronger, they weren't in a superior-subordinate relationship. His frequent seclusion had allowed Fatty to cultivate the Blood King goo ahead of him. Skinny Elder pondered how to leverage this incident to gain some benefits for himself, his attention mostly on the Blood King goo. The rest of the people were similarly focused. Ning Qi's heart flickered with a cold smile. Suddenly, without warning, he struck. To avoid alerting the opposing side with any fluctuations from the power of heaven and earth, Ning Qi only used Gang Qi. The jade liquid sea within him churned violently, gathering formidable force, and since he was not far from Skinny Elder, a great hand seal emanating a toxic dark green aura was already unleashed. This was identical to Elder Wang's attack on True Marshall Mountain. Were Elder Wang to witness this scene, he would likely scream in alarm. The attack came so abruptly. Just as Skinny Elder noticed, the dark green great hand seal had already struck, its terrifying aura sending a chill to his heart, as if the void itself might be corroded. It was too late to evade, and he was forced to brace himself. The sudden change brought a fierce clash between the 2 elders. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From a moment Ning Qi took out the Blood King goo to the moment he struck with force, it was all a matter of seconds, rendering others unable to react in time. Skinny Elder could only gather the power of heaven and earth by his side before the great hand seal dispersed it. Fortunately, Skinny Elder's face flushed red, and a faint hiss echoed from within his body. In that instant, a series of mysterious black iron armor manifested on his skin, covering his entire body. Boom! The sound of tremors from the fierce impact reverberated. Skinny Elder's body was violently flung, crashing through one stone pillar after another and even piercing through a wall. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. He could sense that his palm strike didn't result in the expected outcome. Though it struck well, Skinny Elder's aura hadn't diminished much and still retained some combat capability, unlike Fatty Elder, who was nearly half dead with one blow. "What is that iron armor?" Ning Qi felt a sense of caution rising. In an instant, he entered the realm of celestial being unity, and the fake pill at his heart also continuously vibrated, gathering abundant power of heaven and earth. Previously, he hadn't used the power of heaven and earth for the sake of a sneak attack. Now that the battle had begun, he naturally had to employ all his means, holding nothing back. Dark green aura surged around Ning Qi, enveloping his burly figure, appearing somewhat sinister. With a slight wave of his hand, streams of toxic gang qi dispersed. The many primordial core realm experts, who were initially gaping in shock, all trembled violently in their bodies, revealing expressions of horror. Their inner primordial cores quaked, and they attempted to resist by releasing their own gang qi. However, the gap was too vast. Ning Qi's gang qi was far more overwhelming than theirs combined, not to mention augmented by the power of heaven and earth. Screams rang out. These primordial core realm warriors were already severely injured, their bones completely shattered. They lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, each one looking at Ning Qi in terror. Ning Qi unleashed several consecutive poisonous great hand seals, hurling them toward where Skinny Elder had fallen. "Who exactly are you?" A sullen, angry shout emanated from the crumbling structure. Skinny Elder emerged with disheveled hair, looking extremely disheveled. His eyes were filled with sinister rage. If not for his life-bound goo insect, which specialized in defense and was the iron armor goo, the sudden strike just now might have critically injured him. But even so, he was not in good condition. He forcefully withstood the blow. The iron armor goo within him was in a withered state, needing time to recover. By now, it was clear to him. The person in front of him was not the fatty elder he knew. The real fatty elder had likely met with misfortune, for he knew that fatty elder's life-bound goo was not adept at defense. If he faced an attack like his own, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Skinny Elder was both furious and startled. The opponent's mysterious transform ability instilled fear in him. Ning Qi looked at Skinny Elder with indifferent eyes and simply gave a sinister laugh. "You desire to know this lord's name? You are unworthy." With a wave of his hand, a series of poisonous seals were unleashed in rapid succession, with green poison mist spreading around, filling the air with a foul stench. Even if Wang Elder of the demon sect were resurrected, it wouldn't be more remarkable than this. Skinny Elder raged. "Fine, fine. Today, I shall unveil your true identity and see what manner of demon or monster you are." The two engaged in intense combat. Waves of power of heaven and earth erupted and clashed within the grand hall. The ground quaked and mountains shook. The terrifying commotion shocked everyone outside. They watched the grand hall nervously, entirely ignorant of the events transpiring within. Then, they saw two figures soaring into the sky, locked in combat. Is that Fatty Elder and Skinny Elder? No one could believe their eyes, not understanding why the two elders suddenly turned against each other. Waves of power of heaven and earth reverberated in the sky, the mere aftermath riddling the stronghold with countless wounds, affecting many. Some died on the spot. Ning Qi felt no psychological burden. These people deserved to die. Skinny Elder's eyes were cold as he shouted angrily. "Everyone heed my command. Fatty Elder has been harmed. This one is an imposter. All of you assist me in capturing him." As the fight dragged on, he grew increasingly alarmed. At first, sensing the force of the sneak attack was within his coping range, and he suffered only because it was a surprise. But in the actual exchange, he realized he underestimated the man before him. Even at his peak, he feared he was no match for this person. Currently disadvantaged, his condition had significantly declined. Without fully activating his life-bound goo, he would have been crushed. But now, he was in a dire state, spitting blood repeatedly from the beatings. He already harbored the intention to retreat. His call for assistance wasn't to defeat Ning Qi, but merely to delay him a bit longer. Everyone at the stronghold looked at Ning Qi in awe. Initially, some doubted Skinny Elder's words. However, As the two exchanged blows and Ning Qi revealed martial arts not of Fatty Elder, some recognized it. That was not Fatty Elder's ultimate skill. Fatty Elder is an imposter. Quickly assist Skinny Elder, someone shouted in fury. Yet, a poisonous finger seal instantly struck down this Jade Liquid Realm expert, killing him on the spot, silencing the others into submission. A few recklessly launched attacks, but they were as futile as ants shaking a tree. Ning Qi's eyes were indifferent. He had roughly gauged the strength of this skinny elder, slightly inferior to that of Elder Wong back then. If I could unleash the Ape King's true form and the heavenly sword technique along with various secret techniques, I would have already killed this person. But even now, it's a one-sided situation. Feeling the virtual sword pill inside him, he decided not to waste any more time. Skinny Elder seized the moment that everyone fought with their lives to gain, as a faint shriek resonated from within his body, and his entire being erupted with astonishing black light. The overwhelming aura raised hope in everyone's eyes. This strike was undoubtedly extraordinary, but little did they expect. Skinny Elder's aura instantly retracted, with the intense black light condensing to his body's surface. In an instant, he burst out at extreme speed, heading towards the distant sky. The enmity of today will never be forgotten by the southern border. You'll see, your end will be tragic. Skinny Elder's sinister voice echoed from afar. He was actually escaping. Everyone at the base plummeted from hope to despair. Some even started cursing under the shadow of death, realizing they were all discarded like pawns. Ning Qi was taken aback. He didn't expect this person before him to be so decisive. If his strength was limited to what he had just shown, he might have really let him escape, but unfortunately, Ning Qi had many cards up his sleeve. Above the Jade Liquid Sea, the virtual sword pill, like a great sun, exploded instantly. The surging Gang Qi roared powerfully enough to shake the heavens. His aura skyrocketed as a dense green poison fog exploded around Ning Qi, making him look like a demon king. Ning Qi's mind stirred. The toxic green fog condensed into a massive dark green giant toad, as immense as a mountain. That day, Elder Wong had used this move, but it had been smashed by the Town North King with a punch. Ning Qi replicated this move, with even more terrifying power. The giant toad, swallowing the heavens, frightened everyone. In the distance, Skinny Elder, who had just turned in a black light to escape, sensed the terrifying movement behind him. His gaze filled with horror as he saw the enormous dark green giant toad silently roaring, a dark green beam shooting at him with even more terrifying speed. Like the tongue of a giant toad, its speed was unbelievable. Skinny Elder let out a weird scream. He couldn't care about damaging the Iron Armor Goo's origin anymore and desperately activated the Iron Armor Goo, layers of iron armor covering his body once again. But the sense of security never arrived, and he shivered slightly. The power of heaven and earth gathered before him, making him give up fleeing. Realizing he couldn't escape such speed, he could only block. Block it for me! Skinny Elder's hair and beard flared. But the dark green beam mercilessly pierced through layers of power of heaven and earth, shattering the iron armor, as his life goo howled, then continued to penetrate Skinny Elder's body, paralyzing him completely, while layers of power of heaven and earth suppressed him, causing him to cough blood uncontrollably. Like the tongue of a giant toad, the dark green beam wrapped around Skinny Elder, throwing him back heavily into the valley. Just like discarding a piece of trash. Everyone watched this scene, terror sweeping through their hearts. Skinny Elder had been captured back, but that didn't mean this person in front of them would spare them. Escape. Almost everyone had this thought flash in their mind. But could they escape? Ning Qi's gaze remained calm, as a gentle point caused the giant toad in the sky to drop beams of green light, which looked strangely beautiful. But for the others at the base, it was not beautiful at all. It was the scythe of death, and no one could resist. Screams echoed endlessly. With Ning Qi's abnormally strong perception supporting him, no one was left alive. Throughout, Ning Qi's expression remained incredibly calm. These people deserved no pity in death. He only felt a bit of turbulence within, a slight numbness to the flesh, as the virtual sword pill dissolving technique had minor side effects, but none at all, making Ning Qi realize he needed a few days of rest to recover to his peak condition. Moments later, the base had completely fallen into silence. Only the wind occasionally swept past, bringing a scent of blood. Skinny Elder was somewhat terrified. Knowing there was no escape, he cried out hoarsely, "Ooh, who are you really? The southern border has no enmity with you." He desperately combed through his mind for this person's fighting style, but the world was vast, with many hidden experts. He couldn't match everyone. But suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Last year, a master from the demon sect emerged suddenly, leading 4 celestial beings to annihilate true Martial Mountain. It's rumored their leader's style was just like this, a report he had once glanced at, now straining his memory to recall. That person was able to escape from the town North King's grasp. His strength matched up. "You are one of the demon's sect." Skinny Elder's eyes widened. Ning Qi let out a cold laugh. "I am not part of any demon sect or ghost sect. Your blood-refining king Gu wiped out the family of an old friend's great-granddaughter-in-law of mine. So naturally, I came to seek vengeance." Skinny Elder was so taken aback by such an absurd reason that he coughed up blood again, cursing angrily. "You're talking nonsense. The southern border and the demon sect normally keep to themselves, yet you've destroyed our branch in Qing State. Aren't you afraid the southern border will settle scores in autumn? 2 tigers fighting would only benefit Great Yin." Ning Qi chuckled grotesquely with utter disregard. "Bring it on if you dare." A Gangchi hand reached out and seized Skinny Elder, similarly taking advantage of his emotional upheaval to use the soul-capturing eye technique. Moments later, Skinny Elder awoke struggling, looking in horror at the man before him, feeling as if his mind had been stirred by a sword. He wanted to say something, but Ning Qi had already given him no chance. The Gang Essence hand clenched, and Skinny Elder's body was torn apart. Ning Qi let out a long breath, recalling. Apart from Qing State, the Southern Border Alliance has spread its influence to several other states within the Great Yin, though not every state has their presence, and the Skinny Elder and Fatty Elder are only responsible for matters within Qing State, having no contact with the other states. As for the Southern Border Alliance, information remains scarce. It's only known that it was led by several large tribes, seemingly formed for some collective ambition. Ning Qi shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep asking, but even though the soul-capturing eye technique had been optimized, it still had limitations. The more it involved matters of high importance to the opponent, the more it instinctively provoked resistance. Not to mention that the Skinny Elder was a genuine celestial human realm powerhouse with strong resistance abilities. In truth, Ning Qi's soul-capturing eye technique was already quite extraordinary, as he had never heard of such a martial arts secret technique existing in the martial realm. Even if there were, it would definitely be a closely guarded secret. Ning Qi temporarily decided not to delve further into the Southern Border Alliance. Although it was the root of his parents' demise, there was no need to confront such a behemoth now, one that could rival the demon sect. Given a little time, he could easily suppress them in the future. He understood the priorities. Revenge has to be exacted, but there's no rush. Just like now, he had the absolute ability to suppress Master Phone before deciding to settle accounts with the Blood Rain Tower. He's always been patient in these matters. Ning Qi began to inventory the spoils from the Skinny Elder's body. The nearly identical purple jade bamboo tube, clearly custom-made for the Blood King Gu. Murmuring special syllables, Ning Qi summoned out a Blood King Gu. It also had 3 pairs of wings on its back, but the third pair was somewhat weak and feeble, much like when the Fatty Elder first took them out. But Ning Qi wasn't worried. After massacring this stronghold today, with so many powerful martial artist corpses and a celestial human realm expert present, there were ample nutrients to allow this Blood King Gu to mature completely. Besides the purple jade bamboo tube, there were some miscellaneous items, a few jade bottles containing pills and Gu insects. Ning Qi was a bit curious. However, after pondering, he ultimately decided to discard all of it. During the earlier interrogation with the eye technique, he had learned that there were no marking resonances or similar on the Blood King goo. But since he didn't know the use and origin of these items, he didn't know if they bore any tracking marks. To be safe, it was better not to take them. Ning Qi didn't hesitate, using Gang Qi to drag Skinny Elder's corpse toward the ruins of the Grand Hall, which was in two pieces. The remaining primordial core realm experts shivered. They had lost the ability to move. Having witnessed Ning Qi brutally kill the Skinny Elder, their courage had long fled. And as Ning Qi walked over, each one suddenly wanted to beg for mercy. But they couldn't speak, because Ning Qi didn't want to hear useless nonsense. He opened the underground palace with one hand, exposing the blood pool to everyone, after which he manipulated the power of heaven and earth, causing bodies scattered throughout the stronghold to fly into the pool, dissolving rapidly upon entry. This used to be a familiar task to everyone, but at this moment, it made their scalps tingle, especially when the Skinny Elder's corpse was thrown in as well. The peak of fear was reached. Ning Qi clapped his hands, smiling as he looked at the severely wounded few. "You'll be first, then?" Ning Qi casually pointed at one. The rest were pinned to the ground by Gang Qi, unable to move, while this one was lifted into the air. Ning Qi activated the soul capturing eye technique. While these people most likely didn't know more about the Southern Border Alliance, they at least knew about the branches they were responsible for and possibly could provide some useful information. Like the traitor Dong, he from the Divine Sword sect, Ning Qi hadn't seen him come over this time. He had promised Taoist Longshan to slay the killer of the Divine Sword sect and, if possible, capture Dong He. The question and answer session was plain and simple. But to the others, the scene was terrifying. In their perspective, once a colleague was grabbed by this fiend, they fell into a state that made their scalps tingle like puppets, mouths moving with incomprehensible words. The unknown is frightening. Moments later, Ning Qi casually threw the person into the blood pool and caught another, repeating the previous process. This process was extremely torturous. Everyone knew they were doomed, but witnessing each colleague helplessly die in this manner was indescribably horrifying. Even though they were all ruthless killers, facing this fate upon themselves was unsettling, their hearts trembling with fear. In fact, some had already started hoping it would be their turn next. The longer they waited, the more they'd suffer mental torture again. And undoubtedly, Feng endured the most mental torment. He repeatedly screamed in his heart, but Ning Qi ignored him, instead making him watch as his colleagues died one by one in agony. Finally, after Ning Qi finished questioning Zhao Dong, learning the details of the Divine Sword sect's destruction, and about the seductive woman who attacked the true martial sect at night being sent by him, only Feng was left. "Kill me! Kill me!" Feng screamed in his heart. But then, a look of surprise spread across his face because the voice wasn't just ringing in his mind, it was spoken aloud. Suddenly he could talk again. His gaze trembled as it fell on Ning Qi, and he heard Ning Qi speak calmly. "So eager to seek death?" Feng shuddered all over. "My lord, spare me." But Ning Qi had already activated the pupil technique. He wanted to know the causes and consequences of the destruction of Snow Plum Manor back then. A moment later, Ning Qi sighed lightly in his heart. Just as he had speculated before, it was indeed because his father unintentionally learned about a small blood pool that led to the massacre, just like the Divine Sword sect. At this moment, Feng convulsed violently, his body and spirit tormented to the point of being unrecognizable. From the previous questioning, he vaguely understood something, pointing tremulously at Ning Qi, but unable to speak. Ning Qi's gaze was calm. He reached out with a finger, and clusters of plum flower sword qi bloomed, shredding him to pieces in Feng's widened eyes. Strands of regret were cut into pieces, drifting into the air. This was the family ultimate skill, night plum swordsmanship, left by Ning Qi's mother, Jiang Xiumei, in his swaddling clothes. For so many years, Ning Qi had long mastered it but never thought of optimizing it, choosing instead to keep it in its original form. Using the night plum swordsmanship today to kill the culprit who exterminated Snow Plum Manor back, then was also barely a consolation to the spirits of his parents in heaven. Ning Qi felt an unprecedented peace inside. The stronghold was silent, only the sound of the blood pool bubbling. Ning Qi did not let himself linger long in that peculiar emotion. Killing Feng was just a temporary conclusion to the matter. The rest he would deal with once he became stronger. After all, Feng and the numerous black-clad men were merely executors. The Southern Border Alliance's cultivation of the Blood King Gu was the root of all disasters. Otherwise, perhaps now, he would still be enjoying his parents' love and have a happy family. He took a deep breath, took out the purple jade bamboo tube that previously held the skinny elder's Blood King Gu. Then he chanted special syllables to summon it forth. At this moment, the blood pool, having devoured so much human blood essence, had long reached an extreme in its sinister aura. Upon seeing this, the Blood King Gu immediately became active, eagerly burrowing into it. Ning Qi waited quietly. Having slaughtered so many people at once, he needed to adjust his mindset. Fortunately, his Tao heart was firm, as these were all individuals who deserved death, so it wouldn't affect him. The sinister vitality within the blood pool began to weaken visibly to the naked eye, while the aura of the Blood King Gu continued to grow stronger. After a while, the Blood King Gu voluntarily surfaced from the blood pool. Its 3 pairs of wings at the back had become full and glossy, and Ning Qi could not help but smile. This Blood King Gu had matured. He had a sudden thought and released the previous Blood King Gu as well. In an instant, the 2 Blood King Gu met, exuding an incomparably fierce aura, their wings flapping, about to fight each other instantly. Ning Qi's Gang Qi moved, swiftly subduing the 2 Blood King Gu, then respectively putting them back. He pondered, Blood King Gu cannot coexist. Perhaps this is the secret to cultivating Blood Emperor Gu? Is this what nurturing Gu is? Of course, he also understood that cultivating a Blood Emperor Gu certainly wouldn't be so straightforward. It must involve even more profound secret techniques. But Ning Qi had little interest. Whether it was Blood King Gu or Blood Emperor Gu, it was obvious that breaking through realms by relying on external forces would inherently have flaws, perhaps even fatal ones. This was something Ning Qi could not tolerate. Moreover, just looking at the birthing method of the Blood King Gu, it was evidently sinister and would not suit leaving it for his senior brothers in the future. If it led to being controlled at the celestial human realm upon breaking through, it would be counterproductive. The greatest use of the Blood King Gu for him was to refine it into a pill to help him ascend to the primordial core realm faster. Ning Qi estimated, if he could set foot into the primordial core realm, his strength would see a significant leap, and by then, few in the celestial human realm would be qualified to face him in combat. He was somewhat expectant. Ning Qi flew into the air, spreading his perception to ensure no one escaped. Then, he began to erase the traces of the previous battle. A while later, Ning Qi looked at the now unrecognizable stronghold, casually set a great fire, and satisfactorily nodded. If there were no capable individuals in the southern border, then it would be impossible to restore the battle traces at that time, leaving everyone happy. If there were capable people, even if they pursued the investigation, they would only find it to be the work of members of the demon sect, and that wouldn't be a loss. After all, Ning Qi had not used any other methods from start to finish. However, the people of the southern border will not discover it so quickly. It will probably take some time before they notice something is wrong when they can't contact the fatty elder and the skinny elder. From the information obtained through the previous pupil technique inquiry, it was known only the fatty elder and the skinny elder could contact the Southern Border Alliance. As for the others, they had no knowledge. There were still some minor officials left in Qing State, and when they couldn't reach Feng, Rain, Thunder, and Zhao Dong, even if they realized there was a major problem, they had no way to report it proactively. Ning Qi watched the roaring flames rising, quietly left. One day later, Ning Qi appeared where Dong he was hiding and quietly kidnapped him. Faced with Dong he's horrified and fearful gaze, he coldly crippled him, then handed him over to disciples of the true martial sect, letting them secretly send him to true Martial Mountain, where Donghe's fate would ultimately be decided by Taoist Longshan and Zhuangchun. After doing all this matter was finally fully resolved. Ning Qi looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling a bit emotional, as it was the first time he had descended from the mountain in 9 years, and it was for revenge. With this rare opportunity, he planned to visit the location of the true martial underground palace mentioned by Taoist Longshan earlier. It was here that Taoist Longshan acquired the true martial inheritance, but after searching several times later, he found the underground palace missing, so he wanted to see for himself what was going on. Besides, he also intended to visit the small town with martial saint rumors mentioned by Yiqing earlier to see if he could obtain more useful information. This was also why he did not personally take Donghe back. In a small town, Ning Qi strolled through it, appearing as an unremarkable young man. After everything was settled, he found rare time to savor the mundane life, which touched him in some ways. Having avenged the annihilation of his sect, his mind was much more at peace, and his heart was tranquil. He wasn't in a rush to go to the underground palace of the true martial sect, discovered by Taoist Longshan back then. Previously, he used the virtual sword pill dissolution technique to swiftly deal with the skinny elder, which did have some impact on his physical body. Though the side effects of such a technique are small, they are not non-existent. Ning Qi planned to spend 2 to 3 days adjusting his state and reforming a virtual sword pill. This way, he'd have the confidence to handle any unforeseen circumstances. The cries of street vendors occasionally pierced his ears, and Ning Qi also overheard many secret conversations or anecdotes of martial artists, which even included terms like treasure and secret realm. But he had no interest in delving too deeply. To him, focusing on these matters would be a wastage of time. However, it was his first time traveling this far alone, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the Great Yin dynasty. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Previously, Ning Qi's understanding of Great Yin came from books or others' descriptions, which was ultimately not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. In this world, the Great Yin dynasty is the sole ruler of the central domain, occupying fertile land, beneath which lie the 13 states, with Yin State at the center. Beneath the 13 states are the prefectures, counties, and cities governed hierarchically. Controlling such vast land is not easy. Upon seeing it now, although the people of Great Yin are not as civilized as in my previous life, they do live in peace and work contentedly. The chaotic situation in recent years has affected them, but it's still within a controllable range. Ning Qi could see, when martial artists fought, they also tried to minimize the impact on ordinary people, thanks to Great Yan's formidable deterrence against martial artists. No one dared to provoke recklessly. In some sense, Great Yin has maintained a prosperous era for quite some time. Unfortunately, this situation might not last too long. Great Yin occupies the central domain, with the boundless sea to the east, the sandy desert to the west, the 100,000 mountains to the south, and the northern barbarian tribes on the northern grasslands. Currently, the demon sect is stirring restlessly within, and the southern border has formed an alliance, watching closely. The northern barbarians on the grassland have been suppressed by the town North King, but the exact situation is uncertain. If conflict erupts, Great Yin might find itself beset on all sides. Ning Qi listened to an exaggerated storyteller's tales, lost in thought. As his cultivation deepened, especially after experiencing several celestial human realm battles, he gradually came to understand the operating rules of this world. A martial saint is an existence that suppresses heaven and earth. Aside from Great Yin, which openly possesses a martial saint, the other factions are unknown, but surely have means to contend with a martial saint. Apart from the martial saints, there's the celestial human realm. But the destructive power of celestial beings is already quite strong, so they rarely act unless during fierce conflicts like before. Below the celestial human realm are the main forces during ordinary times. Focusing on the prefecture, county, and city areas. These people are the true main forces. I wonder when it will truly become chaotic. Ning Qi pondered. After learning about the Blood Emperor Gu, he increasingly felt that undercurrents were surging. Ning Qi quietly left the storytelling alley, unnoticed by anyone. 3 days later, Ning Qi reformed a virtual sword pill. Seeing that the sword pill was slightly stronger than before, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Having used it once, he corrected a small flaw, making the method more perfected. Ning Qi left the small town, heading towards the place of the true martial underground palace first, as it was closer. In the precipitous and steep mountains. This was a relatively remote mountain range in Qing State. Ning Qi arrived through the air. He slowly descended, continually extending his perception, arriving at a mountain stream where Taoist Longshan had left traces that only a true martial disciple could recognize. Is this the place where Master discovered the true martial underground palace? Back then, when Taoist Longshan was young, he accidentally entered the true martial underground palace and obtained part of the true martial inheritance, which led to the establishment of the true martial sect. If it were a complete inheritance, there would probably be records concerning the martial saint realm. Despite still being far from the martial saint realm, Ning Qi's strength was gradually approaching it, and he was slowly preparing for his future path. Master mentioned several times that after investigating thoroughly, he couldn't find the trace of the true martial underground palace, and even had a friend proficient in Chiman array take a look. There's no array concealing this place. Ning Qi's mind was racing with thoughts as his perception spread around. He was also proficient in various miscellaneous skills. Before he could practice martial arts, he often delved into them, and he hadn't given them up over the years. He believed there should be no one in the world surpassing him in these fields. But soon, Ning Qi furrowed his brows slightly. There was indeed no array concealing this place before him. He was confident in his Chiman technique. It's impossible that an array existed without leaving any trace discernible to him. Yet he also didn't sense any trace of the underground palace, which would mean the palace had left decades ago. Let's go down and see. Ning Qi's interest peaked further, as he had at least ruled out one possibility, which wasn't a total loss. As to how the true martial underground palace left, there were many possibilities. His jade liquid sea within trembled, and he operated the secret technique of the innate sword body. In an instant, strands of sword gang appeared and flickered around Ning Qi as he revived Zhuang Qin's sword bone, making this secret technique more refined. The sword gang was light and sharp, piercing through in the blink of an eye to form a passage. Ning Qi stepped inside, entering underground. The underground world had nothing special. Everywhere was soil, which made Ning Qi feel even more astonished. Earlier, he thought there would at least be a spacious area, considering the true martial underground palace truly existed here before, but there wasn't. Ning Qi carefully perceived, feeling no anomaly. But suddenly, his eyes brightened. He finally noticed something amiss. The more he walked outward, the more he could feel the soil outside becoming increasingly harder. The difference was minute, and within a kilometer underground, almost no one but Ning Qi could notice. Ning Qi pursued this change in soil hardness, but it was completely cut off 100 miles away. This meant that the true martial underground palace left from here vanished 100 miles away before traveling underground by some unknown method. Could it be that the true martial underground palace is a walking creature? After Master received part of the inheritance, he left. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Is it some giant exotic beast? Or some kind of mechanism? Ning Qi exited the underground. Having confirmed the departure of the true martial underground palace, staying beneath served no purpose. He realized that this venture had reached its end. However, there were gains. Whether the true martial underground palace is a mechanism, a beast, or something else, since it appeared decades ago, it will certainly appear again in the future, perhaps following a certain pattern. Master only received part of the true martial inheritance back then, maybe due to insufficient talent. If the underground palace reappears, I should be able to obtain the whole inheritance. Ning Qi planned to ask more about the past situation once back on the mountain, to see if he could find the pattern of the palace's appearances. Perhaps Taoist Longshan wasn't the first to receive the true martial inheritance. Maybe others had already perished. Ning Qi erased numerous traces, then walked away on air. He did not dwell further. If it couldn't be found here, he would go elsewhere. It was a gamble either way. Before Yi Qinghe went down the mountain for training, he mentioned to him that in a small town, he heard a blind old man tell stories about a martial saint. Next morning, Ning Qi slowly entered the small town. Back then, he asked Yi Qinghe in detail. The blind old man in this town was a storyteller. Ning Qi asked for directions and received an enthusiastic response right away. You must mean old Mr. Sun? He's over by the east side of town. You'll see him when you get there. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and thanked, then walked leisurely to the east. This town had nothing special, except its residents were quite friendly, more so than people elsewhere. Martial Saint's hometown? Who knows if that's true? With these thoughts, Ning Qi stopped outside a wooden shed. The wooden shed was packed inside and out. It was lively. A loud voice called from inside. Old Lee, do another segment, will you? I haven't heard enough today. Old Mister, we beg you, another segment please, or I fear I won't sleep well tonight. How about telling the story of heaven-slaying martial saint? Ning Qi's spirit stirred. Outside he listened. Heaven-slaying martial saint was indeed the name of the martial saint Yi Qinghe mentioned earlier. An elderly voice came from inside. Everyone held their breath, listening enthralled. Now and then cries of surprise and commotion echoed. But Ning Qi's gaze grew odd. Severing 9 heavenly veins to save all beings? Chasing the great sun, ultimately struck by divine punishment. Even though Ning Qi hadn't yet reached martial saint realm, he knew these were impossibilities. Clearly, this old mister exaggerated the tales, but the townsfolk loved these stories. No wonder Yi Qinghe didn't mention this. But Ning Qi listened attentively, hoping to obtain some valuable information. Soon, with the sound of a wooden block striking, people left their tips and departed reluctantly. Ning Qi looked at the blind old man packing his things with lowered head, his eyes astonished. This old man was no ordinary person, possessing remarkable cultivation. The old man raised his head and smiled. Young man, you're not from around here. The storytelling is over for today. Come back tomorrow. Ning Qi smiled and said, Old mister, with your eyes unable to see, how did you know I am young, and moreover, that I am an outsider? Indeed, the way he presented himself was as a young man. Though my old eyes are blind, after being so for long, I can sense things ordinary people can't see. You're not a decay like me, an old man. As for how I know you're not local, the blind old man chuckled. Local folks wouldn't stand here watching this blind old man pack up. Ning Qi smiled and left a handful of copper coins, saying, The story you told of heaven-slaying martial saint, I quite enjoy it. The old man waved his hand and said, You're not alone in enjoying it. Many do. If you'd like, come back tomorrow. Ning Qi cupped his hands and took his leave. The old man looked up at the direction Ning Qi left, slightly shaking his head. Next day, Ning Qi returned. During this time, the blind old man told another tale about heaven-slaying martial saint, still absurd and exaggerated, but the crowd listened eagerly. At the end, Ning Qi exchanged smiles and greetings with the blind old man, then departed. He planned to stay here for a while. Perfect timing to study the Blood King Gu. Having the prior experience of creating the Golden Jade pill formula, this time would save considerable time, mainly by comparing the differences in medicinal properties between the relic and Blood King Gu. Then, using the luminous pearl as a guide, could create a pill with stronger effects than the Golden Jade pill. After all, the Blood King Gu is even more energy-rich than the relic. On the 3rd day. On the 4th day, Ning Qi went daily to listen to stories, and many people gradually became familiar with this regular from out of town. Lu, you're here again, someone greeted him, using Ning Qi's alias. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. On this day, Ning Qi finally heard something different. Our small town is the hometown of the heaven-slaying martial saint. He grew up here in his youth and returned in his later years. Some people once caught a fleeting glimpse of him, but the heaven-slaying martial saint was unbelievably old. This was something Yi Qinghe mentioned before. It seems Yi Qinghe also stayed here for a few days. Ning Qi was very patient. He continued listening. This information felt significantly more authentic, as if one could see the desolation of the martial saint. Thus, time passed. Ning Qi had already stayed here for nearly a month, which was the longest he had ever spent outside True Martial Mountain since he was born. The reason he stayed so long: firstly, to see if there was more news about the martial saint. Secondly, for the Blood King Gu. Although he previously learned from the skinny elder that there was no resonance or tracking mark on the Blood King Gu, to be safe, Ning Qi still planned to remove it outside of True Martial Mountain to avoid leaving any hidden dangers there. 3 days ago, Ning Qi had already devised a pill formula using the Blood King Gu as the main ingredient, which he called the Blood Jade Pill. He sent a message asking Luo Wentian to send the remaining auxiliary materials down the mountain. By then, only after refining the Blood Jade Pill at the foot of the mountain would he return. This way, even if the Southern Border Alliance truly had a secret technique to track the Blood King Gu, it wouldn't lead to True Martial Mountain. Ning Qi looked up at the torrential rain outside the window, sighing softly. Perhaps old Mr. Sun only knows this much. The Blood Jade Pill formula was complete. He planned to leave in a few days when the materials were delivered to the designated location. Although staying here didn't hinder his cultivation, he was still more accustomed to True Martial Mountain, and there were many Taoist scriptures waiting for him there. Ning Qi took an umbrella and went out. The streets were almost deserted. Upon reaching the storytelling wooden shed, it was completely empty. Only the blind old man remained. In today's heavy rain, no matter how addicted one was to listening, they wouldn't come. Originally, Ning Qi thought old Mr. Sun wouldn't come either, but he surprisingly did. And old Mr. Sun clearly didn't expect Ning Qi to come either. "Oh, it's you, Lu." The old man sighed with a smile, routinely starting his storytelling. This was a habit he had formed over the years. Ning Qi listened quietly, relaxing his mind. During this nearly month-long period, he had heard much of the content more than once. Gradually, he came to see this period as a special experience, perhaps something he might think back on fondly one day. He would leave in a few days. He didn't have many other thoughts. The storm poured down on the wooden shed, the elder telling a story and the younger listening, creating an indescribable intent realm. After a long time, old Mr. Sun finally stopped. He glanced at the rain outside, as if he could truly see it. "Young man, how long have you been here?" he suddenly asked, not addressing Ning Qi as Lu. Ning Qi, too, looked outside the shed, calmly saying, "Almost a month now." "A month? How many months can one have in life? Go back early. It's not worth wasting so much time here with an old blind man like me." Ning Qi smiled. "It's quite nice here. I think this month has been very meaningful." This was the truth. This month had subtly transformed his state of mind, a feeling entirely different from his experiences at True Martial Mountain. Silence again. After a moment, old Mr. Sun's ethereal voice slowly emerged. "Perhaps the story of a martial saint should have ended long ago. In a while I too should leave." He had noticed Ning Qi's particular interest in the martial saint's story. Ning Qi was taken aback. "Where do you plan to go?" The blind old man gazed distantly. "The world is my home." He started packing his storytelling tools, his voice seemingly magical. It's best not to delve too deeply into matters of the martial saint's level. Too much curiosity isn't always good. Ning Qi fell silent, asking, "Old sir, did someone really see the heaven-slaying martial saint return in his later years?" The blind old man chuckled. "Perhaps. Who can tell truth from lies? No one knows about the martial saint's affairs. Perhaps calamity befell them in their old age, or they tried to convey something that couldn't be conveyed." The unfocused eyes suddenly lifted, striking a chilling sensation in Ning Qi's heart. The blind old man floated away. The downpour was torrential, yet he held no umbrella, and the rain never touched him. Occasionally, passers-by who witnessed this showed no surprise, as if they hadn't seen it at all. Ning Qi stood alone in the wooden shed. Calamity? Ominous. He sensed he was touching upon the secrets of the martial saint. After a long time, Ning Qi exhaled deeply. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Although he didn't yet understand what secrets were hidden beyond this realm, he at least was mentally prepared. What remained would have to wait until he reached the level of martial saint to explore thoroughly. Ning Qi thought this could be approached once he broke through to the celestial human realm, and he wasn't too far from this step. Once he finished refining the blood jade pill, Ning Qi could accelerate his advancement to the primordial core, and after that, the celestial human realm. The next day, Ning Qi left without a sound. The storytelling shack was still there, and only after several days of not seeing Ning Qi did some people realize he had already left, inevitably feeling a sense of regret and loss, now having one less companion to listen with. The blind old man sighed softly and continued recounting the stories of the heaven-slaying martial saint. After leaving the small town, Ning Qi arrived at a city near True Martial Mountain. He had previously sent word to Luo Wentian to have the auxiliary materials for refining the blood jade pill prepared and delivered to this place. By the time Ning Qi arrived, the auxiliary materials had already been delivered. In the small courtyard, Ning Qi laid out each precious herb and casually picked up an alchemy furnace. For him, alchemy didn't require external assistance. Only the main ingredient was left. He took out 2 purple jade bamboo tubes from his bosom, opening one first. The Blood King Gu appeared, circling around Ning Qi. Even though Ning Qi controlled it with a special pitch, the Blood King Gu seemed to have a hint of frenzy. Ning Qi had already noticed during this period that the Blood King Gu became more ferocious after maturing. If he were to let the 2 Blood King Gus be together, they would probably go completely out of control. Even so, the current Blood King Gu kept circling the other purple jade bamboo tube containing the Blood King Gu. With a thought, Ning Qi solidified it in midair with Gang Qi. Over this period, he had researched the method of using the Blood King Gu. Its essence lay in the 3 pairs of wings, while its vigorous body was secondary. Ordinary people wouldn't know how to use the Blood King Gu even if they acquired it. Fortunately, this was not difficult for Ning Qi. In the past month, he occasionally studied the Blood King Gu and comprehended special pitches he learned from the fat and skinny elder, thus creating a method to extract the essence blood from within the Blood King Gu. At this moment, his Gang Qi vibrated at a special frequency, transmitting a special pitch only the Blood King Gu could hear into its mind. In the next instant, strands of denser blood patterns emerged on the surface of the Blood King Gu, gathering towards the 3 pairs of wings. As time passed, the 3 pairs of wings had become akin to a work of art. Their blood jade wings were breathtakingly beautiful, yet the most captivating was the incredibly dense energy essence. And the Blood King Gu's eyes had completely lost vitality. Ning Qi casually plucked off the 3 pairs of wings, and with a tremor of Gang Qi, the remnant body of the Blood King Gu turned to ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. In Ning Qi's eyes, there was a bit of anticipation. He didn't hesitate. Start refining pills. The Gang Qi turned into an incredibly fierce flame, yet it changed according to Ning Qi's will. Each herb was refined, and the entire process of alchemy was as beautiful as a painting, though, unfortunately, no one could witness this scene. A 2-hour period later, the pills were formed. Ning Qi's expression shifted, and Gang Qi enveloped the entire courtyard, preventing any disturbances from leaking out. He opened the alchemy furnace, and a blood-colored radiance surged out, bursting with vigorous life energy. 6 blood jade pills. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Qi consumed one, then operated the heaven and earth grinding wheel quenching gang technique to begin refining Gang Qi and cultivating. Rumble. A rumbling sound that only Ning Qi could hear echoed, and the jade liquid sea shook with streams of seawater pouring into the grinding wheel for quenching. However, after taking the blood jade pill, the grinding wheel took on a blood-colored radiance, and the quenching efficiency greatly increased. Ning Qi felt the efficiency of the quenching process was much faster than before, feeling joyful. Similar to the golden jade pill, a single blood jade pill can accelerate my cultivation for a month's time, but with better effects. At this pace, 10 blood jade pills would be enough for me to naturally reach the primordial core realm. Ning Qi nodded in satisfaction. Refining 1 blood king, Gu yielded 6 blood jade pills, leaving 2 extra. At that time, whether to keep them as heritage for the true martial sect or for other uses would be up to him. However, he did feel a bit emotional. Indeed, he surpassed others in the same realm by too much. 1 blood king Gu was enough for an ordinary primordial core realm practitioner to advance to the celestial human realm. But for him, 2 could barely allow him to break through to the primordial core realm, and it merely accelerated the process rather than directly breaking through. This was normal. After all, Ning Qi, at the Jade Liquid realm, already had strength far beyond an ordinary celestial being, so naturally, breaking through was difficult. That said, even if there were pills that could directly help break through, Ning Qi wouldn't consume them. He needed to ensure his foundations had no defects, so whether it was the golden jade pill or the blood jade pill, Ning Qi pushed for a direction that accelerated cultivation rather than directly breaking realms. Ning Qi felt relaxed. Following the same pattern, he successfully refined the other blood king Gu into 6 blood jade pills as well. In this way, even if the Southern Border Alliance had heaven-reaching methods, they could not trace the whereabouts of the blood king Gu. Currently, the Southern Border Alliance hadn't shown any signs of action, presumably because they hadn't yet noticed that the fat and skinny elders had lost contact. But if they did react, they would ultimately suspect the demon sect. That unique poisonous martial art could be traced with a little check. After all, Elder Wang had used it at True Martial Mountain before. Although Ning Qi deliberately erased his traces, he thought the Southern Border Alliance's methods should be able to uncover the truth, or they wouldn't deserve to be compared with the demon sect. As for Zhuang Chun escaping to the True Martial Sect after Divine Sword Sect was destroyed, this might cause suspicion towards the True Martial Sect, but might also make the Southern Border Alliance think that the demon sect was using someone else's power to kill. After all, on the surface, the True Martial Sect strength was far from enough to annihilate the Southern Border Alliance's strongholds. Even with True Man Tianjin included, it would still be challenging. The means and strength displayed by the fat and skinny elders wouldn't be weaker than Taoist Longshan and True Man Tianjin. Ning Qi thought deeply. After ensuring there were no omissions, he headed in the direction of True Martial Mountain. For the first time being away from home for so long, he did feel a bit homesick. Ning Qi looked at the familiar True Martial Mountain, his heart filled with countless emotions. This time, his trip down a mountain took a little over a month. He had seen some of Great Yan's national conditions, but he still hadn't stepped out of Qing's state. But for Ning Qi, there was nothing to regret. After going out, he actually felt quite comfortable staying on True Martial Mountain. While no one knew, Ning Qi returned to True Martial Mountain. He first went to see Taoist Longshan. When Taoist Longshan saw Ning Qi, he was incredibly excited. Although Ning Qi had already demonstrated his strength before going down a mountain, there was still some danger in this trip. He was worried, and if Ning Qi hadn't repeatedly sent secret messages saying everything went smoothly, he would have been unable to resist going to help. "Joe, did everything go smoothly on this trip?" Taoist Longshan couldn't help but ask. Although Ning Qi already had Dong he escorted back, he hadn't mentioned many other details. Ning Qi respectfully bowed, then smiled and said, "Master, don't worry, I'll slowly tell you." He organized his thoughts, starting from the affairs in Kang Prefecture City. During this time, he used disguise and transformation to become Lei and Fatty Elder, setting a trap to capture them all in one go. Ning Qi explained everything in detail, except for some secrets related to himself. Taoist Longshan listened with amazement. Then a look of incomparable admiration and emotion appeared in his eyes. I never expected you, Gio, to have such a thrilling experience on this trip down the mountain. It seems wise of you to have told me not to follow. Otherwise, I really would have been a burden to you. Taoist Longshan felt both bittersweet and proud. His little disciple had grown too quickly and was slowly reaching a level he could no longer match. This was a rare prodigy, unparalleled even in ancient history. He thought the only thing he could do for Ning Qi now was to handle the logistics well. I never imagined that the southern border had quietly formed an alliance. I wonder if I should inform the great Yin imperial court about this. Then Taoist Longshan shook his head. It's better not to get involved in such murky waters. With Great Yan's foundation, they can't possibly be unaware of the southern border's alliance and must have a way to handle it. They might even know parts of the Blood King who matter. However, there is one coincidence. Taoist Longshan said with a smile. During the 2 days you were clearing the southern border stronghold, I made an appearance in true martial city. As a result, the suspicion on our true martial sect will be much smaller. Ning Qi also smiled. This served as an alibi. Master and disciple talked about the events of recent days. When Ning Qi shared his insights on the true martial underground palace, Taoist Longshan was also somewhat impressed, having never had the capacity to explore it himself before. I hope that someday the true martial underground palace will reappear, and I will keep a covert watch. If it does appear, your talent, Gio, will surely allow you to receive all its heritage. Thinking this way, Taoist Longshan was excited, as his lifelong wish was to revive true martial. Ning Qi simply nodded with a smile. He asked about Dong He's matter again. Taoist Longshan slowly said, Previously, when you sent Dong He up the mountain, I told him that I secretly found the clues and captured him, and then handed Dong He over to Sher to deal with. That Dong He was eloquent, but Sher's determination remained strong. He personally killed Dong He and took his head to the Divine Sword Brother's tombstone for offering. His gaze showed some satisfaction. Taoist Longshan was never a gentleman. He had a chivalrous heart, but was also decisive, and he didn't think Zhuang Chun did anything wrong by killing Dong He. If he couldn't avenge such a grave betrayal, he would have been disappointed with Zhuang Chun. Ning Qi nodded approvingly. Chatting with Taoist Longshan into the night, Ning Qi returned to the Seeking Tao Institute. The white ape was cultivating ape king strength. His cultivation was deepening day by day, and his bloodline was continuously awakening. His actual combat power was probably not inferior to that of Jiang Baishan and others. Ning Qi watched with a smile, feeling very satisfied with the white ape. The white ape was steadfast in his pursuit of the Tao, and although sometimes he was mischievous and playful, he never slacked off when it was time to exert effort. Perhaps he would accompany Ning Qi for a long time. Moments later, the white ape stood up, seeing that familiar figure under the peach tree, rubbed his eyes in confusion, and when he realized it was indeed Ning Qi, joy sprang from his eyes. Teacher, he greeted Ning Qi respectfully, scratching his head. His excitement was evident. During this time Ning Qi wasn't there. He felt like he had lost his anchor. His essence, qi, and spirit were somewhat droopy, but now he was invigorated in an instant. Ning Qi smiled. I'm back. He hadn't hidden his trip down the mountain from the white ape. As they lived together, the white ape always guarded him during his retreats, naturally sensing when he was at the Seeking Tao Institute. The next day, Ning Qi emerged from his retreat, and the Seeking Tao Institute became lively again. Luo Wentian and others came upon hearing the news. They chattered about the recent events. Ning Qi felt the noise and smiled slightly, his heart especially tranquil. After returning to the mountain, Ning Qi's life resumed its former rhythm. Reading scriptures, seeking enlightenment, cultivation, nurturing the spirit tree. One by one, these things filled his time, making his days fulfilling, and Ning Qi liked living this way. With the aid of the blood jade pill, Ning Qi's cultivation speed became even faster. Every day, he could feel his strength growing. The jade liquid sea grows wider and deeper with each passing day. In this process of accumulating power and unleashing it, Ning Qi's strength is also growing at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. He feels that, after consuming another 5 or 6 blood jade pills, he might be able to compete with the Town North King. Meanwhile, the Taoist scripture from the True Profound sect is constantly being absorbed, and it is estimated that in half a year's time, it will have fully become his foundation. Ning Qi wonders whether to take advantage of the upcoming Taoism ranking event to find Taoist by Shan. The old man's suggestion is becoming increasingly appealing to him. He truly feels that these classics are immensely helpful to him. The myriad phenomena, True Gang, absorbs the strengths of a myriad families, becoming more perfected. Ning Qi gradually comprehends his own path. With his wisdom, he can take a myriad of ways for his own use. The further he progresses, the more reference and spiritual light he needs, especially after reaching the celestial human realm. The predecessor's insights into heaven and earth are even more beneficial to him than some martial arts classics. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, even though he could succeed, would take more time. For example, Ning Qi is currently contemplating the Gang Qi avatar. Thanks to this accumulation, he already possesses various applications. Meanwhile, the Enlightenment tea tree is growing extremely smoothly after sprouting, now reaching the height of Ning Qi's forearm. After much thought, Ning Qi finally decides to convert his extra 2 blood jade pills into pill liquid to cultivate the Enlightenment tea tree. He initially intended to leave them as a foundation for the true martial sect. But then he thought again. There are only 2 blood jade pills, which are too few. Giving them to any senior brother or sister makes him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, when the senior brothers and sisters are able to use blood jade pills to enhance their cultivation, there will likely still be a long time ahead. After all, the potency of the blood jade pill is quite strong. For Ning Qi, it's only useful for accelerating cultivation, but for others, it requires careful consumption. By then, Ning Qi might even refine more pills that are more suited for them. Given this, why not use them to cultivate the Enlightenment tea tree first? If the Enlightenment tea tree matures ahead of schedule, it will also be the foundation of the true martial sect and can benefit everyone. With the blessing of blood jade pill liquid, the growth of the Enlightenment tea tree becomes even more gratifying. Ning Qi estimates that before next year's true martial peach assembly, it may be possible to obtain some Enlightenment tea leaves. However, this year's true martial peach assembly is also drawing nearer. All true disciples are anticipating it, especially Zhuangchun. He has heard Yi Qinghe mention the true martial peach assembly many times and has long been envious and hungry for it. Time passes slowly, just as everyone is eagerly awaiting the true martial peach assembly. A palace built atop a mountain welcomes 2 martial artists with cold expressions and formidable auras. One of them is an old woman, her back slightly hunched, most notably with 2 strange serpents wrapped around her neck, one blue and one purple, crystalline like jade, reminiscent of artworks. Her aura is very strong, stronger than the skinny elder Ning Qi previously killed, but she still trails half a step behind her companion. The companion is a woman with a black veil covering her face, her true appearance unclear, but her figure is enchanting, and her mere form indicates an unparalleled beauty. The 2 drift towards the palace. Walking slowly, the guards at the palace finally notice the newcomers, shouting aloud. Who goes there? The woman with the black veil seems to ignore them, continuing forward, while the old woman snorts coldly. Presumptuous! Is this how Skinny taught you the distinction between high and low? She unleashes the power of heaven and earth, and with just a hint of pressure, causes everyone to vomit blood and fly backward, their eyes looking fearfully as a blood-red token shoots forward, embedding itself in a column of the hall. If it weren't for needing to question you, you'd already be dead for offending the saintess today. The old woman's gloomy voice makes everyone's heart race. The southern border saintess gently waves her hand. She sits in the main seat, her voice carrying a cold and unparalleled tone, softly speaking. Snake Granny, what is the point of troubling them? With the skinny elder absent, who can tell me where he went? Looking at the token. Finally, someone reacts. First fear and dread, then a sense of grief, crying out. Lady Saintess, you have finally arrived. The Qing state. Qing state here is finished. You must stand up for us. The southern border Saintess and Snake Granny exchange a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. In recent days, after failing to contact the two elders through secret technique, the Southern Border Alliance finally realized there was a problem here. The two have come together to resolve this matter, initially harboring some hopes. However, now it seems the issue is far from ordinary. Explain in detail. The Southern Border Saintess's voice grows colder. After a moment, listening to the people below speak, the Southern Border Saintess's voice reveals no emotion. You're telling me that Fat Elder and Skinny Elder are missing, suspected to have been killed, and all Primordial Core Realm officials at that outpost are dead, yet you still haven't identified the culprit or even found a trace. All the kneeling individuals shiver. Someone trembles and says, Saintess, the force behind this is extremely cautious, erasing all traces. We had hoped to report to the higher-ups early, but we couldn't make contact. They indeed feel wronged. More than a month ago, they already discovered the outpost had been wiped out. Not only the two elders, but also those great figures of the Primordial Core Realm were all dead. Yet they couldn't find a single trace of the culprit. We've lost contact with the headquarters of the Southern Border Alliance. Everyone is as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Snake Granny sneered. Making excuses? A bunch of useless fools. She waved her hand, and the person who spoke was slapped into a bloody mist, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. The Southern Border Saintess slowly said, Granny, don't be angry. Give them a chance to redeem themselves. Thank you, Saintess. Take us to that location. She rose and stepped into the air, and Snake Granny cast a cold glance at the crowd, casually pointing out a few leaders, and dragged them along with her. One day later, the stronghold destroyed by Ning Qi. Everyone's figures descended. Saintess Snake Granny. This was the stronghold where Skinny Elder and the others gathered that day. Before that day, Fatty Elder suddenly sent a message, calling all the leaders in Qing State to come. He said Lei from a Blood Rain Tower had betrayed us, and we needed to investigate carefully. Someone slowly recounted the cause and effect. The Southern Border Saintess and Snake Granny stood side by side, gazing down from above. The Southern Border Saintess gently frowned, speculating. Could it be that Fatty Elder was greedy for the Blood King goo and betrayed the Alliance? The traces seemed to have been erased quite cleanly. Snake Granny slowly shook her head. Saintess, you might not know that dead Fatty, though his strength is a bit weaker, he comes from a Highland tribe and his loyalty to the Alliance is beyond question. This matter likely has another twist. Perhaps someone used the dead Fatty's hand to bring this about, which led to Skinny Elder and the others falling into calamity. At this point, they had already abandoned the hope that Fatty and Skinny Elder were still alive. Just knowing the intelligence available indicated that this matter had been long premeditated. Granny, is there a way to restore these traces? The Southern Border Saintess turned her head to ask. The breeze occasionally lifted a corner of her veil, revealing a fair and sharp chin, somewhat breathtaking. Snake Granny confidently smiled. The perpetrator was indeed cautious, the traces wiped clean, but they underestimated us Southerners a bit. Though it's impossible to completely restore, tracking the power aura characteristics of the perpetrator is no problem. She landed in the midst of the collapsed ruins. Gently taking the blue jade-like snake from her neck, she kissed it, and then began chanting quickly in bizarre syllables. The blue snake surprisingly began an incredible transformation. Its abdomen swelled, dropping small snake eggs, from which soon emerged tiny blue snakes. The blue snakes shot out like lightning, dispersing in all directions. Spectators got goosebumps, their scalps tingling. Snake Granny merely closed her eyes, chanting the incantation, while the blue jade snake coiled on her palm, occasionally raising its body. After a stick of incense time, The blue snakes died, turning to powder. Snake Granny began to listen to the hissing of the blue jade snake, and after a moment, she raised her head, confidently smiling. Saintess, I found it. A look of delight appeared in the southern border saintess's eyes, silently thinking it fortunate to have brought Snake Granny, whose unique secret technique could track the enemy's traces, otherwise more time would have been wasted. Snake Granny, who did it? Snake Granny replied. There are only traces of a battle between two celestial human realm experts, one being Skinny Elder, and the other, a strong person adept in using poisonous strength, much stronger than Skinny Elder. She began mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, with green mist forming at her side, exactly like what Elder Wang and Ning Qi used. If Ning Qi were here, he'd be amazed at how many remarkable people there are in the world. However, Snake Granny's simulation was only in form. The essence of the power was completely different. This is how their power should manifest. The southern border saintess's eyes sharpened. Just one person wiped everyone out? Snake Granny slowly nodded. Indeed, it seems incredible, but actually it's not difficult to understand. This person or entity first used means to capture the dead fatty, then deceived Skinny Elder and others to come using his name, and then attack them off guard. Done this way, it could be completely achieved. The others in front of them were like ants. The gaze of the southern border saintess was deep and distant. That must be the case. I had already investigated before. The aura of the Blood King Gu has completely vanished. The one who acted might be coming for the Blood King Gu, but other possibilities can't be ruled out. She looked towards the person kneeling, her voice like ice that never melts. Is there any strong person using this kind of power within Great Yin? You have 3 days. If you find nothing, there's no need to face me again. Also, gather all intelligence related to various forces under the command from this period. Everyone felt as if granted a great reprieve and hastily responded. Yes, Saintess. 1 day later, the southern border Saintess sat upright at a desk, reviewing the gathered intelligence, while Snake Granny sipped tea and played with 2 exotic snakes nearby. Saintess, how is it? Snake Granny asked. The southern border Saintess raised her head, gently massaging her brow. As of now, there are 2 forces with considerable suspicion. Which 2? Firstly, it is the demon sect. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of both the southern border Saintess and Snake Granny turned serious. Even though they are in the southern border, they know of the demon sect's name, a force that, despite being suppressed by Great Yin for many years, can repeatedly rise from the ashes and return, showing just how troublesome it is. As Granny found earlier, the kind of poisonous strength appeared last year when 5 celestial beings strong persons from the demon sect attacked the true martial sect in Qing State, and one of them used this power. The southern border Saintess detailed the events that had occurred on True Martial Mountain at that time. The essence of power of a celestial human realm master can't be changed, unless dual cultivation is involved. Since we found out, it's probably this person who acted. He managed to escape from the 9th-ranked town North King on the celestial being list, indeed showing he has the ability to kill the Gaunt One. There might be more than one person in the demon sect cultivating this kind of power, which makes them even more suspicious. Snake Granny's voice gradually filled with killing intent. Isn't it that this damn demon sect covets the Blood King Gu we've been nurturing, which is why they suddenly struck? According to your words, Saintess, the demon sect has suffered repeated losses at the hands of Great Yin, losing several celestial human realm masters. The southern border Saintess nodded in agreement, indicating her concurrence. She also thinks the demon sect is the most likely suspect. What's another force that's under suspicion? Secondly, it's the true martial sect, said the southern border Saintess. True martial sect? The one attacked by the demon sect. Yes, I looked through the sects that recently had conflicts with our affiliated forces. Just months ago, Divine Sword Sect was destroyed by Zhao Dong and his team. Then the sect leader Divine Sword Old Man escaped to True Martial Sect with his young disciple. Given True Man Longshan's relationship with Divine Sword Old Man, True Martial Sect also has the motive to act. Previously, They sent people to investigate the blood pool affair. True man Longshan's strength may not suffice, but true martial sect also has true man Tianjin. Snake Granny hesitated. But isn't true man Tianjin a swordsman? His power and that of the traces from the attack are utterly opposite. Saintess, do you think the demon sect might be trying to frame the true martial sect, making us act as pawns? They tried to destroy true martial sect before. The southern border Saintess slowly nodded. I've considered this possibility as well. For now, the demon sect seems most suspicious, but we can't completely ignore the true martial sect. Snake Granny nodded with a smile. Saintess, you are indeed the most prudent in your actions. Her eyes were filled with admiration. In fact, at this moment, it's almost certainly the demon sect, but as a leader, one cannot act rashly. Even the slightest possibility cannot be ignored. Only this qualifies as a capable leader. If there's a chance to see true man Tianjin in action, allowing me to observe his essence of power closely, it should affirm things more clearly. Snake Granny added, putting a swordsman and venomous power together seemed bizarre, but it's not unheard of for a swordsman to master using a poisoned sword. Everything requires personal observation. If she can witness it herself, she'll know whether true man Tianjin also possesses venomous power. The southern border Saintess slowly stood up, sighed lightly. I just hope the cultivation of the Blood Emperor Gu goes smoothly. The world is about to become unstable. My southern border must also forge ahead with vigor. Having lost 2 Blood King Gu this time, we can only hurry to find replacements in the south later. If necessary, we'll go into the mountains. For now, I'll have to trouble Granny to stay with me in Qing State. If this is the demon sect's doing, we can't just let it slide. The Saintess slightly furrowed her brows, hinting at a murderous intent. The Southern Border Alliance finally reacted. Meanwhile, the true martial sect is unaware of all this. Taoist Longshan didn't have anyone keeping watch, as that would seem too conspicuous. Perhaps acting as if nothing happened would be better, and investigating again after some time would be more appropriate. At this moment in the Seeking Tao Institute, the atmosphere is lively. Another year of the True Martial Peach Assembly. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Come, let's raise a glass together to welcome Shi's joining. This toast is for Shi. Everyone burst into genuine laughter. Zhuang Qin's chubby little face was flushed, partly from drinking and partly from excitement, as a warm feeling filled his heart. Dear senior brothers and sisters, I'll drink first as a gesture of respect. Everything was spoken through the wine. Saying more would actually seem pretentious. Everyone's faces bore smiles. During this period of time spent together, they had come to like Zhuang Qin's character. Unpretentious, often silly and smiling. Previously somewhat excessively overweight, but ever since he began cultivating the improved version of dreaming gluttony taught by Ning Qi, he had lost quite a bit of weight, though still a little chubby. Logically speaking, Zhuang Qin shouldn't be overweight. He just loves eating. His progress in cultivating the vengeance stance is rapid. He himself is an unparalleled genius, born with innate sword bone. Now that his sword bone has been broken down and rebuilt, his foundation is stronger than ever. Third senior sister's brew is truly remarkable. Zhuang Chun praised without reservation. Yiqinghe laughed heartily. She really knows how to talk. Everyone merely smiled. But Yiqinghe's peach blossom brew had indeed improved this year. Still, it was unclear whether Yiqinghe's brewing skills had advanced or if the ingredients were simply better. Everyone munched on the true martial peach fruit in their hands, finding it exceptionally sweet, especially Zhuang Chun, now in retraining the body-tempering realm. This peach fruit is even more beneficial to him. He devoured several in a row. This is the second year utilizing the bright fruit for cultivation. Plus, Ning Qi relocated the peach tree to activate the Enlightenment tea tree seed. Now the tea tree has emerged and nourishes back. Naturally, the peach fruits surpass their former glory. Everyone chatted happily. Zhuang Chun felt the light-hearted atmosphere deeply, never ceasing to smile foolishly. Ning Qi also listened eagerly as his senior brothers and sisters shared stories. Yi Qinghe smiled slyly. I'll tell you something you're bound to be interested in. I once caught fifth brother secretly writing a love letter. This guy probably has a girl he likes, hiding it from us. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Baishan's face turned red, while everyone laughed joyfully, showing keen interest. Speaking of which, many true disciples are currently single. None of them have Tao partners. Although true martial sect is Taoism, one can indeed form Tao partnerships. Unfortunately, the others haven't done it yet. Hearing that Jiang Baishan is to be a pioneer made everyone's eyes brighten. Jiang Baishan waved his hands while blushing. Don't listen to third senior sister's nonsense. I was writing to a friend. Just tell us if that friend is a girl who would secretly pluck a peach blossom in Zhou's courtyard just to write to a friend. Fifth brother, are you fond of men? Luo Wentian timely chimed in. TSK, TSK. Could it be that fierce girl who once wanted to chop off your shoulder? Fifth brother? Then you're probably in trouble. She'll have you completely in her grasp in the future. Everyone laughed even more heartily. Jiang Baishan smiled wryly, begging forgiveness, and only after a few more drinks did the teasing cease. But nobody pursued the matter further. They were just joking. They knew that when the time came for serious talk, Jiang Baishan wouldn't hide it from them. Ning Qi smiled and listened. For now, he doesn't have many thoughts on finding a Tao partner. He's still young, and he might not in the future. If it ever happens, it'll have to be someone who can truly walk the path of the Tao with him. The matter of Taoist partners was quickly brushed off by everyone. After all, there were also Ning Qi and Zhuang Chun, two little Taoists here. The second disciple Xiong sure brought up another matter. Senior brother, when is the next ranking of the world's Taoist sects? How are the preparations going? All eyes turned towards them. Although the true martial sect has received a Taoist plaque awarded by the Great Yin Imperial Court, to truly gain worldwide recognition and become a top-tier Taoist sect, it must participate in the Taoist rankings. Only 9 top-tier Taoist sects are chosen worldwide. Countless Taoist sects are highly envious of these spots, and many generations strive just to be among them, and the true martial sect is no exception. But it's very challenging. Even to be the 9th, the last spot requires a substantial foundation. The true martial sect may have enough top-end strength with the true man Tianjian, but its foundation is slightly lacking, having only been established for a few decades. To enter the rankings, they must find some supplements from other places, as those already in the rankings refuse to be squeezed out, inevitably causing friction. In fact, over the years, few top-tier Taoist sects have been squeezed out. Luo Wentian said, the specific time has not been determined yet. It depends on the intentions of those 9 Taoist sections. Given our true martial sect foundation, we can compete a bit, but it's just a trial. After the true martial peach assembly, I will go to Tao State to communicate with the true profound sect and see the specifics. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Luo Wentian. Over the years, Luo Wentian has sacrificed a lot for the development of the true martial sect, and recently, Taoist Longshan has been discussing passing the leadership to him. But Luo Wentian is still hesitating, worrying his cultivation isn't high enough and would tarnish the true martial sect's prestige. However, everyone knows that Luo Wentian taking over is inevitable. He is the most qualified in the entire true martial sect. Ning Qi is aware of this. He has considered some ways to help Luo Wentian break through quickly, but the martial path inherently offers few shortcuts. He can only try to make Luo Wentian's cultivation smoother and quicker, but no significant breakthrough is possible in a short period. Hearing about the true profound sect, Ning Qi's heart was stirred, and he recalled the prior Taoist Baishan. He laughed and said, Senior brother, if you're going to the true profound sect, help me check how Taoist Baishan is doing. Is he drawing nearer to the celestial human realm? Everyone laughed, having heard the past rumors of Taoist Baishan pestering the junior disciple on true martial mountain. The white ape, upon hearing the name of that shameless old Taoist, rolled his eyes, bearing a grudge against the old Taoist wanting to take him away. everyone began discussing the preparations needed for the Taoist rankings. Inevitably, they mentioned true man Tianjian. The fourth disciple, Heian, thought for a moment and suddenly brightened. Counting the time, the Great Yin celestial being list, updated every 3 years, should be coming out again. If Senior Tianjian can get on the list, our chances in the Taoist rankings will greatly increase. Everyone's expressions became excited. That's right. Hopefully, Senior Tianjian can make it on the list. The Great Yin celestial being list ranks only 36. Sometimes the strengths of 36 to 37 or 38 may not differ much, but only those on the list are recognized worldwide, resulting in a significant difference in fame. Ning Qi smiled slightly, though he was somewhat helpless inside. If possible, he didn't really want to be on the celestial being list, as it would attract some unnecessary trouble, but it wasn't his choice. Everyone looked forward to the list's update. During this time, Zhuangchen also expressed admiration for true man Tianjian, unabashedly stating he aims to become an unparalleled swordsman like him one day. Everyone nodded with smiles. Everyone acknowledged Zhuangchen's talent, especially in the sword Dao. He spontaneously practiced a set of sword techniques with much flair, clearly possessing an inexplicable charm in the same sword technique, and having the demeanor of a master at a young age, prompting even Luo, Wentian, and others to show admiration, praising the innate sword bone's excellence. Ning Qi chuckled lightly. If Zhuangshan perseveres, the celestial human realm will be a natural result. Such talent suggests becoming a generation's sword saint isn't impossible, especially after the sword bone is broken and rebuilt. Happy times are always short. Numerous senior and junior brothers gathered well into the night before reluctantly leaving. Ning Qi saw them off and pointed at the Enlightenment tea saplings already calf-high. If all goes well next year, maybe we can have a taste of Enlightenment tea. Everyone's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Rest assured, Jio, for this cup of Enlightenment tea, will help gather more martial saints' secrets for you. Everyone pledged confidently, rubbing their hands eagerly. Yi Qinghe also said, I'll go to that small town once again to see if I can gather more information from that blind old gentleman. Ning Qi didn't dissuade him. He couldn't say he had already been to the small town, and that old gentleman might have departed. He merely nodded with a smile. Listening to this, Zhuangchen also kept it in mind, thinking if he had related information in the future, he would definitely inform Ning Qi at once, always remembering Ning Qi's kindness. Watching everyone leave, Ning Qi's smile broadened, feeling at peace, as spending time with his senior brothers and sisters always made him more relaxed. The slight impacts from recent killings completely faded away. After the true martial peach assembly, a few true disciples set off on their training journeys, which had gradually become a habit for them. Especially Jiang Baishan, who couldn't wait to go down the mountain first, was teased by everyone thoroughly. Ning Qi's life continued to return to its previous routine. Following a structured schedule of cultivation, in addition to reading scriptures and seeking enlightenment, he watered the enlightenment tea tree. Watching the saplings grow day by day was quite a delight. In this process, Ning Qi also gained a lot of inspiration. However, currently, a significant portion of his energy was devoted to the creation of a secret technique to condense the Gangqi avatar. Ever since Ning Qi broke through the Jade liquid realm and noticed that the Gangqi contained more spirituality, he had this idea. In fact, the Gangqi avatar that Ning Qi was condensing now was already very strong. At this moment, Ning Qi pointed with his finger, and the Gangqi within his body poured out, instantly condensing into a fierce thunder tiger with wings sprouting from its ribs. Lightning crackled on its body, and its wings were like blades, appearing just like the true Thunder Tiger Beast King, only lacking the true Beast King's agility. The spirituality of the Gangqi, though present, was ultimately limited. If used solely for combat, this level would naturally suffice. But Ning Qi was not satisfied. Now, there are many powers keeping an eye on true Martial Mountain. The Demon Sect and the Southern Border Alliance are both vast entities. Even if they only spare a bit of attention, they must be dealt with carefully. True man Tianjian, hiding in the shadows, will eventually be forced out one day. Although I can disguise myself as a substitute, it's ultimately not the most secure plan. If there is a time when I need to be present with true man Tianjian simultaneously, it would be revealing myself without a fight. Ning Qi was very clear-headed, especially when he mentioned a few days ago that the celestial being list was about to be updated, which also reminded him that if true man Tianjian made the list, it might cause trouble. If the Gangxi avatar only mimics exotic beasts, it's fine, but if it needs to condense into a human form and convincingly exist for a period of time, more effort is needed. Brilliant ideas constantly emerged in Ning Qi's mind, flowing like a river. He pointed a finger, causing the sea surface of the jade liquid sea to collapse halfway. An incredible amount of Gang Qi condensed in the void, then stretched continually, eventually forming a human shape, transforming rapidly to condense facial features and human characteristics. With Ning Qi's skill in body shifting and bone changing, this was not difficult. He could even simulate human skin and bones with Gang Qi. Looking at the elderly man in front of him, dressed in a Taoist robe, exuding an aura like a crane, Ning Qi fell into contemplation. The old man's pupils were indifferent, without much emotion, but the most important thing was that currently, it was just an empty shell, likely to disintegrate in a fierce battle. Perhaps it's missing a core. Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He manipulated the Gang Qi, and a primordial core immediately condensed within the body of the old man. With the prior experience of the virtual sword pill dissolution technique, achieving this was even easier for Ning Qi. Ning Qi carefully perceived. Clearly, after the primordial core formed, the Gang Qi avatar became much more solidified. It still seems a bit lacking, but it's not a big problem. If I use the Cyan Profound Body Protection technique to lock in the Gang Qi, it can both defend and eliminate concerns about the avatar dissipating. Sitting beside the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Ning Qi's mind was filled with bursts of inspiration. Past creations of various secret techniques floated to mind, constantly extracting essence, while previously read Taoist scriptures offered inspiration. Ning Qi occasionally corrected the shortcomings of the Gang Qi avatar, which became increasingly strong and stable. With Gang Qi spirituality as the foundation, body shifting and bone changing as the form, virtual sword pill dissolution technique as the core, and Cyan Profound Body Protection technique to stabilize it, this formless gang body is complete. Ning Qi was overjoyed. A white-haired elder in a Taoist robe sat opposite him, speechless. From a distance, one might think Ning Qi was playing a game with someone. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Ning Qi laughed and saluted. But the elder remained silent, his gaze extremely indifferent. Ning Qi was not surprised. He never expected to get a response. This Gang Qi avatar was just a condensation of Gang Qi, not a truly intelligent avatar. Ning Qi was merely playing around. From the earlier experiment, the formless gang body requires at least 20% of my Gang Qi to condense, and at most 80% with varying levels of strength. However, even with 20%, it far exceeds what other martial artists can sustain. There was no doubt. This was again a secret technique only Ning Qi himself could use. Others simply did not possess such immense Gang Qi, not even those at the primordial core realm. Ning Qi gently waved his hand. The Gang Qi avatar shot off into the distance, and through the connection of the Gang Qi, he could fully sense the avatar's specific condition and exert control over it. Even while sitting in the Seeking Tao Institute, Ning Qi could discreetly control the Gang Qi avatar to use the heavenly sword technique and various secret techniques. This was the wonder of the Gang Qi avatar, sharing the power of heaven and earth that Ning Qi controlled. A moment later, the Gang Qi avatar returned to the Seeking Tao Institute, and Ning Qi had his answer. If the avatar is more than 10 miles away from me, it becomes challenging to control and will collapse, with the optimal distance being 5 miles. Ning Qi smiled as he dispersed the Gang Qi avatar. While the avatar might not wield all his power, if it expends more Gang Qi, it could exert at least a significant portion of his strength, which suffices for now. After all, in a true life-or-death situation, concerns about exposure are irrelevant. At that time, he would handle it himself. Having solved the difficult problem, Ning Qi took a deep breath, feeling somewhat satisfied. He lay back in a wicker chair, pleasantly perusing another volume of Taoist scripture. Time passed. The summer heat blazed, and Ning Qi had already consumed his third blood jade pill, enhancing his strength by several more degrees. Under the combined effects of the blood jade pill and the heaven and earth grinding wheel quenching gang technique, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. The jade liquid sea expanded steadily, becoming deeper and more solid. Once it reached its peak, he would begin condensing a primordial core. Even Ning Qi himself was a bit eager to see how powerful he would be after stepping into the primordial core realm. Perhaps there would be very few in the celestial human realm who could be his match. Besides cultivating, Ning Qi also focused on observing the movements of the Blood Rain Tower and those organizations. Previously, there were still some lackeys left, and to avoid exposing too much, Ning Qi had not entirely eliminated them. Keeping them could instead be used to speculate on the movements of the Southern Border Alliance. But what puzzled him? After several months passed, there had been no signs of movement from the Southern Border Alliance. He didn't know if they hadn't discovered that the skinny elder had died, or if they had found out but decided to lay low for now. Ning Qi merely asked Taoist Longshan to keep an eye out, while the rest was left to nature. Actively probing might expose themselves, as they could be waiting for him to fall into their trap. At present, remaining still was the better choice. He only needed to maintain heightened alertness. Speaking of Taoist Longshan, recently he's been quite busy. Not busy with his own cultivation, as progress in the celestial human realm is slow, requiring time to accumulate even with great talent. Taoist Longshan had been busy teaching Zhuangchun. He finally felt the joy of mentoring a prodigy who grasped concepts swiftly and could infer many things. The satisfaction was indescribable, and more importantly, he could maintain his dignified presence as a teacher, feeling pleased with himself. This reminded him of the days he taught Ning Qi. Those memories were almost unbearable to recall. Back then, Ning Qi constantly frustrated him. Within a short span, he couldn't keep up and felt exhausted, eventually relegating himself to support roles. Ning Qi wasn't a genius, he was a monster. Sometimes disciples with too little talent could be exasperating to teach, but too much talent left no sense of accomplishment. Zhuangchun, however, was just right. One time, Ning Qi saw his master so spirited and couldn't help but smile wryly. He knew his master had been stifled over the years, and, having a bright student now, was eager to pass on all his knowledge. Life at True Martial Mountain was peaceful and comfortable. If possible, Ning Qi hoped it could continue like this until he became invincible in the world. But unfortunately, things never stay the same, and they rarely align with one's desires. His fourth disciple, Yin, rushed back to True Martial Mountain overnight, bringing back a significant piece of news. The Great Yin Celestial Being list has been updated. The heavenly ranking of the Great Yin differs from other martial rankings like the Hidden Dragon list and Primordial Core list. It's the sole ranking issued by the Imperial Court, holding immense credibility. Being listed means becoming famous across the world. As such, the update that occurs every 3 years is eagerly anticipated throughout Great Yin. The announcement of this ranking update was delayed by several days, prompting Yin to rush back to the True Martial Sect as soon as he heard the news. Previously, True Martial Sect disciples were interested in the heavenly ranking, but it seemed too high and distant from them. However, things are different now, as the True Martial Sect has an unparalleled strong person overlooking Great Yin, True Man Tianjian. After Yin brought back news of the heavenly ranking, the entire True Martial Sect was in an uproar. Taoist Longshan was also intensely interested, and Ning Qi and a couple of other true disciples remaining on True Martial Mountain heard the news as well. Within the bright martial pavilion, Ian excitedly opened a book with gilded edges. "Master, look quickly. Senior Tianjian has made it onto the list." His face was flushed with excitement as he rushed back to the mountain to share this joyous news immediately, feeling honored by association. Everyone looked intently. The last page read, "Heavenly ranking 36th, True Man Tianjian." Following, that was a series of small characters detailing True Man Tianjian's information and battle achievements, along with some speculation. True Man Tianjian, age unknown, past experiences unknown, currently residing on True Martial Mountain. At the time when the demon sect celestial being Old Demon Lin sought to annihilate True Martial Mountain, a celestial sword soared through the sky, severely injuring Old Demon Lin. Afterward, 5 celestial beings from the demon sect gathered at True Martial Mountain. True Man Tianjian once again wielded the sword to block one of them. Based on the comprehensive battle achievements of True Man Tianjian's 2 appearances and the fact that True Man Tianjian has never shown his face, it is highly likely he has reserved strength, hence ranked 36th on the heavenly ranking. Besides the eloquently written text, a masterful artist had depicted the celestial splendor of True Man Tianjian's sword soaring, instilling admiration in viewers. Regardless of the actual strength, in terms of charisma, few on the heavenly ranking surpassed this celestial sword in the sky. Several true disciples were thrilled. They frequently showed expressions of awe. Zhuangchen couldn't help but express, "If possible, I truly wish Senior Tianjian could offer some guidance." He was passionately devoted to the sword Dao, and having such an unparalleled swordsman within his sect was naturally enticing. Although he knew True Man Tianjian rarely appeared, and even his master Taoist Longshan seldom met him, leaving him feeling a touch of regret. Taoist Longshan listened, stroking his beard with a smile, casting a quirky glance at his young disciple. True Man Tianjian being listed on the heavenly ranking delighted him, as it would significantly boost True Martial Sect's reputation, laying the groundwork for future expansion and preparation for Taoism's worldwide ranking. Though he had some hope of making the heavenly ranking, it wasn't a certainty, and now that it's settled, he naturally felt joyous. But Ning Qi felt a bit helpless. Honestly, he would prefer not to be on this heavenly ranking. The martial realm is a massive arena of fame and fortune, and the heavenly ranking is the focal point, prone to cause trouble, especially for him at this somewhat awkward rank, attracting attention and possibly challenges for many. It might be better to keep a low profile, but since he's already listed, there's no point in saying this now. He can only try to see the positives. For the sect's development, it's definitely more beneficial than harmful, and it serves as a deterrent to the demon sect. However, we must be cautious of the Southern Border Alliance. If they suspected us before, being listed might draw more attention. Nonetheless, Ning Qi wasn't too worried. His actual strength far exceeds the 36th rank on the heavenly ranking, and he had made further progress recently. If he employed all his techniques, he might even stand a chance against Town North King. Zhuangchen's curious words caught his attention. Senior Tianjian is already so powerful. Who are those ranked above him? His eyes held yearning. Ning Qi was also somewhat curious. While the heavenly ranking doesn't encompass all experts, it has high reference value. Knowing more now might prove useful in future encounters. Yin smiled as he flipped through the heavenly ranking, providing a knowledgeable introduction, occasionally sharing unrecorded anecdotes and rumors from the ranking. He had always been intrigued by various miscellaneous studies. Heavenly ranking 35th is a strong person from Lei State, who entered the ranking in the previous edition. Without making a move in the last 3 years, he slipped down 1 rank. This is Cyan Bull Sr., previously ranked 33rd, now moved up to 32nd, thanks to his achievement of destroying the Deathfire Abyss branch. Furthermore, the demon sect had attempted to trouble Cyan Bull Sr., but were all resolved by him, indirectly propelling him further in the heavenly ranking. Everyone listened, entranced. The tales of these unparalleled experts always generate immense interest. But Ning Qi merely paid brief attention. Given his current strength, those ranked near the bottom of the heavenly ranking hardly catch his dharma eye. He only paused briefly at the Cyan Bullblade Master's rank, as he was the most familiar. He mused. At the previous celestial being grand ceremony, Cyan Bullblade Master was at the height of his power, but in no time had been left behind by him. If Cyan Bullblade Master were to face him now, he would easily be subdued. He then continued speaking. The celestial being list that updates every 3 years doesn't see major changes. The further up the list you go, the more frequent the familiar faces are. At most, there are slight adjustments based on actions from recent years. After all, martial artists in the celestial human realm have long lifespans. It's said that the Imperial Court is planning to change the update frequency from every 3 years to every 5 or even 10 years, but discussions are still ongoing. Ning Qi was watching the powerful figures on the list. He started to pay attention mainly to those from rank 20 upwards. From rank 20 to rank 10, there are 3 strong figures from Taoism, 2 from the Buddhist sect, and the rest are from various major sections. There are no strong figures among loose cultivators. Seeing this, it seems that loose martial artists lack resources and lineage, living quite difficult lives. Ning Qi felt a sense of lament. In the early stages of the martial path, loose martial artists might be able to compete with sect martial artists, relying on fortuitous encounters to keep up. But the later it goes, the harder it becomes. Someone like the carefree monarch, who can achieve the celestial human realm by himself, is almost the pinnacle among loose martial artists. He then continued, among the top 10, we have indeed met one. Everyone reacted instantly. Town North King. Ning Qi looked over and immediately showed a look of surprise. Town North King was not ranked 9th, but 7th. He had moved up 2 ranks. Knowing that the celestial being list doesn't falsify, its credibility is strong, meaning Town North King has grown stronger, or he had hidden his strength before. Ning Qi looked carefully at the small descriptive text. Rank 7 on the celestial being list, Town North King, originally named Li Xianyang, started on the martial path at 6, gradually making his mark in the royal family. Joined the army at 18, fought against the northern barbarians, reached the White Mist realm at 30 and was titled Marquis, entered the primordial core realm at 50, reached the celestial human realm at 60, and was titled Town North King in the same year. Fused his martial arts to create the heaven-suppressing fist, suppressing countless northern barbarians. His fame is illustrious. Ning Qi commented inwardly. Reaching the celestial human realm at 60? Truly an unparalleled genius. Indeed, one of the fastest cultivators in the world. No wonder that now, at less than 150 years old, he possesses such powerful strength. So that fist technique with profound intent is called Heaven-Suppressing Fist. He continued to read and indeed found the latest battle updates. 10 powerful celestial human warriors from the northern barbarians led an army to encircle Town North King, aiming to move south, but Town North King defeated them single-handedly, killing 3, causing 7 to flee, and the army was annihilated. These 10 celestial human warriors surely aren't ordinary celestial human realm figures. It seems Town North King's strength is not simple. Ning Qi mused inwardly. He had initially thought that after his progress, he could spar with Town North King, but now it appears there is still a gap. As is widely known, the closer to the top of the celestial being list you get, the greater the gaps become. The gap between every rank within the top 10 might be greater than the gap between the subsequent 5 ranks. His gaze lingered longer on the top 10 experts, remembering what he Yin said. His gaze finally settled on the top 3. In any field, the top 3 are unavoidable topics, especially the first rank. Rank 3 on the celestial being list, Blade Demon, emerged 20 years ago. His blade techniques are eerie like demons. One slash can sever a mountain, and he directly killed the former 3rd on the celestial being list. Rank 2 on the celestial being list, Flame Martial Grand General, commands the entire Great Yin Army, with countless years on the battlefield, highly respected within the Great Yin Army. Rank 1 on the celestial being list. Wind-listening old man, rumored to be blind in youth, yet his martial path possesses spiritual wisdom, appears and disappears without a trace, holding his place unchallenged for a full jiazi. Ning Qi scrutinized the top 3 strong figures. The third-ranked blade demon has always been the faith of most blade men. Previously, the word was that swordsmen overshadowed blade men. But once Blade Demon emerged, he directly eclipsed all swordsmen's momentum, as the strongest swordsman is just rank 5th the sun-chasing Sword King. However, swordsmen on the celestial being list overall outnumber blade men, and their quantity has surpassed by 2 ranks. Their numbers used to be equal, but True Man Tianjian has entered the celestial being list at 36, just squeezing out Thundershock Blade Venerate, who was originally 36. The second is the Flame Marshal Grand General of the Great Yan's Imperial Court. With the name Flame Marshal, one can understand the stature of this general. Ning Qi originally thought, given it is an Imperial Court-issued celestial being list, they would arrange the first rank for themselves, but unexpectedly, it is placed second. Perhaps this also illustrates the credibility of the Great Yin celestial being list. But it seems this wind-listening old man is extremely formidable, having physical impairments yet can hold the top rank for a full jiazi. He was somewhat amazed. Undoubtedly, these figures are truly at the pinnacle of Great Yin, and without the emergence of a martial saint from Great Yin, they're the strongest. These individuals ought to have achieved celestial being perfection, possibly gathering the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit, to have such powerful combat strength. Ning Qi carefully observed their battle descriptions. Severing mountains, shattering earth, burning rivers, boiling seas. These feats are far beyond the capabilities of ordinary celestial human realm figures. I wonder if they have started progressing towards the martial saint realm. The number of powerful figures in the world is vast, yet martial saints are very few. Ning Qi felt he gained immensely from consulting the celestial being list. He was comparing his battle strength. He thought that once he stepped into the primordial core realm, he should not fear these people, and even suppress them. Nevertheless, the Great Yin celestial being list does not encompass all unparalleled figures, such as those from the Demon Sect, the Southern Border Alliance, strong figures among the Northern Barbarians, strong figures among exotic beasts. Some martial path sects may also have hidden strengths not included. It's possible to be 100% certain that the Great Yin Imperial Court itself has some strong figures hidden and not on the list. This is quite normal. Some people will compete for fame and profit, but there are others who disdain it. The Great Yin released this celestial being list to better govern. Naturally, it is impossible to reveal all of their foundations. Showing a portion to serve as a deterrent is enough. However, Ning Qi felt that even considering those hidden ones, there are very few in the world who can compare to the top 3 on the celestial being list. After everyone looked at the celestial being list, they were all amazed. Yin smiled and said, "Our talents probably have no hope of entering the celestial being list, but Master will definitely make it in the future. When Gio and Sure grow up, they will certainly make it as well. By then, our true martial sect will have 4 unparalleled experts on the celestial being list, enough to astonish the world." Everyone was filled with anticipation. Taoist Longshan chuckled and knocked on Yin with a ruler. "Do not belittle yourselves. The talents of you brothers are not inferior, and no one can predict the future. If you gain serendipitous opportunities, there might be a chance to soar to the heavens. So how can you determine the future now?" Yin mocked himself for not being able to enter the celestial being list, but Taoist Longshan, as his master, naturally encouraged him. All the disciples respectfully saluted, saying earnestly, "Disciple will remember." The update of the celestial being list stirred up a storm throughout the Great Yin, as it is a grand occasion held once every 3 years. Countless people awaited eagerly, even starting betting scenarios to gamble on the ranking changes of the strong experts long before it was revealed. The top-ranked experts naturally attracted enough attention, but there was also someone who attracted much attention. That person was True Man Tianjian. This is the only one in this edition to replace a strong figure from the previous one and earn a spot on the list. Many people had already started betting on him, and his level of attention was not lower than that of the top 20 experts. Additionally, his status was somewhat special, because true man Tianjin is a swordsman. The sword and blade rivalry in the Great Yin has always been fierce. Whether swordsmen or blademen, each wants to stand unrivaled. From the bottom to the top, comparisons are inevitable. From a number of swordsmen and blademen in various places, famous swordsmanship and blade techniques, to the sword Tao and blade path experts of the primordial core realm and celestial human realm, all are considered. And the celestial being list is the focus of both swordsmen and blademen. In some sense, true man Tianjin's placement on the list broke the stalemate. The entire world states were abuzz with heated discussions. Swordsmen were jubilant and extremely excited. True man Tianjin is on the list. Now at 36 on the celestial being list, we swordsmen occupy 10 spots, while you blademen have only 8 spots, far inferior. Swordsman supremacy, at least before the next update of the celestial being list, this is the fact. Smiles were written all over their faces, with a sense of elation and satisfaction. However, blademen were not willing to concede either. Swordsman supremacy? Would you dare let Blade Demon Elder hear this? Blade Demon Elder holds the 3rd place on the celestial being list, enough to overlook everything. This is the blademan's belief. Blade Demon's presence gives them unparalleled confidence in speaking. Sun-chasing Sword King is ranked 5th, not necessarily inferior to Blade Demon. It's just they haven't crossed swords yet. Moreover, even if Blade Demon Elder is slightly stronger, it doesn't change the fact that our numbers on the celestial being list surpass yours by 2, and the overall rankings are higher. At these words, the blademen were left speechless and felt a bit vexed. It's a fact that cannot be refuted. But immediately someone spoke up to bolster themselves. True man Tianjin is indeed strong, but the celestial being list isn't infallible. He may not necessarily be stronger than Thundershock Blade Venerate. Don't forget, if you could defeat a strong figure on the celestial being list, you can replace them, just as Blade Demon Elder did back then. The swordsmen were instantly angered. Such sophistry. Why don't you let Thundershock Blade Venerate challenge true man Tianjin? You only believe it when you see the coffin. For a time, the commotion between swordsmen and blademen grew larger. All over various states and regions, debates and disputes could be heard, and in some places, it even escalated into physical altercations. True man Tianjin is actually just the trigger. The root cause is still the long-standing sword and blade rivalry. Everyone hopes their own weapon is unmatched in the world. Although smart people know that strength lies within oneself and has nothing to do with the weapon, sometimes the general trend is irrational and a bit vain. Even strong individuals are inevitably swept along. Adding some bystanders who enjoy fueling conflict without fear, the strife grows increasingly intense, soaring higher each day. Some people actually approached Thundershock Blade Venerate. The southern border saintess was reading the newly released Great Yin celestial being list with great interest, a hint of amazement in her eyes. This Great Yin indeed has an abundance of strong individuals. If all the martial sects in the world were united with Great Yin, I'm afraid Great Yin would have already pacified the universe and unified the world. Then we might only be able to bow our heads completely or retreat deep into the 100,000 mountains. Snake Granny, who had always been proud, nodded in agreement at this moment. If she were to be placed on this celestial being list, she probably wouldn't rank very high. This might be our opportunity. With the release of the celestial being list, the world's attention is focused on this. We can now completely erase some of the traces we've been holding back, regroup our forces, and although we may not need to continue cultivating the Blood King Gu in Qing state, we should at least leave some observers there. Snake Granny's voice was somewhat hoarse. The southern border saintess nodded slowly. I have the same idea. After being dormant for so long, it's about time to take action. Recently, the demon sect has been severely retracted, and we've only discovered some of their insignificant outposts, but this enmity will be repaid sooner or later. That's right. If we don't establish our authority, there's no way to carry out the following actions. Snake Granny hesitated again. But are you sure about targeting the demon sect exclusively? The southern border saintess stood up, looking at the scenery outside the window with a light laugh. Her veil fluttered, revealing a corner of her unparalleled icy beauty. Of course not, Granny. Have you noticed that true man Tianjin made it onto the list? Naturally, I saw it. Recently ranked 36th, but it also signifies having the strength to accomplish this task. Is the saintess planning to verify this? As long as we see true man Tianjin in action, this old lady can determine if he truly has hidden power essence. Snake Granny was also very cautious. Although true man Tianjin has currently only displayed the power of a swordsman, no one knows if he is hiding something. What if he is actually a poison sword true man? The main reason is that true man Tianjin had previously crossed paths with that demon sect strong person known for wielding poisonous powers, which somehow makes her uneasy. Just a look, no one's power essence can escape her two treasure snakes. The saintess chuckled lightly. We don't need to make a move. Naturally, someone will do it for us. Snake Granny was puzzled. The saintess continued. The long-standing struggle between blade and sword in Great Yin. True man Tianjin's appearance on the list this time is a catalyst. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate, who is pushed aside by true man Tianjin, is naturally unwilling to accept this. With numerous blade men petitioning, having a legitimate reason to act, they will assuredly challenge true man Tianjin. When the time comes, we only need to be present, and naturally, we can discern the true and false of true man Tianjin. If it's confirmed that he has nothing to do with it, we won't need to waste time on the true martial sect. Instead, prepare a gift for the demon sect. Cold light flickered in her eyes, and her black skirt fluttered with a hint of murderous intent. As the southern border saintess, having suffered such a loss at the hands of the demon sect, naturally, she wouldn't let it go. This trip to Qing State comes with a task. Leaving in disgrace without doing anything isn't an option. Then what shall we? Fan the flames and watch the show, she chuckled softly, like silver bells. The sword and blade rivalry across the world intensified more and more, with no one knowing where the wind originated, but suddenly it grew fierce. Initially, it was just some unknown juniors squabbling. Gradually, some moderately renowned experts joined in, followed by even some long-famous masters stepping up. Some sensed things weren't right, but they were swept along. In the martial realm, one often can't act solely for themselves. Sometimes one must consider their sect and clan. Weak momentum makes one prone to being bullied, repeatedly allowing others to dominate. Slowly, more and more blademen petitioned Thundershock Blade Venerate to step up and challenge true man Tianjin to justify the blademan's name. No one knows when it started. The trend changed as if true man Tianjin and Thundershock Blade Venerate now represented the ultimate battle of blade and sword rivalry, and many realized that it was becoming uncontrollable, but it couldn't be stopped. Yet Thundershock Blade Venerate had yet to respond, seemingly wavering. On True Martial Mountain, of course, the news reached them too. True martial disciples were indignant. Regardless of whether they use blade or sword, they are first and foremost true martial disciples. Outsiders wanting to challenge their foundation naturally enrages them. But all firmly believe if Thunder Shock Blade Venerate dares to come, true man Tianjin can effortlessly suppress him. They have witnessed the power of the celestial sword, holding inexplicable admiration for true man Tianjin, with many even feeling the celestial being list underestimated true man Tianjin by ranking him only 36th. Taoist Longshan smiled bitterly, feeling he had celebrated too soon before. Having a renowned name is good, but provoking unwarranted challenges is not. Originally, it wouldn't have been so. It was just a regular replacement in the celestial being list. However, coinciding with the blade and sword rivalry, it had been inadvertently swept into an invisible whirlpool. Taoist Longshan stepped into the Seeking Tao Institute late at night. Ning Qi was cultivating, Ning Qi rolling like thunder, the slight commotion making Taoist Longshan rather anxious. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes, already aware of his master's intention. Jill, what if Thunder Shock Blade Venerate really challenges you? Taoist Longshan hesitated and then continued. Should we say true man Tianjian has already left the mountain, traveling the world? It's not that he worries his disciple can't handle it, but that it would attract much attention. If someone discovers true man Tianjian's real identity, it would be a loss. It might invite even greater trouble. Rather than that, losing some face would be better, rather than risking a bigger loss. Ning Qi felt somewhat helpless, fearing trouble from being on the list. Unexpectedly, trouble indeed came. Yet, he couldn't control it. Fortunately, he had the foresight to create the formless gang body. Master, that's unwise. He stood up, smiling and shaking his head, walking alongside Taoist Longshan. This matter can't be avoided. The sword and blade rivalry needs a vent. And if true man Tianjian isn't at True Martial Mountain will have no peace, inviting numerous prying eyes in the future, constant challenges. Since trouble has come, block it when it comes, conceal it when necessary. If Thundershock Blade Venerate really does come, then not only must you win, but do so decisively, else there'll be endless trouble in the future. Taoist Longshan worriedly said. But, with no few celestial beings strong persons coming to watch the fight, won't it expose your identity? Ning Qi smiled and said, Master, rest assured, I have confidence. Ning Qi's voice was calm. He merely disliked trouble, not feared it. Since trouble has come, resolve it. Yet he still hoped Thundershock Blade Venerate wasn't so shallow, challenging over some fame alone. Taoist Longshan's anxiety greatly eased, showing a gratifying expression. He wanted to pat Ning Qi's head but found that Ning Qi's height had already reached his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, his young disciple had truly become the pillar of the true martial sect. After the night talk with Ning Qi, Taoist Longshan no longer harbored his previous worries. He understood Ning Qi's personality very well. Since Ning Qi said he had it under control, he must have a plan to deal with it. Taoist Longshan's mindset gradually became calm. He even somewhat anticipated how his young disciple would respond if the Thunderblade's sovereign truly arrived. This naturally also affected the other true martial disciples. The others, seeing Taoist Longshan so composed, thought he must have received approval from true man Tianjian, which secretly excited them even more. However, with Luo Wentian's restraint, the true martial disciples did not go around boasting. Luo Wentian was well aware. At such a critical moment, it was better to remain low-key and humble, or they might become targets of others' envy. He had originally planned to select some outstanding disciples to travel to the true profound sect in the coming days, but this matter forced a delay. Time slowly passed by. The atmosphere in the martial realm grew more intense day by day. Countless eyes were eagerly awaiting, with many people having already arrived from nearby to Qing State or even a true martial city. A significant portion believed that the Thunderblade Sovereign coming to challenge was only a matter of time due to the overwhelming trend, so they came early to secure a place. In such an atmosphere, the true martial disciples also became somewhat nervous. But unexpectedly, the first to set foot on True Martial Mountain was not the Thunderblade Sovereign. Instead, it was an unexpected guest. Greetings, Town North King. Taoist Longshan, accompanied by many disciples, paid respects. He gazed at the dignified middle-aged man and the boy opposite, stirring various guesses in his mind, wondering why the Town North King suddenly brought his young son here. Recently, with the update of the Celestial Being list, the Town North King became a focal point, leaping from 9th to 7th on the list. His credible achievements amazed everyone, making the Northern barbarians hang their heads. By right, the Town North King should have little interaction with True Martial Mountain. Their only meeting was during the last demon sect Celestial Beings attack on True Martial Mountain. The Town North King chuckled. True man, no need for formalities. His demeanor was very amiable. Beside him, Li Ling respectfully saluted Taoist Longshan. Li Ling pays respect to the true man. I have come to visit the true man, and I apologize for any intrusion. Seeing this scene, the town North King shook his head with a smile. His young son was always respectful and polite to others, but was very mischievous with him. Taoist Longshan smiled as he welcomed the two inside. Before he could speak, the town North King was quick to state his purpose. I have come this time merely to allow Ling Heir to admire the grandeur of true man Tianjian. Nothing more. He spoke frankly, though very authoritative. He was actually quite easygoing, lacking the sense of being aloof and remote. Taoist Longshan suddenly understood. He had also speculated before. Now it was confirmed. He knew what the town North King referred to. The matter of the Thunderblade Sovereign and true man Tianjian was abuzz everywhere, and it seemed the town North King was convinced the Thunderblade Sovereign would surely come. So he brought his son. However, thinking about it, it likely was Li Ling pleadingly asking. Otherwise, with the town North King's strength, he wouldn't be so interested in a battle between the two tail-end people on the celestial being list and travel such a long way to Qing State to watch. If it were a showdown between Blade Demon and Sun-chasing Sword King, that would make more sense. To this one request, Taoist Longshan naturally would not refuse. Although the town North King acted to save his son before, he indirectly also saved true Marshall Mountain. He was clear about gratitude and grudges and was grateful to the town North King. Town North King, you're too polite. You both are welcome to stay at True Marshall Mountain, though this matter isn't concluded yet, and I also don't know whether Senior Tianjian is on the mountain. Taoist Longshan just smiled bitterly. Even though he was grateful for town North King's help, he couldn't casually reveal everything about himself. The town North King waved his hand, laughing lightly. No matter if the Thunderblade Sovereign does not come, treat it as a leisure trip. Ling Heir quite likes your true Marshall Mountain. There was a certain resolution in his eyes. He had witnessed true man Tianjian in action before, and just by perceiving his sword intent, he knew that true man Tianjian probably wasn't the type to enjoy wandering. Most likely, he was still in secluded cultivation on true Marshall Mountain. However, what surprised him was that despite his keen perception, he couldn't sense any presence of true man Tianjian. The town North King looked at Li Ling's visibly joyful face and couldn't help but feel helpless. Since he brought Li Ling back home last time, he had invited another swordsman ranked 21st on the celestial being list, Luofu Sword Venerate, originally intended to be Li Ling's master. Although in principle, this Luofu Sword Venerate was stronger than true man Tianjian, his sword Dao didn't appeal at all to Li Ling, who even privately said it wasn't handsome enough. Since witnessing the magnificent sword of that day, Li Ling seemed enchanted, interested only in true man Tianjian's sword Dao. Out of options, the town North King could only send Luofu Sword Venerate away. This time, the celestial being list was updated, and he moved up 2 ranks, yet even that failed to stir Li Ling. Instead, seeing true man Tianjian's ranking made him extremely excited. Knowing the escalating sword and blade dispute, Li Ling pleaded the town North King to bring him to true Marshall Mountain to watch. Fortunately, the northern barbarians had been quiet recently, so the town North King agreed, leading to this trip to true Marshall Mountain. At this moment, Li Ling's face was full of certainty. I believe true man Tianjian will definitely defeat that so-called Thunderblade Sovereign. All the true martial disciples grinned. Their fondness for Li Ling greatly increased. They saw that this young guy was a devoted follower of true man Tianjian. At the same time, he secretly marveled at how the town North King truly doted on this young son. The town North King shook his head and laughed, casually chatting with Taoist Longshan. Li Ling then sat next to Ning Qi. In the entire true Marshall Mountain, he was most familiar with Ning Qi. During his last visit, he enjoyed talking with Ning Qi, but now Ning Qi had Zhuang Chun by his side. This is my 10th junior brother, Zhuang Chun, Ning Qi introduced. Li Ling initially only smiled out of politeness, but very soon, he began to chat quietly with Zhuang Chun. Both had the same passion for the sword Dao. After just a few words, they realized they were kindred spirits, feeling a sense of meeting too late in life, leaving even Ning Qi aside. Ning Qi merely shook his head and smiled. However, he didn't mind. Ever since the Town North King and Li Ling ascended the mountain, he had been observing the Town North King. His strength now had improved vastly compared to the first time he met the Town North King. At that time, he needed to rely on the power of the fake pill to suppress Elder Wang. But now he could do so effortlessly. In his perception, the Town North King's aura was restrained and profound, exceedingly powerful, indeed the most formidable he had ever encountered. However, not as unbeatable as I previously imagined. After consuming a few more blood jade pills, my jade liquid sea should advance further, likely enough to contend with him, Ning Qi speculated in his mind. He retracted his gaze and listened to the crowd's chatter. The Town North King was not arrogant. He even took the initiative to share some secret matters about the northern barbarians, giving everyone a broadened perspective. Taoist Longshan did not reject the Town North King's visit. In a way, it was a goodwill, and if they could establish a connection with the Town North King, it could stabilize the true martial sect further. The Town North King and Li Ling settled on True Martial Mountain. After the first day of ascending the mountain, the Town North King rarely appeared, while Li Ling, following Zhuang Chun, caused a ruckus on True Martial Mountain. Li Ling also befriended Yuan Tiansheng, causing chaos on the mountain with a white ape, making Li Ling like True Martial Mountain more and more. He felt this was much more comfortable than in the royal mansion. In the Town North Royal Mansion, though he held a revered status, he had few peers to play with. The Town North King spent most of his time guarding the northern barbarians and had no time to accompany him. But on True Martial Mountain, the little plump Zhuang Chun sometimes acted mischievously, not regarding him as the crown prince of the Town North King at all, and the white ape would occasionally prank him, leaving him flustered and covered in dust. Ning Qi watched silently. He had initially worried that the Town North King might secretly seek out true man Tianjian, but after realizing that the Town North King was just staying in his guest room, he felt relieved and even felt better about the Town North King. Ning Qi continued his calm cultivation, unbothered by the matter concerning Thunder Shock Blade Venerate. Time passed slowly. The conflict between swords and blades in the world finally reached a critical point. Many people sensed that the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control, with increasing calls for Thunder Shock Blade Venerate to make a move. Finally, one day, someone saw a senior in the Blade Path visiting Thunder Shock Manor. The next day, a challenge letter was sent out. Half a month later, inviting True Man Tianjian to a duel at True Martial Mountain. Respectfully submitted, Thunder Shock Blade Venerate. In an instant, the atmosphere in the martial realm was unprecedentedly intense. Blade men and swordsmen alike were in a frenzy. Although they had been waiting for this moment, when the actual challenge from Thunder Shock Blade Venerate arrived at True Martial Mountain, it was hard not to feel excited. Countless people eagerly awaited. Many had already started placing bets. True Martial City once again became a place of turbulent activity. A duel between celestial being-less powerhouses was extremely rare. Not to mention, it symbolized a conflict between swords and blades. Whichever side won, the other would at least have to live humbly for the next few years, unable to speak with vigor. At this moment, there were rumors. The blade men are not displaying martial virtue. Someone gave Thunder Shock Blade Venerate an unparalleled treasure blade, which is unfair. Swordsmen were discontented. Blade men retorted, "If you're not convinced, you should find a divine sword for true man Tianjian as well. We certainly won't say anything." In martial contests, swords and blades are also part of one's strength. The swordsmen were instantly speechless. They could only hope that a senior swordsman would be potent enough. And in fact, someone did ascend True Martial Mountain, and it was Li Ling's old acquaintance, Luofu, Sword Venerate. Looking at Luofu, Sword Venerate in the distance, whose gaze bore a hint of condescension, Li Ling quietly complained to Ning Qi, "I don't like him. I feel he talks too pretentiously, always with this demeanor that his swordsmanship will be unrivaled one day." The town North King had once invited Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, to the royal mansion to mentor Li Ling, but Li Ling wasn't interested. Ning Qi chuckled softly. Previously, he had read the introduction on the celestial being list. Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, was indeed considered young, not even 250 years old, which, considering the 800-year lifespan in the celestial human realm, was like a rising sun, with high sword, Tao cultivation, and potential. Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, with his hands behind his back, looked at Taoist Longshan. True Man Longshan, please invite True Man Tianjin out. His words carried a slight sense of entitlement. Taoist Longshan replied composedly, I must ask for your understanding. Senior Tianjin prefers seclusion. If he doesn't wish to show himself, I can't force him. Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, frowned and said, does he plan not to show when Thunder Shockblade Venerate comes challenging either? Taoist Longshan only smiled. Senior Tianjin naturally has his own considerations. Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, looked deeply at Taoist Longshan, paused for several breaths, then said softly, you should know, someone gave Thunder Shockblade Venerate a blade, a very strong one. With it in his hands, True Man Tianjin might not be his match. I came here to lend him a sword. He extended a finger, and the sword behind him instantly floated in mid-air, emitting a clear, ringing sound. The blade shone with autumn light, clearly a fine sword. This sword is called Luo Fu and can rival that heavenly Thunderblade. If the heavenly sword master comes out to see, agrees to my condition, this sword could be temporarily loaned to him. Taoist Longshan remained silent. The Luo Fu, Sword Venerate's intentions seemed good, but the manner was somewhat uncomfortable, carrying an implicit condescension. Perhaps because he was ranked 21st, he felt he could easily defeat the Heavenly Sword Master. This sword-lending offer might be because, as fellow swordsman, he didn't wish to see a swordsman lose to a bladesman. Taoist Longshan hesitated a bit. At this moment, Ning Qi's voice echoed in his ear, his expression restored to calmness as he bowed. Thank you for the kind offer, Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, but unfortunately, I cannot make Senior Tianjin come out to meet. The Luo Fu, Sword Venerate's gaze focused. If the Heavenly Sword Master loses because of this, then he will be condemned by all swordsmen. Taoist Longshan's brows furrowed. Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, you exaggerate, regardless of win or loss. It has nothing to do with the swordsmen or bladesmen of the world. The Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, was about to speak when Li Ling couldn't help but step forward, performing a salute, and then said with some indignation, why must you insist like this, Senior Luo Fu? The Heavenly Sword Master doesn't need your sword, so why force the loan? Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, was taken aback upon seeing Li Ling. Young prince. His expression turned slightly unpleasant, recalling some undesirable memories. Previously, the town North King had promised him a sword Dao secret treasure to teach Li Ling swordsmanship. Initially, he was full of confidence, yet Li Ling dismissed it unexpectedly. A figure approached. Luo Fu, let it be. It's just one challenge. Victory or defeat need not be taken so seriously. The town North King had arrived without noticing. Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, was further astonished, unable to comprehend the relationship between true Martial Mountain and the Heavenly Sword Master. He remained silent for a while. After greeting the town North King, he descended the mountain. Yet a voice echoed through the breeze. Let's hope the Heavenly Sword Master truly has confidence, or else today's display may earn worldwide ridicule. Everyone from true martial exhibited anger. Ning Qi remained composed. Having a sword or not made little difference to him. Time approached gradually. The day of Thundershock Blade Venerate's challenge drew nearer. A rumor surfaced within the martial realm, claiming Luo Fu, Sword Venerate, ranked 21st on the celestial being list, went to true Martial Mountain to loan his sword to the Heavenly Sword Master, but was refused. This left many puzzled about how to assess the Heavenly Sword Master. It was unclear whether it was due to excessive solitude or overconfidence. However, one thing was clear to everyone. If defeated because of this, the Heavenly Sword Master's reputation wouldn't fare well afterward. In true Martial City, Luofu, sword venerate, held his sword with a cold smile. Powerful figures gathered in true martial city. The true disciples of true martial sect strive to maintain order among the true martial members. Unlike the previous celestial being grand ceremony by Taoist Longshan, which mostly drew experts below the celestial human realm. This time, experts from the celestial human realm appeared numerous. They felt immense pressure. Fortunately, such a time didn't last long. Half a month vanished in an instant. All gazes converged. At an inn, the southern border saintess wore a black veil, her demeanor slightly ethereal, while the snake granny beside her with two strange snakes on her neck, which were nowhere to be seen, appeared like an ordinary old lady. Granny, do you think the heavenly swordmaster will appear? The southern border saintess sipped her tea, her gaze a bit distant. Snake Granny chuckled. If he doesn't appear, true martial sect's fate today may not turn out well. Neither swordsmen nor bladesmen will spare them. It's nearly time, let's go watch. Southern border saintess gently stepped forward, and martial artists around instinctively showed signs of reverence. Not knowing why, a feeling of awe emerged from within, instinctively wanting to be further from this lady. The two gradually moved away, heading outside the city. Around true martial mountain, expectant eyes filled the surroundings. The atmosphere was fervent, especially among the swordsmen and bladesmen. The arriving experts were numerous, including several from the celestial being list, and even more who were not listed came mostly for observation and learning. The crowd predominantly consisted of martial artists below the celestial human realm. Time passed slowly. The crowd's gaze grew increasingly anxious. Then, a purple light burst through the sky, carrying a trace of raging momentum. Someone's spirit trembled. Thundershock Blade Venerate has arrived. Fiery gazes followed, witnessing the purple light halt before true martial mountain, revealing its true form. It was an elder with a purple robe, burly and powerful, eyes sharp and fierce, carrying a treasure blade on his back, surging with mysterious force, inducing chills in some hearts even before being unsheathed. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate, formerly ranked 36 on the Celestial Being list, once battled the Flood Dragon Monarch at 100 Rivers Lake without defeat, overcoming numerous experts close to the Celestial Being list level. His blade Tao Cultivation is astonishingly profound. Combined with the Path of Thunderous, it's unmatched in ferocity. Rumor has it he recently received a Heavenly Thunderblade, gifted by a senior, highly compatible with his path. Perhaps he can truly battle to reclaim his Celestial Being list position. Quiet discussions expose the details of Thunder Shock Blade Venerate. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate sensed his surroundings, clearly detecting several presences neither weaker nor stronger than his. He felt somewhat helpless inside. Originally, he didn't intend to act, but the allure of the Heavenly Thunderblade was too great, ultimately failing to resist. However, he also has confidence in himself. The reason he was pushed down on the Celestial Being list is merely due to true man Tianjin's successive victories. But he has rarely made a move in recent years. His strength has advanced further long ago, and now with the help of the Heavenly Thunderblade, he believes defeating true man Tianjin is not a problem. It's just that doing so will offend a master from the Celestial Being list, but it doesn't matter. After this battle, his fame will also rise significantly, gaining goodwill from many Blade Path experts. Overall, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Thinking this way, Thunder Shock Blade Venerate stepped forward. He stood in the void before true martial mountain, his voice as domineering as thunder, shaking the clouds. True man Tianjin, come out for a battle on true martial mountain. Aside from the disciples maintaining order in true martial city, the rest were gathered at the mountain gate, Ning Qi included. Though he did not stand with Li Ling, being confident in his formless gang body, he tried avoiding drawing the attention of Town North King. At this moment, everyone looked towards the Thunder Shock Blade Venerate in the sky. His powerful aura was fully displayed, though not deliberately targeting true martial disciples, still imposing a sense of pressure on the crowd. Taoist Longshan's gaze was calm. With the Thunder Shock Blade Venerate's words, everyone's hearts tightened. Involuntarily, their gaze turned towards the back mountain. Li Ling stretched his neck, quietly asking Town North King beside him, "Dad, do you think Senior Tianjian won't come out?" Town North King's gaze showed a strange color. "He will make a move." His surprise grew stronger, though he hadn't deliberately searched these days. As a top 7 celestial being list expert, his perception was there. He hadn't noticed any movements, yet at this moment, a faint power appeared in the back mountain. He realized this true man Tianjian is indeed not simple. "Ling Heir, you have a good vision." Li Ling uttered a puzzled, was about to speak, but suddenly widened his eyes. Joy flooded his face. A peerless sharpness suddenly rose from the back mountain, transformed in a blink into an unmatched celestial sword, drawing exclamations. All strong forces' gazes focused on it. Deepening seriousness, they felt a powerful sword intent emanating from the celestial sword. "Granny, how is it?" Southern Border Sanus's eyes slightly moved. Snake Granny shook her head. "I only sense the pure sword intent for now, not the previous toxic power. Need to wait for true man Tianjian's true form to show." Afterward, her gaze turned peculiar. Is true man Tianjian attempting to emulate the previous 2 battles? Defeat Thunder Shock Blade Venerate with 1 celestial sword stroke? Isn't this underestimating this blade path expert? Many looked odd, considering true man Tianjian somewhat presumptuous. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate's long hair fluttered, staring at the celestial sword across the sky, laughed in rage. "Underestimate me? Fine, let me see if you, true man Tianjian, are worthy of your reputation." The long blade behind him lightly trembled, not unsheathed, yet a ferocious blade intent spread out. Purple lightning seemed to flash around Thunder Shock Blade Venerate. He pointed his finger, 100-jong thunderous blade, Qi instantly condensed, its violent momentum causing some blade men to tremble. The thunderous blade, unrivaled, striking towards the celestial sword. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, the thunderous blade collided with the celestial sword, shaking heaven and earth. Boom! Wave after wave spread around. Sword Qi and blade Qi formed storms, howling in the sky. The clash between 2 unparalleled celestial human realm experts was quite considerable. Luofu, Sword Venerate, eyed sharply. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate's strength is stronger than expected, but this true man Tianjian is not simple either. Their first exchange made him somewhat impressed. Though the displayed strength still fell short of his own, both undeniably held solid positions on the celestial being list. He realized Thunder Shock Blade Venerate had made progress over the years, just hadn't shown it. Cyan Bullblade Master was also uncertain, sensing these 2's strength was not weaker than his own. Originally intending to go to True Martial Mountain, but hindered by his Blade Man status, temporarily gave up, watched from below the mountain, Taoist Longshan being his longtime friend, yet he had some Blade Path friends. Countless martial artists held their breath. Just this brief initial exchange made everyone aware this could be a dragon-tiger struggle. Evenly matched they were. What followed would be a visual feast. Thunder Shock Blade Venerate's eyes were sharp like blades, gaze icy. If true man Tianjian doesn't appear soon, he might employ some means to force him out. Right now it felt as if fighting air, somewhat insulting. True Martial Mountain. Ning Qi silently shook his head. Originally intended to see if the formless gang body could handle Thunder Shock Blade Venerate without appearing. But now it seemed Thunder Shock Blade Venerate's strength exceeded previous assessments somewhat. To triumph, one must win decisively, avoid future troubles frequently presenting. He had made up his mind internally. In an instant, under everyone's gaze, in the back mountain of True Martial Mountain, a figure soared into the sky. True man Tianjian, first revealed before all. Watching a figure soar into the sky from the back of the mountain, Taoist Longshan couldn't help but be surprised. He instinctively looked towards the crowd, and, upon seeing Ning Qi standing quietly there, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, a wave of astonishment surged in his heart. Who is this true man Tianjian? Originally, he thought his young disciple would use disguise to appear, but now it seems it was not the case. The sky. Various gazes converged on that old figure. Even the town North King was no exception. Everyone was curious about this true man Tianjian, who had never shown his face, and even the celestial being List's evaluation suggested that true man Tianjian possibly hid greater strength. At this moment, true man Tianjian finally appeared, draped in a black Taoist robe on an aged body, somewhat stooped, with white hair, seemingly not much vitality left, but what impressed people the most were those eyes. Merciless, indifferent, yet full of sharpness. This fit most people's imagination of true man Tianjian, making many dare not look directly. Originally, the never-before-seen true man Tianjian was full of mystery, and even appearing now, that sense of mystery did not diminish at all, as if no one could perceive the true existence of true man Tianjian through those eyes devoid of any emotion. Luofu, sword venerate, squinted slightly. He unexpectedly felt a slight sense of oppression from this revealed true man Tianjian, which was a sign that even his sword intent as a fellow swordsman was being suppressed, leaving him incredulous. After all, he was ranked 21st on the celestial being list, while true man Tianjian was merely 36. How could it be so? He was confused and uncertain in his heart, his eyes tightly locked onto the aged figure. The town North King was shocked. He inexplicably felt a certain unreality about the true man Tianjian before him, as if he did not belong to this world. Yet upon closer inspection, he clearly stood there, astonishing him, making him feel more and more that this true man Tianjian was extraordinary, perhaps not necessarily in battle prowess, but in sword intent and understanding of heaven and earth. He feared surpassed him. He glanced at the delightedly whisperingly Ling beside him, and a thought inexplicably arose in his mind. Perhaps entrusting his young son to such a strong figure as a mentor might not be a bad thing. Just that true man Tianjian seemed too cold, like devoid of feelings, not necessarily able to teach a good disciple. After observing for this period, he instead felt that Taoist Longshan was a good mentor. Though not of particularly high cultivation, he could teach disciples well, each a talent, capable of becoming a powerful figure in the future. The crowd was full of exclamations and whispers. Thunder Shockblade Venerate felt even more so. His face was somewhat unsightly, even unable to look directly into those eyes. Before, he had been clamoring for a battle with true man Tianjian, but when true man Tianjian really appeared, he instead somewhat regretted it. At this moment, he knew that everyone in the world had greatly underestimated the strength of true man Tianjian. That sword intent fused into the void, seemingly omnipresent, causing a chill throughout his body. Some strong swordsmen among the crowd were all excited, having felt a glimpse of that sword intent. It was like a pilgrimage. True man Tianjian stood with hands behind his back, indifferent and silent. Thunder Shockblade Venerate in purple robes. Under great pressure, the heavenly thunderblade he carried roared out of its sheath, like thunder descending to the world, or like a thunder dragon ascending to the sky, attracting gazes. This was a peerless treasure blade, capable of moving most blade man in the world, not only domineering and unparalleled, but also containing magical powers, enough to amplify thunderous power and the blade path. This was also the fundamental reason why Thunder Shockblade Venerate came to challenge. At this moment, Thunder Dragon in hand, Thunder Shockblade Venerate's momentum surged. Wild hair dancing, thunder seemed to bloom around him. He shouted to the sky, "Come fight." He used this way to boost himself, making everyone feel excited. All Blade Man fixedly watched, eyes wide. Terrifying blade, intent, soared into the sky, mixed with the power of thunder, incredibly violent. Holding the heavenly Thunderblade, Thunder Shockblade Venerate suddenly found courage, feeling his strength greatly enhanced, even with confidence to battle around the 30th rank strong ones. The slight gloom brought by true man Tianjin's appearance was dispersed by thunder. "Come fight." His momentum surged again. Purple rays soared throughout the world. Heavenly phenomenon trembled. Even above the clouds there were rumbling sounds. Vaguely real heavenly thunder responded, making everyone's heart jump. No wonder Thunder Shockblade Venerate lived up to his name. In true martial city, a cold and beautiful woman in white whispered softly. The Heavenly Thunderblade and Thunder Shockblade Venerate are too well matched. He's scarily strong now. Bai Shan, your mentor Senior Tianjin, might need to give his all. Beside her, Zhang Baishan felt a bit nervous, but still believed in true man Tianjin. No one ever knows where Senior Tianjin's limits lie. He turned to look at the woman in white, with a hint of affection in his eyes, and said softly, Ruhua, after this matter, why not come up the mountain to meet my mentor and others? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruhua blushed, feeling some anticipation, some joy, but also some hesitation, finally saying, Let's wait until later. Now might not be the best time. Jiang Baishan nodded, somewhat disappointed, yet respected her thoughts. He turned his gaze to the sky, where Thunder Shockblade Venerate's blade intent had reached the peak. During this time, true man Tianjin had made no moves, allowing Thunder Shockblade Venerate to display his prowess, just silently watching. Ning Qi appeared calm. This formed formless Gang body of his condensed a full 80% of Gang Qi. Unless Thunder Shockblade Venerate had the strength of top 20 or even stronger on the Celestial Being list, the outcome would not change. Crushing him at his strongest moment was an even greater deterrent.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.